Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Thousand Oaks City Council and Redevelopment Agency for Tuesday, July 13th, 2010. At this time, we'll call the meeting to order. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Bill De La Pena.
Present.
Councilmember Irwin.
Here.
Councilmember Glancy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fox is absent at this time. Mayor Gillette.
Here. Thank you. Item 4, request for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. Consent calendar item 7H is pulled from the agenda. Item 5 are special presentations and announcements. You'll give me a minute to come down to the podium. We begin our special presentations this evening. I would like to invite our city's library director, Steve Brogdon, to join me. Steve? How are you?
That's fine.
Good. Good to see you. We're always proud to say that one of our city's strongest assets are the outstanding volunteers who contribute endless hours to enhance city services for residents. Tonight we're honoring one of our wonderful library volunteers, Mr. John Dersinger. Steve, would you please tell us more about John? I also understand Jackie, John's wife, is here tonight. Jackie, would you like to come up also?
By all means.
Slide it in there just a second.
Thank you, Mayor Gillette and council members. It's my pleasure to introduce Jackie Dersinger. Jackie's husband, John, was a longtime volunteer at Thousand Oaks Library and also a member of the Friends of the Thousand Oaks Library. We lost John last year, and we miss him very much. John held many positions in his tenure with the Friends. He was the coordinator of the community book sales, but it's his words as treasurer that I remember the most, and they're words that are music to any library director's ear. He would say, "Steve, we have money and you need to spend it." So you can imagine how humbling it was for me when I learned that Jackie wanted to contribute something permanent to the library to remember John by. After considerable thought, we suggested to Jackie the idea of a quote wall, and she enthusiastically agreed. And this is the concept. As you walk down from the main entrance to the circulation desk, you go down a ramp, and on the left is a tall wall that most of the time is blank. Now, we will fill that wall with quotes related to books and libraries, quotes from famous men and women. It's everybody from Thomas Jefferson to Ray Bradbury to Dr. Seuss to Helen Keller and to Groucho Marx. Some of the quotes: Thomas Jefferson, "I cannot live without books." Ray Bradbury, "Without libraries, what have we? We have no past and no future." Dr. Seuss, "The more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go." Helen Keller, "Literature is my utopia." And then, just to lighten it up a little bit, we've got a quote from Groucho Marx. "Outside of a dog, a book is a man's best friend. Inside of a dog, it's too hard to read." We will, of course, place a plaque on the wall, noting that the wall is in memory of John Dersinger. John was a loyal friend to libraries and especially loyal to the Thousand Oaks Library. And now to say a few words and to present us with a check for $8,200, I'd like to introduce Jackie Dershinger and thank her for her generosity and for thinking of the library as a way to remember her husband and our friend, John Dershinger. Jackie?
It is my pleasure to present this check to the Thousand Oaks Library on behalf of my late husband, John Dershinger. The quotation wall will be a lasting memory to a great guy who loved libraries, books, and reading. In addition, John's involvement as a volunteer with the Friends of the Thousand Oaks Library over many years was of great significance to him. I want to thank Nancy Sevier, Deputy Director of the library, for her relentless pursuit of this project from its inception. A thanks also to my friend Wendy Jan for her enthusiasm and artistic talent in researching, developing, and coordinating this project. Lastly, my thanks to the Thousand Oaks City Council for their placing their rubber stamp on it. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Tonight's second presentation, and this is going to be kind of be a work in progress. Long-established programs, Adopt an Oak. Tonight we're dedicating one of our selected oak trees to a very special young man. However, first I'd like to introduce Cindy Murphy from the Community Development Department to tell us more about the program and how residents can participate. And Cindy, I don't know if you're going to mention, it was our intention to have a fire crew here, and you'll see how that plays into this. However, there is a significant wildfire going in Camarillo. Between Thousand Oaks and Camarillo, and when I just caught a clip of it on the news, they had 80-some Ventura County fire personnel committed, 2 helicopters, and they were calling for 2 more. So it's potentially a big deal, and the winds are up and what have you. So with that thought in mind, Cindy, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead, dear.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The City of Thousand Oaks Adopt an Oak Tree program allows you to adopt one of our beautiful local trees in honor of or in memory of one of your loved ones, co-workers, or friends. The city offers the opportunity to adopt an oak as an innovative way in which citizens, organizations, or businesses can adopt an oak on public land. These donations raise funds to enhance funding for almost 15,000 acres of open space maintenance and the development of public recreational facilities. I am pleased to announce that over $85,000 has been raised thus far. For more information, call me, Cindy Murphy, in the Community Development Department at 805-449-2321. Now, I was going to introduce Captain Fred Burris of the Wildland Fire and Aviation Division of the Ventura County Fire Department and his crew. However, instead, I would like to introduce Terry Bannister, who will be accepting on their behalf for the contribution that they have made of $1,000 to the Adopt an Oak Tree program in honor of fellow crew member Brian Bannister, who died last year in an accident. Terry?
I'm very thankful that the City of Thousand Oaks offers the Adopt an Oak program. My son, Brian Bannister, was killed November 9th in a freakish car accident on I-5 near Fresno, and had nothing to do with his hazardous firefighting job, jumping out of helicopters and putting them out with a shovel and a Pulaski, I'm sorry. So the fire department was going to be here to accept this and explain what he did, and they're out protecting the city. So my son Brian had been cremated in Fresno immediately after the accident. And so there, as a single mother, there were few affordable options to commemorate his truly exemplary life here in Thousand Oaks. I don't know if people remember back in November 9th, but it was a huge event when they filled all of Calvary Community Church for his celebration of life. I didn't even know my son that well. The things that I learned of how he influenced other people's lives, and I just didn't have any way to commemorate his life and his death because I had no gravestone, nothing. So this program was all that I had. And this is the third oak tree that's being dedicated in his honor. And the fire department thought so highly of him that they hired him full-time just a month prior to his accident. So if you have any more programs that you create of this nature, I'm sure they would be welcome for other people that have my situation. And I wanted to thank the fire department in person tonight for all the help and support that they gave me. Since November 9th, I could never have gotten through it without them. And I'm sorry that I could not see them here tonight, but I will deliver the certificate and the picture and everything to them in person this week. The tree that is chosen for Brian from the fire department is in Russell Park, and it's right next to the playground that his Westlake Hills Elementary School that he went to. And we spent many years walking our dogs in that park and sitting at the picnic table beneath that beautiful oak tree. So thank you all again. Thank you.
Harry, thank you so much. It's my honor as the mayor of the city of Thousand Oaks to present this certificate of appreciation honoring Brian. It's a shame to lose a loved one like this and under those circumstances, and so this is a small way of saying our recognition and appreciation. And also, this is a photograph of the entire crew in front of the oak tree in question, and that's something that'll give you an excellent memory. So
thank you so much.
Okay, let's go around there and maybe get a picture here. What I just mentioned to Brian's mother is that the city manager received a message from the fire crew that's on the line right now up in Camarillo, saying that as they went into this late this afternoon, they wanted to be here, they couldn't, but they all spoke immediately about Brian, and if he had been here, he'd be up there with them right now. So, Terry, thank you very much. Okay, our first two presentations have been on an uplifting note, and that will carry through our last presentation as well. Our concluding special presentation, and some of you may wonder what that pastry-bound big shoe with the mice on it is all about out in the middle of the floor. Our concluding presentation will be a performance by Cabrillo Music Theater, one of our city's marvelous resident companies. I'd like to introduce the delightful Carol Nussbaum, President and CEO of the award-winning Cabrillo Music Theater. Carol, welcome. Please come up and tell us about the performance this evening. There you go. It's all yours.
Thanks so much, Mayor. In the wonderful world of Cabrillo Music Theater, magical things happen every day. In the 6 years that I've been at the helm, we've seen a beast fall in love with a beauty, a talented group of chorus members on the line, a mysterious Dr. Jekyll turned to the proper Mr. Hyde right before your eyes, and a torrential rainfall form the backdrop for dazzling song and dance. But for the first time ever, impossible things are about to happen at the Cavalier Theater for Cabrillo audiences, things only a fairy godmother could produce. And when the fairy godmother is Sally Struthers, well, all your wishes come true. And there she is now, our extraordinary Emmy Award-winning fairy godmother, Sally Struthers. Yes, fairy godmother, I'm here, and we're so glad you are looking in on us from up there.
I never miss a Thousand Oaks City Council meeting. And I can't wait to join you and all your friends at the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza as our beautiful Cinderella has all her wishes come true. Would you like to see a pumpkin turn into a great big royal golden carriage?
You bet.
How about white mice turning into horses? Would you like to see birds turn into royal coachmen and footmen?
I can't wait.
It's all going to take place in Cabrillo Music Theater's Cinderella at the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza from July 23rd through August 1st. I'm so glad, Carol, that you and I will be there together. Bye-bye, my friend.
Bye-bye, fairy godmother, and thank you.
And remember, impossible things are happening every day, Carol, even at the city council meeting. Bye-bye.
Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members, and invaluable city staff. As you can tell, Cabrillo's upcoming show is Cinderella, from July 23rd through August 1st. Cinderella is the story of a young woman forced into a life of servitude by her cruel stepmother and self-centered stepsisters. Cinderella dreams of a life that's much better with the help of her fairy godmother. Cinderella is transformed into a princess and finds her prince. And there's a few very interesting facts about the Rodgers and Hammerstein beloved classic. The original broadcast in 1957, starring Julie Andrews, was seen by the largest audience in the history of the world at the time, with approximately 100 million people in the USA, representing 60% of the country's population at that time, and another 10 million people watched it from Canada to Cuba. Richard Rodgers, who wrote the music, was one of only 2 people ever to win an Emmy, a Grammy, an Academy Award, a Tony, and a Pulitzer Prize. He wrote over 900 songs for 43 musicals. And of course, his partner, Oscar Hammerstein, wrote the book and the lyrics. He was the winner of 8 Tony Awards and 2 Academy Awards. And Cabrillo's production will have all the bells and whistles and an all-star cast. As you met, Sally Struthers is our fairy godmother. She's a 2-time Emmy Award winner and a Golden Globe winner for her role in All in the Family. She had a recurring role in the hit TV show Gilmore Girls, and she's made many appearances on Broadway. Marcia Wallace is our villainous stepmother. You may remember her as the famed Secretary Carol on the Bob Newhart Show. She's also an Emmy Award winner for her voice on The Simpsons. Our king is Norman Large. He was in the original Broadway cast of Les Mis and the original LA cast of Phantom of the Opera and Cats. Christina Saffron Ashford is our queen. She's from Broadway too. She's in Singing in the Rain and A Chorus Line, and the revival Broadway cast of The Music Man. Her TV credits include General Hospital and Another World. And American Idol fans, hold on to your seats, because our Prince Charming is your Prince Charming, and that's Derek Lena, an American Idol favorite that appeared during Hollywood Week. And finally, our delicate Cinderella is Melissa Mitchell, a 19-year-old rising star whose TV film credits include Anger Management, Holes, and Star Search. Of course, our Broadway-worthy production team includes my fabulous, talented artistic director, Louis Wilkenfeld, our musical director of international and national fame, Stephen Smith, and our endlessly creative choreographer, Heather Castile. It's a huge cast of 45 people and a whopping 120 people working on the production. Of course, we've included our ever-growing outreach program, and we have a particularly appreciative group of more than 100 children from the Blind Children's Center. They'll be attending on July 24th, our matinee, with a reception for the kids just prior to the show. And we've also included an American Sign Language interpreted performance on opening night. To purchase tickets, you can call Ticketmaster at 800-745-3000, our wonderful box office at 449-2787. You can click at Ticketmaster.com, visit the box office. In the way of recent updating, my wonderful city council and city, we always like to do that. I'm delighted to tell you that I was recently appointed to the Board of Governors of the LA Stage Alliance, and you may know them as the organization that gives and awards the Tony Awards here in California, the Ovation Awards. It serves over 325 national and international organizational members. With that, friends, please help me welcome our scheming sisters, stepsisters, Ann Myers and Dana Shaw, and on the piano, our Ovation Award winner, Albie Potts.
Frail and fluffy beauty. Why can't a fellow ever once prefer a solid girl like me? She's a frothy little bubble with a flimsy kind of charm, and with very little trouble I could break her little arm. Oh, why would a fellow want a girl like her? So obviously unusual. Why can't a fellow ever once prefer a usual girl like me? Her cheeks are a pretty shade of pink, but not any pinker than a rose's. Her skin may be delicate and soft, but not any softer than a dose's. Her neck is no whiter than a swan. She's only as dainty as a daisy. She's only as graceful as a bird. So why is a fellow going crazy? Oh, why would a fellow want a girl like her? A girl who's merely lovely. Why can't a fellow ever once prefer a girl who's merely me? She's a frothy little bobble with a frilly sort of air, and with very little trouble I can pull out all her hair. Oh, why would a fellow want a girl like her? A girl who's merely lovely. Why can't a fellow ever once prefer a girl who's merely me? What's the matter with a man? What's the matter with a man? What's the matter with a man?
Thanks, ladies. And we just want to mention that we have a wonderful cake here. It's our glass slipper from Valley Bakery, and we brought that for everybody here to enjoy. But the mouse is for the mayor.
Carol, thank you very much, and to everybody from Cabrillo, thank you very much. I'm supposed to remind everyone that the cake and the mice will be in the lobby, and come out and eat when you want a break. If you want to take a break, and this looks like it might be one of those evenings when somebody might want a break, so the cake will be waiting for you. The city manager just mentioned to me that here in Thousand Oaks you can have your cake and eat it too. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Okay. At this time, we will move to item 6, public comment. Would the clerk please open public comment?
This is the time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. All speakers for public hearings shall be called and heard during the public hearing. Pursuant to council standards of operation, the mayor may assist any speaker from straying into areas not within the city's jurisdiction. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole. Under state law, issues discussed under public comments can have no action unless listed on the agenda and may be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda. All documents for city council and the official city record should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 3 people have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I should have mentioned also, as I try to do when I'm aware of it, we have a couple of elected officials who have joined us this evening. One will be coming up under public comments. The other one is long-term council member and former mayor of the city of Thousand Oaks, Mr. Larry Horner. Larry, good evening and welcome. Our first speaker under public comment is Mr. George Lang, and George is an elected member of the board of the Caneo Recreation and Park District. Good evening, George. Mr. Lang will be followed by Mr. Nick Kidwai.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. My name is George Lang, and I'm representing the Caneo Recreation and Park District this evening. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks since 1965, which is 1 year subsequent to when the city of Thousand Oaks was created, and 2 years subsequent to when the Caneo Recreation and Park District was created by a vote of the community. This community, as many people know, is served by 3 great government agencies: the City of Thousand Oaks, the Caneo Recreation and Park District, and the Caneo Unified School District. And together we collaboratively create a great environment, a place for people to enjoy life and to have opportunities that some communities don't have. I'm here this evening to mention that the month of July nationally is Recreation and Park Month. Actually, it's called Park and Recreation Month. And some people might not know the difference between when you hear Recreation and Park Districts or Parks and Recreation. Rec and Park Districts are special independent districts. And so when you hear Parks and Recreation, it's usually a department of the city. Let me go over a few items, bullet items, and I hope all of the council members and staff have a handout. It's this a national month throughout the country, as I mentioned. Parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Thousand Oaks and the surrounding Caneo Valley. Our parks and recreations are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring health of all citizens and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of our community and region. Parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic diseases, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. Parks and recreation programs increase the community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. Parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. Parks and natural recreation areas improve the water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. Our parks are a natural recreation area that ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. The U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lang. Our next speaker will be Mr. Nick Kidway, followed by Suzanne Duckett.
I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. My name is Nick Iqbal Kidway. I'm a resident of Newbury Park, and Dr. Glancy Last time I checked, there's still Director of Concerned Citizens of Thousand Oaks, just a few people there. Well, Mayor, it's hard to believe, but it is election time in the city, in the council, but you don't hear much about it. The cost of running is too high, plus there are too many rules that favor incumbents. If TOTV will be kind enough, this is signage from the last election at the corner of Rancho Road. Thank you. It's disgusting that over the years this city has not changed the rules to join our neighboring city like Westlake, Camarillo, every city that I know of, Ventura, to allow signage on public right-of-way. We are the only city where you need to get permission to put signage on, like the fences even that you saw, and it's basically is an incumbent thing, because if any council member calls and asks for the sign, they'll give it, but if somebody running wants it, no. The other things that were talked about but have never been implemented, and there's no motion, nothing being done, about having a direct mayor election, like Moore Park or Simi Valley. We had last year where the sitting council member who was elected was passed over. This is disgraceful, and this is undemocratic. It's to get rid of this. In fact, one of my suggestions is that we really should consider having a full-time mayor, because rather than having a city manager run it, but a full-time mayor who's accountable to the people. It's pretty sad, people don't know it, but one council member has spent $50,000 of her or his own money to run for council. One should not really have to spend that kind of money for a job that pays a stipend, does not really pay a salary. And one of the ways to be more accountable to the people, as well as reduce the cost, is to have districts. And when this was brought up 10, 15 years ago, there was a lot of hue and cry, but it really should be looked about, because then you would be accountable for a small amount of people, and you don't have to send the flyer to the whole city. TOTV, time is running short, but this is what may be coming to our city. I'm on the Automall signage committee, and not treated well there because I oppose it. I don't know if there's people in the city think that a 35-foot high sign, massive sign like that with a reader board is appropriate. But that's what is being recommended, and it's going to be coming, I don't know, next council meeting is, or before the summer hiatus. A wrong sentence was said by a council member that things have changed since '93. Look around, things as far as signage are concerned have not changed in this area. Thank you.
And our final speaker, Suzanne Duckett. Good evening, Mrs. Duckett.
Good evening, Suzanne Duckett, Thousand Oaks. Since I was told by one person on hospital staff that making Lynn Road 6 lanes was not part of the project of the hospital, I'm going to speak tonight at public comments and then again under the hospital agenda item. I was told by somebody on this Thousand Oaks city staff that some projects are coming up, including the hospital, that would extend the threshold of traffic on Lynn Road. These projects need to be charged for putting in a sound wall, a freeway sound wall, and the freeway barriers that go in the median. Every single project that contributes to this expansion of this threshold. Now, I don't understand what the threshold is here in Thousand Oaks, because you go on Pacific Coast Highway, the majority of that is 2 lanes going each direction. You go on Wilshire Boulevard, talk about traffic. Wilshire Boulevard is amazing, and the majority of Wilshire Boulevard, except for in between Brentwood and Westwood, is 2 lanes going each direction. In the city of Palo Alto, University Avenue, which you can get off of the 101 freeway, Bayshore Freeway, and travel all the way up to Stanford, is all a 2-lane road. And I might add, the speed limit on University Avenue is 25 or 30 miles an hour. So if you're going to put in an unsafe road on Lynn Road, we want freeway sound walls, and you guys are going to have to find the money to pay for that. And we want everything freeway, because that's what you're bringing to the middle of Thousand Oaks, is a freeway. It's ridiculous. We do have sound thresholds, too, as people who live in that area. So I'm here to tell you that you're going to have to find the money to pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me set some game rules here, folks. For some of you that haven't been down here before, this is the city council chamber, and it's the people's house. And every speaker that comes up to this podium is entitled to speak, say what they have to say, and do it in a manner that is not intimidating or threatening. In the football game, we don't cheer, we don't applaud, we don't laugh. They get up, they get an opportunity to say what they have to say, and in no way be intimidated by the reaction of the crowd. I would deeply appreciate it if you would respect that for the rest of the evening. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment section. City Redevelopment Agency and consent calendar. Pleasure of the council. I'll start down on this end. Did you have Mrs. Bildale opinion? Please.
Thank you. Excuse me. I would like to pull items D.
I'm sorry?
I would like to pull items D.
D as in David?
D as in David, F as in Frank, P as in Paul, and item U. Thank you.
Okay. D, F, P. D, F, and P, those three.
D, F, P, and U.
And U. Okay, anything else? Okay. There is there is supplemental information that the council has been provided on 7, F, H, P, and T, and I hope everyone has that additional material. Is it in the green? In the green packet? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we take the no other items for down there? That end. All right. You want to take these one at a time before we do the majority of the calendar? Okay, fine. Let's go to item. I also have. Let me take the public comment section first. Ms. Philadelphia, is that okay with you? All right, fine. We do have a card on one of the items on 7. I'm not sure which one. Mr. Kidwai.
Thank you, Mayor. It's wonderful to speak in the people's house. Wow. If TOTV will just show the minutes from 93, and just as an example, that's number A. These are the building blocks, thank you, of democracy. You can go and look at the minutes. Now, it's been 5 years now that the minutes are completely un-American and do not show what the speaker said. You look at the Planning Commission minutes for the Los Robles Hospital, it says pro-con, pro-con. That's not the people's house and the way ought to do people's business, and it's so sad that there's 7 people sitting there that nobody takes any action. I mean, as an immigrant, I mean as a political refugee, these things should matter to everybody. That's what makes this country and this flag great. In fact, this building and theaters were built on a ballot measure that said that no taxpayer dollars would be spent. And then you have D, theater fund subsidy of 40,000, and E, Cabrillo Center of 48,000. I don't know if it's coming from the theater fund or not, but the city is not going back to the public because I support the theaters. I don't think that they can make money, but the people's business should be done the way America is supposed to work. I guess I'm dumb. I want to speak on F and get out of your way, which is the annual slurry seal. It's been about 4 months, I think, that there was a similar item about overlay. And I was excited about it because Mayor Claudia Bel de la Pena came to my neighborhood along with 8 staff members to meet about 9 people. And we were promised at that time that we would have a slurry seal. This was, I don't know, 6 years ago. I haven't complained about it, but my neighbors have said, what happened? I said, don't worry, I mean, we are having problems, it's going to come in. 4 months ago, it was on the agenda. My neighbor's son is getting married, so he didn't want to have a disturbance. So he said, Nick, we are going to have the road overlay, can you find out? I said, no. I called up, and lo and behold, now I am told by staff that our neighborhood is not on it. What? I mean, you approve these things and then they disappear? I know we are having bad times. Please, somebody in staff should get back to me on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. Okay, Ms. Bel de la Pena, back to the first one, 7D.
Item 7D deals with additional appropriation of $40,000 for the Cinderella performance, I believe, and I wanted to find out whether from theaters more details about that subsidy. Oh, there you are. Okay, I was looking for Mr. Mitzi.
Mr. Mitzi's in Sweden.
Oh.
Good for him.
All right. Good evening, Stacy. The request for $40,000 is for one performance, and can you please explain to me whether that, how that money is being used, and is it to exclusively cover military members, or how is it working?
The request was for $51,000, which was 1/6 the cost of the entire show, all 7 performances for Cabrillo. The $40,000 that the Theater Enterprise Fund is suggesting is all theater costs related to the entire show. So it will sponsor one show for the military, but it includes the entire theater costs, related costs.
Would it not be less expensive if we were to subsidize only the military members attending the performance? Have you looked at that difference in price or amount?
I don't have the exact cost at just that one performance. However, this is a time when the theater is usually dark, and we don't have any revenue during that time, and the city will still realize revenues for those performances. We have parking revenue, concession revenue, and the $4 surcharge revenue, so we will still see a revenue for all the shows.
Okay, then how much revenue is expected?
The surcharge, based on last year's attendance at the Christmas show, will be approximately $20,000. The parking revenue, based on last year's shows, will be about $6,500, and the concessions for the month of December were $3,000. So we will still realize those revenues.
Okay, we would not be breaking even. Do you know why we are receiving such requests? I don't recall having received such a request in the past.
We received, we did provide a refund for last year's Christmas show, so it was just after the fact as opposed to now dealing with it at this period in time.
And if the city, hypothetically speaking, were not to provide these services, what would happen, or the additional subsidy?
I don't know if Cabrillo would still provide the performance, and we'd be completely dark, and we would still have expenses. We still have staff expenses during that time as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. Should I move on to the next?
Yeah, why don't you, 7, if I understand correctly, 7F?
Thank you. 7F deals with a $1 per year rent for Cabrillo Music Theater for office space at the Civic Arts Plaza. Could you explain as to why the city is now willing to offer basically free rent to one artistic group versus another artistic group in town?
Mr. Mitnick, you want to?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as we have explained previously in following up with some of the recommendations that have come to us from the arts consultant, looking with the recommendation to have tangible benefits to the resident companies, and we have an office vacancy with the redevelopment agency staff leaving. Cabrillo expressed an interest because they were having rent issues where they are right now in an outside office. They had expressed an interest in that space, and we have had some challenges with the New West Symphony and the Alliance for the Arts in their office space as well. And there are agreements with those other two tenants, the New West Symphony and the Alliance, which will come back to council at some point in the near future. So we're moving in the direction for all three of them to be there rent-free. They are in the business of, in two cases, in the business of providing performances at the theater. So in reducing their costs for office space rent, they're able to focus their energy and their money on the performances in the theater. So that's a form of helping them remain viable and sustainable. And the same applies to the Alliance for the Arts, and that'll come before the council at a later date. So again, it's recommended by the arts consultant, and it's consistent also with city staff who occupy this building. They're in the business of providing municipal services to the community. We don't charge ourselves on rent payments.
Thank you. I have another question relating to Cabrillo Music Theater, but perhaps it would be more suited for the city attorney. And I wanted to find out, knowing that Cabrillo Music Theater is, or at least the head of Cabrillo Music Theater is actively involved in the re-election of an incumbent, whether that would not be an appearance of a conflict of interest. And it could be someone who might also end up being selected for the Cultural Arts Commission.
There is no conflict of interest. Whether there's an appearance, that is, in my opinion, up to the individual council members. I'm not sure if that particular council member is voting on these matters. I also want to be clear that the discussions with Cabrillo on the rent started a year ago, and we believed at that time that we were going to be bringing it forward when we brought forward the arts report, which, as everyone knows, has been greatly delayed. And so a year later, it's really a consequence of timing, and I don't think we should be, I guess I wanted to make that clear, that the agreement by staff to recommend to the council that we would offer the space started over a year ago. And we felt that because of all the timing that's happened, Cabrillo did come to us. There was a discussion very recently and asked us, could we please help them out, given the economic times that everyone finds themselves in. That is why we're bringing this lease forward, and our original plan was to bring all the leases, the New West and the Alliance, together, but they are in their spaces already. So I guess I went a little off the question, but I wanted to explain the timing of this situation, that this is something Cabrillo was expecting for the past year, and we didn't bring it forward because of the timing of the report. As to who may be appointed to the commission, that is so up in the air, I can't even fathom. It is going to be an open process. We've already started advertising. We're having like 2 months of people being able to apply. There's basically 8 open seats, and we're looking forward to having a large amount of people that are very, very interested. And I can't predict to you who may or may not be on that board and how that will ultimately, and as in all of our committee and commissions appointments, the council will come back and those members will be confirmed by the entire council. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. I think Mrs. Irwin has a comment. I have 2 other items that I pulled.
She has 2 more.
Do you want to pull something as well?
Mrs. Irwin.
Yeah, I just wanted to, this is speaking to 7D. You know, Cabrillo is a resident movie theater, resident company, and they do an excellent job, and it's a great cause to do this for the military. I am going to support it, but I do want to say it is setting a precedent, and I think we really need to be careful going forward that there might be other companies that come and ask for these subsidies, and we have to be very careful about the direction that we're going. So I understand what you're saying on that item.
Okay, thank you. Moving down 7D, excuse me, 7F, 7H was pulled at the beginning of the meeting. 7P, Ms. Bildel-Penny.
Thank you. I see that that is an additional appropriation to slurry the streets in relation or connected to the Verizon fiber to the Promises construction that has been going on for well over a year. And I just wanted to clarify the amount of $862,000. Is that the additional appropriation, or is it a different amount?
The amount that's appropriated for Verizon is about $189,000. That's money that Verizon has paid to the city in exchange for trenching those streets, and so now we will go out and do the slurry seal at their expense.
Okay, so the $862,000 will be covered by whom exactly?
The rest of the funding in the project is city gas tax funds and some of its facilities funds. So the total project is the higher number. The amount for Verizon is about $189,000. And you have to read through, through that recommendation. There's a variety of funding sources. Predominantly for all the residential streets, it's gas tax.
And that is different from the original amount of how much? The original amount, because we say that it is an additional appropriation. Is there now a difference? Was there an increase in cost, or what is the difference?
The additional appropriation is the way that the city council can take that money that Verizon has already given to us and then apply it to a project.
All right, thank you. That was P.
P, and item 7U.
7U has been a controversial item, and I just wanted to make sure about the grant agreement regarding the city's child care center, which is right across the street here around the corner on Conejo School Road. The amount of $615,000, if staff could fill me in as to how this amount is comprised.
Carolyn, please.
Thank you. The city has been receiving funds for the past 15 years from the California Department of Education, and the funds have been used for the city to hire a contractor to provide preschool and child development services at the city's facility at 110 South Conejo School Road. And these funds are meant to subsidize the child care and child development services for very low income, normally single parent families that otherwise would not be able to afford to enroll their children in the service.
How does this amount compare to the previous amount the year before when we had a different operator?
The amounts of the grants are relatively similar. They do vary slightly from year to year, but they have been in the $500,000 and $600,000 amount for the last few years, and the amount of the grant is actually unrelated to the city's contractor.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because as you well know, we've had numerous public speakers regarding the subsidy and how it would allegedly go up in the amount and could possibly cost a lot of money. That has not occurred here, has it?
No, the amount of the grant is related to the hourly rate for child care and development services, which is uniform across the state. It's based on the particular nature of the state grant, and it's based on a certain hourly rate for a number of hours based on the number of children that can afford to be or that can be accommodated during the program.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions, and I'm ready to move the consent calendar with the exception of items D and F.
Okay, so you move consent calendar, including P as in Paul and U as in Union, with the exception of D as in David and F as in Frank. Okay.
Yes, that would be correct.
Comment to the motion? I'm sorry?
That would be correct. I cannot support the other two motions because I see a definite appearance of conflict of interest in that.
Okay, comment to the motion? There being none, please vote.
The motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Fox absent.
Thank you very much. Items D and F. Dr. Glancy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move 7D and 7F.
Move D and F. Comments to the motion? Further said. Okay. There being none, please vote.
The motion carries 3-1. Councilmember Bill de la Pena dissenting and Councilmember Fox absent.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item 8A, the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. Item 8A, would the clerk please open the public hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8A, the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 79-2, the annual levy and annexation for fiscal year 2010-11. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this hearing, and we have no speaker cards.
Thank you very much. At this time, staff report, Mr. Spurgeon. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is our annual public hearing to set next year's assessment rates and consider annexations for the city's Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. The city's been fortunate to have this funding source over the years to keep our landscaped areas beautifully maintained, and this slide highlights this next year's budget. I'm going to touch on each of these briefly. The Landscape Lighting Assessment Act of 1972 allows for graffiti abatement to be funded through district assessments. So we propose to add our abatement program to the district beginning next fiscal year. About 40% of the cost for graffiti removal will be assessed to residents in the district, which represents their fair share of the program. The remaining 60% would be paid through ad valorem revenues collected through the district. And ongoing total savings to the general fund for graffiti abatement will be $150,000 per year. Streetlight assessments are proposed to be adjusted next year by 3% to about $12 per residential parcel per year. That's a whole 35-cent increase, so not very much there. About 80% of the city is in the street lighting district. 5 years ago, maintenance costs for traffic signals were included in the street lighting budget, and this has saved the general fund over $400,000 per year. Moving on to landscaping, 40% of the city is in the landscape district. And there are 39 separate benefit zones, and assessments for each zone are set to cover only the actual maintenance costs of the landscaping within each zone. For next fiscal year, we propose no increase in the landscape assessments. This is the third straight year we've been able to go without an increase for those assessments. The assessments range, depending on where you're at in the city, from $35 to a little over $300 per residential parcel per year. And because the district is in such very good financial shape, we're able to maintain assessments at previous levels. And really, this is a result of good management policies set by City Council over the years. Our reserves in the district are in place to fund future capital improvements, including more efficient irrigation systems and water-friendly plant materials, and those improvements are ongoing. And finally, regarding the annexation for this year, last year, residents along Sirius Street and Arcturus Street submitted a petition asking the city to install streetlights. And this is an older neighborhood in North Thousand Oaks without streetlights. But before they could be installed, we would need to annex the benefiting residents into the lighting district. So we've sent ballots to 22 properties that would benefit. And if the annexation passes, there'll be about 10 new streetlights installed on existing wood poles. You can see them in this slide, the power line poles. These would be installed by Southern California Edison at no cost to the city. So with that, what we need to do is go ahead and close the public hearing if there's no public comments or additional ballots to be turned in, and then staff will adjourn to count the ballots. We will come back then later in the evening and report the results and deal with further recommended actions. Be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spurgeon. Questions of staff? Apparently, there are no questions of staff at this time. At this time, I'll open the public hearing for public testimony. Additionally, if the public has any remaining ballots that they wish to present them to the city clerk, to Mrs. Lawrence over there. I do have one public speaker card. Mr. Nick Kidwai. Choose not to? Okay. I have no additional speaker cards. If anyone was late in getting one in, anyone that wishes. Okay, at this time, I'll close the public hearing. No ballots will be accepted. No more ballots. The public hearing is now closed. The Deputy City Clerk will do the final tabulation of the ballots in the City Clerk Department. While the ballots are being tabulated, we will continue on with the agenda items and return to this item when tabulation is complete.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, let me apologize. If I could just go back to Mr. Spurgeon, Jay, there's a point, I think you covered it, but I just think it bears just some highlighting on page 3 of the staff report. Maybe you can just briefly cover specifically item 5 with the establishment of the capital improvement program, and then in the paragraph after that, where through council action we looked at actually lowering some assessments and how that whole program worked.
Okay, the item 5 on page 3 of the report, we have worked with our maintenance staff to prepare and plan capital improvements for each of the 39 zones, and it varies depending on the zone, depending on the needs. It could be some major street tree trimming. It could be repair of split rail fencing, those kind of things. It could be additional landscaping. Irrigation, smart irrigation controllers, those have been installed through many of the zones, so that's to improve our water efficiency. In terms of lowering assessments, when the district was re-engineered a number of years ago, one of the main goals that City Council established was to use the additional ad valorem revenues that the district collected to lower assessments in many of the zones. And so we do use that to offset the costs of maintenance that it takes for the landscaping, specifically benefiting those zones. So the assessments are actually lower than they would be without that funding and without that policy in place.
Right, so the bottom line is it's a reduced assessment to the individual property owner.
Absolutely, correct.
Okay. And again, you know, in the era that we're in right now with cities and municipal government looking for every opportunity to raise fees, raise taxes because, you know, budgets are difficult and everything else, back in '98, council had the vision and staff as well to look at opportunities for actually, when the opportunities presented themselves, to actually lower assessments in lighting and landscape. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. No additional comment. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will call 8B, I'm sorry, 8A, 8B, yeah. Item 8A. Excuse me just a minute. I'm having a little problem with the alphabet here, so if you'll just bear with me. Okay. 8B is the next item up. Any council comment at the start of this, Mrs. Bilde La Pena?
Yes. I will recuse myself from the vote tonight. Although legally I'm allowed to vote, my ethics are a little different. I have a husband who provides services at Los Robles Hospital, and therefore I don't feel very comfortable voting on this at all. I wish that the ethics laws were a little stricter, but and would include such an appearance of conflict of interest as I perceive in my case. So I am taking it upon myself to take that step. I also wanted to mention that in the supplemental report, there are 4 memos, one of which is mine, which states that I did speak to one constituent regarding traffic, and the other council members, I think, met with the hospital. And anyhow, so all of these communications are in the screen packet in case you didn't see that. So I will not be voting on the issue tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bilde La Pena. For myself, because I live within 500 feet, the 500-foot radius of this project, I have a conflict of interest on this hearing item regarding the Los Robles Hospital expansion. I will recuse myself from this hearing and leave the room. The Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Fox, will now move forward with this hearing. If you'll give us just a couple minutes to shift, thank you very much for bearing with us.
Got it.
And it starts.
Okay.
Come back.
Got it.
You got it. Well, okay.
Thank you. Before we get started, let me just continue with the announcements for abstention. Like Ms. Bill de la Pena, while I did not have a legal conflict of interest, I did believe that there could be a perceived conflict of interest on the last vote. That's why I absented myself from the dais and did not take part in the vote as it related to the consent calendar. So I'm glad everybody's on the same page, and we're doing our best we can to play in a level playing field. With that, Madam Clerk, could you open item 8A for public hearing, please?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8B, the Los Robles Hospital and Medical Center expansion, land use 2008-70302, zone change 2008-70301, special use permit major modification 2008-70706, development permit 2008-70707, oak tree permit 2008-70705, located at 215 West Jans Road and northeast corner of Lynn and Jans Roads. The applicant is the Los Robles Hospital and Medical Center. Also, a revision of parking standards for hospitals, Municipal Code Amendment 2009-70079. The applicant is the City of Thousand Oaks. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing. All documents for the City Council and official city records should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and city of residence for the for the record, excuse me. 66 people have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to council standards, the applicant is allowed 15 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal. The remaining speakers are allowed 2 minutes each, and the yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. We have a number of staff members that are going to be presenting to the council and the community tonight. Mr. Prescott, the Community Development Director, will start off with the overall staff report. Mr. Prescott, good evening.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I will be making a few brief introductory remarks regarding the evaluation of this project, and then turn it over to Lori Young, Senior Planner, who is the case planner, who will give the bulk of the presentation. We also have available Mr. Rick Burgess to my left, who is the environmental planner who supervised and wrote parts of the environmental impact report. We have staff available from the Public Works Department as well. Mr. Watkins, the Public Works Director, is at the far left, to my far left on the dais, and we have other members of his staff as well. After Ms. Young gives her presentation, I'll make a few comments regarding some issues that have come up since the Planning Commission hearing that we're addressing in our presentation, and then Mr. Watkins will talk about some of the steps that the city has taken vis-a-vis Lynn Road itself. And then we'll get back to Lori to conclude the presentation. But basically, I want to just talk a little bit procedurally. The project involves two separate properties that are both owned by the hospital, and it requires a modification to the special use permit for the hospital as to that particular building, the changes they want to make there. But in addition to that, the project for the parking structure at the corner of Jansen and Lynn requires some legislative actions, i.e. a zone change and a general plan amendment, over which the City Council has jurisdiction. So all of the permits and the legislative actions are being processed concurrently pursuant to council direction, and in that case, the first hearing is by the Planning Commission, and that occurred on May 24th, and the role of the commission is to simply make a recommendation to City Council. So it comes to council automatically. The entire project, all the applications are before the City Council this evening. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Young, who will begin the presentation. This will be probably a little bit longer than the typical presentation. In view of the magnitude of the project and the community interest in it, please bear with us.
All right. Good evening, Ms. Young. I want to turn your mic on.
Good evening.
All right.
This is the site for the hospital,
It consists of two areas, the main hospital campus, which is located here, and that's 13 acres, and the smaller parcel, which is 2 acres at the northeast corner of Lynn and Jans Roads. The hospital site is bordered by Lynn Road, Sidley Street to the north, Young Avenue to the east, and Jans Road to the south. There are there's one driveway off Lynn Road to access the hospital, and that's on Medical Center Drive. On Lynn Road, there's the medical office driveway, the main driveway to access the medical office buildings, and also that's where the access to the parking structure is off of. The main entrance to the hospital is located here, and here's the existing parking structure, and there's also a driveway right here leading to the, it's for the ambulance. And also there is access to the parking structure in this driveway. The hospital was originally built in the late 60s, and the latest expansion was the 3-story building addition, which was approximately 200,000 square feet. The purpose of this purpose for this expansion is, one, to comply with the state seismic safety requirements, and they need to comply by January 1st, 2013. And the second reason is to accommodate future patient needs for beds. And the hospital is requesting 60 new additional beds. The previous application, the last modification, approved 277 beds. The applicant has categorized the project into 3 different components. Project A consists of adding a 4th floor. Okay. Do you want me to start from the beginning?
No, okay.
Okay.
If it's okay, let me just try to do my best to run the meeting. No, but we would like you to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Project A consists of adding a 4th floor to the existing 3-story building wing, the one that was approved in 2007. Project B consists of constructing the 659-space parking structure, and Project C will be to add the new 4-story plus basement patient care wing. And this will be located just north of the existing 3-story building wing. At final build-out, the project will consist of 337 beds, and this is the addition of 60 beds to the 277 that was already approved. The project requires 6 applications. The building additions require modification to the existing SUP. The construction of the parking structure requires general plan amendment, zone change, development permit, and oak tree permit. There's also a city-initiated municipal code amendment to update the parking standards. And the land use, zone change, and municipal code amendment are legislative actions that require the Planning Commission to make recommendations to the City Council.
Lori?
Yes.
I'm really going to ask you to move as close as you can to the mic, and then if the TOTV guy handling the audio can turn Ms. Young's mic up. It is difficult to hear you.
Okay.
All right.
This is a 5-phase construction project. Phase A1 will consist of adding a 4th floor on top of the existing 3-story building wing, and this is shell space only. Phase A2 will consist of building out half of that fourth floor, and also to construct either 2 stories of the new patient care wing, or construct the 4 stories and keep the 3rd and 4th levels as shell space. Phase A3 will consist of finishing out the other half of the 4th floor from Phase A1, and Phase A4 will be constructing the parking structure, and Phase A5 will either build out floors 3 and 4 or build floors 3 and 4 on top of the first 2 levels. To comply with seismic safety requirements, this will be met after completion of Phase A3. And the parking structure is not needed at this time because it doesn't exceed the beds that were already approved, which were 277 beds. This shows the main entrance to the hospital, and the 4th floor will be on top of the existing building wing. And I'm trying to get this. Okay, the 4th floor will be added on right here on top, and which is about 38,000 square feet, and this is the new patient care wing proposed, the 4-story wing, and this is about 232 square feet, and this will be connected on the north side of the building. Here's the Project B site, which is the parking structure. This is a multi-level parking structure and will provide 659 parking spaces. As you can see, this is the medical center drive, and this is the main driveway to the medical offices right here. Whoops. After Phase A3, there will be a total of 261 beds, and this is still below the approved number. The building additions, projects A and C, are still below the height of the existing 3-story wing and will still be below the height of the original Building A. The design, the architecture is intended to match exactly the new 3-story wing, or the latest 3-story wing in materials, color, and design. The new wing will have room for 111 beds. This shows the new 4-story wing. There's a employee entrance in the rear, and this design matches the existing 3-story building. This is the view looking northwest. The overall building coverage for both the hospital building additions and the existing parking structure is 45% of the site. So there will be a waiver needed because the coverage requirement is 25%. The design complies with the precise plan of design guidelines and matches the existing building wing. The new wing will be set back approximately 108 feet from the property line and about 200 feet from the nearest house. In addition to the waiver to the site coverage, There'll also be a need for a waiver to the height requirement, and this will, although a waiver is needed, it still falls below the height of the central tower of the three-story wing and below the height of the existing hospital. This shows the existing view from Sidley Street, and this is how the hospital is currently. And this is the hospital with adding the 4th floor, and this is from Sidley Street. This next slide shows the 4-story building addition as viewed from Sidley Street. This does not show the landscaping that the hospital is planning to install. As part of this, the project conditions, larger landscape planters were required in the north parking lot to add larger trees to help soften the building. And from the Planning Commission hearing, they expanded one of the conditions to see if the hospital could install landscaping in the north slope adjacent to the back of the Sidley Street residences. And the applicant has submitted a plan, a concept landscape plan of the north slope, which shows the addition of 21 new trees. And they're 24-inch box-sized trees. This has been reviewed by our landscape architect and found to be acceptable. The city has also initiated a municipal code amendment to update the outdated parking requirement for hospitals, which is one space, 1.85 spaces per bed. And in reality, we have not used this standard for probably the last 3 or 4 proposals. We've always required the hospital to provide a parking demand study. The new requirement would require a parking demand study, and based on also a bed count or square footage if there's no increase in beds. So we required the parking demand study. We also looked at the area to be vacated in the original building, because parking needed to be assigned in this area, and that is approximately 38,000 square feet. Half of it was assigned for general office associated with the hospital, and the other half was for storage. According to the analysis, 1,312 parking spaces were required for the project, and that is the number that will be provided. Once the parking structure is built, there will be adequate parking. And the parking is supplied in 4 different areas. We have the new parking structure, the existing parking structure, the valet loop, and the existing surface spaces. And also this does not include the valet parking, which the hospital is using right now. The parking structure is not required until phase A5, when the additional beds are added, which exceed the 277 beds. The plan is to construct the parking structure in phase A4 before these beds are occupied. The parking structure is not required to meet seismic safety requirements. The parking structure consists of 6 levels. 2 levels will be below grade, 1 at grade, and 3 above. The average height of the parking structure is 36 feet. The maximum height occurs at the elevator and stair towers. And so there are those are the only really high areas of the parking structure. There is a need for building setbacks and landscaping setbacks. The parking structure is set back approximately 27 feet from the property line. However, the 2 floors below grade are not visible. And the existing slope around the parking structure will remain in place with the mature landscaping. So in appearance, it looks like the structure will comply with the landscaping and building setbacks. The roof level of the parking structure will not be lit except for security purposes only, and access to the parking structure at night will be prohibited. The project for the parking structure also requires an oak tree permit to remove one oak tree, transplant one oak tree, and encroach within the protected zones of 3 oak trees. Also, there's a need to have a waiver for the building site coverage, which for this lot, this small 2-acre lot, is 55%. Also, there's a minimum 5-acre requirement lot size for parking structures, and this lot is 2 acres in size. A general plan amendment and zone change has been applied for this site. The current designation is commercial for the land use, and the proposed change is going from commercial to institutional, and to change the zoning correspondingly to from CO to PL. This matches the land use and zoning that exists for the hospital now, and would also allow the hospital to build the multi-level parking structure, which is not allowed in the CO zone. This is a view of the parking structure from the medical office driveway. You could see that there's no landscaping here. There's a large berm. So the view of the parking structure is really 3 floors, including the rooftop level. This is the elevator tower and the entrance to the parking structure. You can see here, this is the turnout for the shuttle that will transport employees to and from the hospital. This parking structure will be reserved for employee parking only, and this will free up the more convenient spaces closer to the hospital. This shows the proposed structure from Jan's, from that medical office driveway and Jan's Road, and this shows it with existing landscaping. This is the view from the intersection of Jan's and Lynn Road. As you can see, there's no landscaping here. You can notice that the area in here is where the underground parking encroaches into the setback, but with the berming and the existing landscaping, in addition to more landscaping that will be installed to fill in areas where there is no trees, you wouldn't notice the parking structure very much. This is the view at the corner looking north east, and you can see that that line shows the parking structure behind, and these are existing trees there. This does not even count the new trees that will be added. This is the view of the parking structure from Lynn Road. top one is with the existing landscaping, and the bottom view is with the added landscaping. And this is looking from Lynn Road at the parking structure without landscaping. You could see the stair tower here and the area where the underground parking will be. Both the elevator and stair towers are facing areas where it's more of an interior view. This is looking southeast from Lynn Road with existing landscaping. And this shows it with the proposed landscaping. The city has prepared an environmental impact report and found that with mitigation, there will be no significant environmental impacts. To accommodate the loss of parking during construction, additional parking was needed. An agreement, the hospital has made an agreement with the Park District to provide, the Park District agreed to provide 500 spaces in the parking lot by the soccer fields, and this is over at Canal Creek Park. That's it. I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Prescott.
Thank you, Lori. I just want to briefly address some of the other topics that have come up. First of all, the hospital area master plan. When the Turcotte project was before the council a couple of years ago, and which was denied by the council, one of the matters of interest was whether there could be some kind of a cooperative work among the property owners there of the office buildings and the hospital to come up with some kind of a master plan that might show all future development and circulation, both vehicular and vehicular and pedestrian circulation improvements, and possibly some other topics such as landscaping. And so we have imposed a condition on the hospital to participate in such a master planning process. We have done some preliminary outreach with the other property owners. Those are all the existing office buildings. Most of them are owned by partnerships of doctors that don't have any immediate plans for changes to the land use there, but it is something that we do want to look at in the immediate future. And the condition does require the hospital to participate in that process. We have a multi-phase project that will be at least several years before the parking structure would be under construction. So that gives us an opportunity to develop all of that information and try to reach some kind of arrangements with the property owners regarding what their visions for that area are, and significantly how to pay for any improvements that might be needed. And that ties into the addendum traffic study condition, and that has been added by staff after the Planning Commission hearing, and that would require an update to the traffic study before the parking structure building permit is issued, which would, according to the plan here, be several years away. And that would take a good look at what traffic conditions are at that point in time and give us the opportunity to adjust the conditions to meet any unexpected needs. We would also be taking in that interim traffic study a very close look at the possibility of traffic signals at the driveways where the hospital and medical office traffic intersect with Jantz Road and also Lynn Road, looking at the desirability and feasibility of opening up the median island with a signalized intersection for Medical Center Drive to allow access directly out to Lynn Road, whether that would be beneficial or not. A couple other topics have come up since the Planning Commission hearing. Measure E is one. Measure E, just by way of background, is a voter-adopted initiative that passed in 1996. It states that certain types of amendments to the city's general plan, those amendments that would either increase residential density or increase commercial acreage above the levels that existed in 1996 would not only have to go through the normal process of planning commission and approval by the city council, but also be approved by the electorate, if approved by the city council. As Ms. Young noted, the parking structure site is presently designated commercial by the city's general plan. The proposal is to change it to institutional, so that is actually a reduction in commercial acreage at the general plan level, and Measure E, it does not apply to the project. The city council has the final authority over that general plan amendment. The second issue that's come up is the Lynn Road, whether that would need to be widened to 6 lanes. By way of background, the city's general plan originally, when it was adopted in 1970, showed Lynn Road as a 6-lane road from the freeway up to Jantz Road. In 1997, the city council concluded a comprehensive review of various land use and circulation issues in the community, and adopted a number of general plan amendments. One of those amendments was to change the general plan circulation elements so that Lynn Road, instead of being 6 lanes to Jantz, would be 5 lanes up to Gainsborough, and then 4 lanes from Gainsborough northerly, all the way around to where it becomes Olson Road up near the college. So that's the city's general plan. The project itself does not require Lynn Road widening. It has a very small impact on Lynn Road traffic down in the areas where cumulative traffic volumes are fairly high in the vicinity of Gainsborough and Camino Manzanas. However, the project itself does not require widening. The city itself does not plan any widening, and in fact, before such a project could be considered, the city would have to change the general plan, because the general plan is now a 4-lane road down to Gainsborough, and then a 5-lane from Gainsborough to Hillcrest, and that's the 3 lanes northbound and the 2 lanes southbound. So that is not a part of the project. There was some concern that somehow this project might result in that happening, and there was a discussion pretty much along the lines that I've just described verbally in the environmental impact report. So at this point, I would like to turn it over to Mark Watkins, the Public Works Director, to talk about some of the real achievements that the city has had in managing Lynn Road traffic flow.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott, members of the City Council, members of the public. I'll run through these just briefly, but due to the interest in Lynn Road, I did want to summarize some of the city's efforts starting in 2007 when the City Council convened an ad hoc committee to look at Lynn Road. That ad hoc committee came up with a 9-step plan, and all of those items have since been implemented. Those have included the addition of radar feedback signs on Lynn Road, the construction of police motorcycle staging areas. One of the concerns from the police department was that it was a difficult road to enforce because there was no good places for them to stage, and so we did stage areas within the median, and so they've got the additional ability to enforce. Since that time, there has been enhanced enforcement. Based upon the radar speed feedback signs and the enhanced enforcement, we're also able to then lower speed limits along certain segments of the roadway, and so the speeds and the prevailing speeds along Lynn Road are lower now. Traffic signals were synchronized, other intersection improvements were constructed, countdown pedestrian timers were installed, and then earlier this year, the City Council eliminated the truck routes within that area. The other change that was made for the benefit of those who back up to Lynn Road was a municipal code amendment that allowed homeowners to build sound walls. The results of all this have been well received by the community. There are lower speeds. We also have lower traffic volumes and fewer trucks. Most of those are primarily due to the construction of 23 freeway widening, but the conditions on Lynn Road are generally better than they were several years back. And then the final item is that we also have got a lower number of collisions along the Lynn Road corridor. So all those efforts have been successful and have resulted in a better Lynn Road. So Lori, you want to go ahead and finish up?
On May 24th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of all the applications. There were a few additions in the language to the master plan, and also to a landscape condition, which was the north slope. And and the city added a new condition, which is a requirement of a amendment or a update of the traffic study prior to construction of the parking structure. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends that that the City Council introduce the ordinances and adopt resolutions to the applications before you tonight. That concludes my remarks.
Okay, thanks very much. Questions from the council to staff? Ms. Irwin.
I actually do have a lot of questions, but just initially some for you, clarifications. When you showed the rendering of the parking structure with the landscaping that's currently there and then the landscaping that's coming in later, what size are we requiring the hospital to put in, and how long will it take before you achieve that mature look that you have in the rendering?
I believe that because of the existing slope, you can only plant, I think, 24-inch box-sized trees, and it will take approximately 5 years for those to grow into the size that you see in the view shed. But also, the view shed doesn't look at the existing trees that are there that will be growing taller, so the effect will be more screening.
So you have trees that are fast-growing trees that in 5 years are going to reach that height?
Yes. We also have John Innes here, the city's landscape architect, who is available for questions.
Okay, and maybe this is something for the landscape architect. I read that there's also going to be transplanting of 60-foot pine trees. That seems to me kind of like a dangerous procedure. And how is that done, or has that been done before? Certainly there's an advantage because you're screening right away, but how do you transplant a 60-foot pine tree?
Okay, I'll hand it over to John Innes.
Good evening. I believe the pine trees are more like 40 feet tall, but in any case, transplanting large pine trees is not unusual. In fact, several were transplanted already at previous work around the hospital. And we had the applicant increase some planters north of the expansion area so we would have space for these large trees to reside.
So are these trees screening the hospital, the addition, or are they screening the parking structure?
It's the addition. The large trees are going to be north of the north addition.
And how many of those are being transplanted?
I would have to look at the plans. I don't recall the number in that area.
Yeah, I'm just want to know how quickly this screening is going to happen for the neighbors. So maybe we can.
We're talking about the north side or the parking structure
of the addition. North side.
Yeah, and that's where the large pine trees will go, and there'll also be young pine trees planted even closer to those properties, and that was the condition that the Planning Commission added.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I had a question for Mr. Watkins. There is a letter from Mark and Ellen Glazer, and it is talking about storm levels, water levels on Sidley. I know there's a lot of water issues throughout that entire neighborhood. And I want to know how much is the hospital contributing to it. There is some comment that with the last construction, there was an increase in the runoff. So could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, if I could. I've got both our land development engineer here and our geologist. Let me have one of them address that question so we can get you the best answer.
Good evening. You're talking about the overland flow that's coming out in the curb and through the street?
Right.
Yeah, the last project that went through, there was detention that was installed, and with this project, there's going to be detention on site that will limit the amount of groundwater and surface water that's going to be coming out into the street.
Okay, but those residents are still having issues with stormwater. Is there anything planned more long-term to...
There is a capital works project planned for that intersection where there will be catch basins installed in that intersection that will pick up that extra stormwater and carry it into Waverly Channel.
Okay, so that should offer some relief for those residents. Is
Yes.
it just Sidley Street that it's benefiting?
Yes, Sidley and Young.
And is the hospital paying for that?
No, the hospital will not be paying for that. That is a capital works project.
Is it caused by the hospital, the stormwater?
No, there's a very large drainage basin that's contributing to this. So what the hospital is contributing to is not the entire amount of drainage. It's a lot of the drainage that is south of Jan's Road that's contributing to this. The hospital does contribute, but the hospital has mitigated their stormwater runoff.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I'll have other questions later on. Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Sure. Councilmember Clancy.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. It was a pleasure following Ms. Irwin tonight because you get some hot topics. I would like to know what kind of measures are being taken in the parking structure for personal safety. This is a structure that's considerably further removed from the hospital and it's kind of down in no man's land. And typically those things are quite an issue. So what's being planned?
The parking structure is going to be reserved for employees only, and it would be controlled access gate. And also the police department has added a condition that requires the same security measures as existing in their parking structure now.
You know, what I saw was that the conditions stated that the camera system had to be at least as good as that which is in the current structure. So that's the only condition that I saw. I assume there's some more that's been suggested to promote safety for those people using the garage. I'm not sure if limiting the structure to just employees is really going to keep a pedestrian out, someone that is just in the area.
Well, at nighttime, most of the employees will probably be able to park up at the main hospital site.
Okay.
And also the police department usually works with the applicant, you know, going over all the security later after the project's approved.
Okay, great. You know, we've mentioned the master plan and the fact that it's going to be developed concurrently with the process. What do we have in place to ensure the applicant's cooperation with the master plan rather than just urging them to negotiate in good faith?
Well, basically the condition requires them to participate in good faith, and the master planning process is really a cooperative process among the property owners. I think the city is taking the lead because of the interest the city council has in it, but at the end of the day it's going to be a compilation of what the individual property owners envision for their property and different improvements that they might be able to support that might be necessary for those uses. And those will have costs associated with them, so there won't be really anything that's going to happen out there unless the property owners themselves are willing to put in some money for the cost of improvements. Another aspect of the master plan would be the public input that's required by the condition. So it's not a formal adopted city plan or zone change or anything like that, but it's more of a kind of a long-range vision for what that entire super block might encompass, and then the council would have the ability to look at the at the impacts of that and then decide whether that was a good thing or not. I think that if the if this project goes forward, then that becomes a key building block of the master plan, around which the other parts will revolve. And to some degree, given the access limitations and given the parking and circulation limitations, this might indicate some lower intensity for some of the other properties than people might otherwise expect.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Is there some sort of umbrella that the hospital and block can fall under that would allow us to dictate a slower speed limit than is currently seen in that area?
I think Mr. Watkins will take, you're talking about on the surrounding public streets?
Yes, Lynn Road also,
limits, yeah.
Primarily. Lynn and Jan's.
Yeah, we of course fall under state law when it comes to establishing our speed limits, and our speed limits have to be established at the 85th percentile level and within 5 miles per hour of the 85th percentile level. So one of the things we're able to do on Lynn Road from Manzanas up to Arbalest was to lower the speed from 50 down to 45 once some of these improvements were in place and the speeds have been adjusted. But the way the speed laws work within our state is you have to set those speeds at that 85th percentile level. They're based on the assumption that 85% of people are going to drive at or near a reasonable speed. And so if we don't do that, then our police department is not able to enforce. And so that's why we have to set the speeds at that level so that we can then do enforcement.
Thanks. Thanks for the refresher. I certainly am aware of speed limits. I was thinking about, though, is that school zones have a much lower speed limit than we see on the highways. So is there a special concession for school zones that wouldn't be or couldn't be applied to other areas of interest like a hospital zone?
Yeah, that's correct. There is a special, there's prima facie speeds for residential streets, commercial corridor, school zones. There is not one such prima facie limit for hospital zones.
Okay. Thanks. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Clancy. I guess my one question is the phasing of the project. Would staff want to comment on that? I'll certainly ask the representative of Los Robles, specifically the issue of the new wing and the question of whether it's a 2-story or 4-story building.
Yes, I'll comment on that. The applicant is proposing, and the conditions currently reflect really them having an option to proceed either to build that new wing as a single 4-story wing, but finish out, and by that I mean they would build the shell, the exterior of the building, and then finishing out means the installation of the inside improvements to make the individual tenant rooms in the other space. So they would like to have the option to either do that 4 stories all at once and then finish out the top 2 floors after the parking structure is done, or to just build 2 floors now or by 2013 and then come back later on after the parking structure is built and build the other 2 floors. They will, I think, be able to articulate why they would like to have that choice. Our view is that from a standpoint of trying to minimize the construction effects on the surrounding neighborhood, it's better to do the entire structure at once. You get at least the entire exterior of the building built, and then later on, the second phase of construction, finishing out the top 2 floors, is all interior to the hospital, and there would not be that second round of construction impacts.
On that point, I don't recall a recommendation from staff on that other than this is what the hospital is asking. But Mr. Prescott, you just indicated that, not to put words in your mouth, it would be staff's purview that it should be built all at once with respect to the shell.
Well, that would be our preference from a standpoint of trying to minimize neighborhood impact.
Has there been another example within the city where we've allowed that type of phased construction? We haven't had a whole lot of projects this size, but can you recall in your tenure with the city where we've allowed that kind of piecemeal approach?
Well, it's not unusual to have phased projects, but typically the phasing will allow the applicant to advance a phase in time. In other words, it might be a two-phase project or a three-phase project, and they, because of market conditions or whatever, they basically do the whole thing at once. They advance a phase. But usually the phasing is established at the time the entitlement's approved, so that people really know what to expect. And I can't think of another, an individual building where it was built in this way, and it's really pretty unusual because it's obviously more expensive if you build, as they're doing now. They built the three-story building, and now they are coming back with a fourth floor addition to that. It would have been much less expensive, in my view, to build the whole 4 floors at once. Now, there's a reason it went like that, and that was their request. They wanted to phase it, and the Planning Commission at the time, back in 2002, said, well, you can build the first phase now, but come back later when you want to build a second phase and get another entitlement, and that's what they're doing now. But that is pretty unusual, and I think simply because it's more expensive to do.
If the phasing were altered where we were to require the building of the new wing all at once, whether it be 2 or 4 stories, what would that do to the construction time frame?
Well, I let the applicant speak to the the specifics of that, but in my view, what it does, rather than having 2 construction sequences, one within the next few years and then coming back again after the parking structure is built, which is 2015, and so in the 16-17 range have another construction sequence, you would just be having a single construction sequence in the next few years, and that single sequence would be a little bit longer because they'd be building 4 floors instead of 2. But I don't think it would be as long as the 2 sequences together, because when you come back and do the second part of it, the upper 2 floors, obviously there's some work you have to do to take the roof off the other building, for example, and you've got your whole construction staging to do again, and it seems like the total time frame would be quite a bit less. Okay.
That's all the questions I have for now. Any other further questions? All right. We have, as you can readily see, we have a number of people here tonight for the hearing. Let me just give you a little bit of a roadmap of how we're going to proceed. We're going to hear from the applicant. They have 15 minutes to make their presentation, up to 15 minutes. You certainly don't have to use all 15 minutes, but you have 15 minutes. Then we have speaker cards. And we have, just round numbers, around 67 speaker cards. At 2 minutes per speaker, we're looking at, my experience, probably 2.5 hours of public comment, plus rebuttal and the applicant. So we're looking at about a 3 to 3.5 hour public hearing, just by way of what to expect. The speaker cards are split essentially right down the middle, about 30 in 30 range that are for, and 30 against, and then we have some statement cards. We will be taking a break at some time during the course of the evening, not just for your comfort, but also for council, because there will be a point in time where we'll be sitting here upwards of 4 to 5 hours. Also, let me thank you in advance. I recognize that there's a number of folks that have very, very strong opinions, both for and otherwise, regarding this project. We have a number of speakers, and just let me thank you in advance for being good neighbors. I'm not going to play traffic cop up here, but I'm asking you to show the respect to your neighbors, whether you agree with their perspective or not, and we'll move very nicely through the hearing. And ultimately, we'll get to a decision sometime tonight and get everybody back home at hopefully a decent hour. So with that, let me go to the applicant. And Mr. Engel, I believe you are the spokesperson for Los Robles. All right.
I take it we didn't think that maybe this should have been in the consent agenda?
I'd keep, like Mr. Mitnick, I'd keep your day job.
Yep.
Comedy's not working for you.
I'm trying to do that. Will the presentation display? Here we go.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Fox, City Council members and staff, I want to thank you for the time and effort that has already gone into this, and certainly for this evening. We believe this project is absolutely vital and essential to the City of Thousand Oaks and to our residents. As you've already heard, the project proposal calls for a vertical expansion of our fourth floor existing wing constructed in 2007, a new 4-story patient wing, and a new parking structure. And what is driving this project? Well, it is the Senate Bill 1953, which was signed into law in 1994. It is effective in 1998, and essentially it calls for hospital buildings which were constructed on or after March 7th of 1973 to become compliant with the seismic regulations. We, in fact, have a tower which was constructed in 1968, which is currently not compliant. It is our goal to have that hospital building and all of the services, therefore, contained in a regulatory compliant building. State law mandates that inpatient beds and ancillary and support services be in compliant buildings by 2013, which requires us to create new space at the hospital. Construction must be initiated by January of 2011 to meet the state law, or all services in a non-compliant building must close. We have 155 beds and other very important services in our currently non-compliant building. They include our maternity unit, neonatal intensive care, pediatrics, medical beds, surgical beds, telemetry beds, our operating rooms, our recovery rooms, radiology services, pharmacy, dietary and nutrition services. Why is this important to the community? Well, of course, in order for us to continue to provide quality health care services. Do I need to pause and work out the reverb here, or? I'll try again. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Again, this is important to the community in order for us to continue to provide high-quality healthcare services to our community. And just to give you a sense of scope or scale, we treated 98,000 patients in 2009. If we're unable to complete this project, we'll be limited on the services that we can provide, and many residents will have to seek their services outside the area. Additional benefits to the community include enhancing our current services to patients. Thank you. I just used to not have it anyway. Testing, testing. So again, the project provides additional benefits to the community, notwithstanding becoming seismically compliant. It allows us to provide new state-of-the-art facilities offering private rooms, new imaging and operating equipment, and a better patient experience. It also provides significant economic benefit and development. We're providing jobs during construction, increasing our tax base, and setting the stage for future healthcare job growth. It also, like healthcare, is an important service. Healthcare and education are important services which help to bring additional businesses to our community. Of course, it will continue to allow us to enhance our current services in areas such as orthopedics, cardiovascular, women's services, neurosciences, and oncology. Additionally, and I don't know how many of you saw the paper this weekend, which was reported that over 50% of our physicians in Ventura County are of retirement age. Should the economy turn around or healthcare reform not please them, and we saw a significant exodus from our physician resources, having facilities that are dedicated, that are state-of-the-art, that continually pursue excellence helps us to attract nurses, physicians, and other needed caregivers. And of course, as I already stated, this project enables us to meet the growing needs of an aging community. The graphic that you have in front of you just illustrates that while Thousand Oaks may not be a fast-growing, it is a growing population and is projected to grow 3.7% between the years 2000 and 2014. And even more significantly, you'll notice that the age groups 55 to 65 plus will be increasing at a very, very fast rate. We all know as we age, we demand healthcare services. So we're a growing population and we have increasing demand for healthcare resources. So what is being proposed here? Well, again, as you've heard, we're adding an additional floor to our 2007 wing, a new patient wing, and a new parking structure. The current timeline is 2011 through 2018, although because we are receiving, we understand that there are concerns from the neighborhood, and the City Council has also already asked questions to that extent. I've already instructed my staff to look at ways in which we can reduce the time frame of the construction. It comes at a total project cost estimated at $245 million. The next slide is just to orient you. I think Lori has already done an excellent job of that. I think you're aware of where the project is on campus, so I'm going to dispense with my comments on that. And at this point, although not wanting to appear overly dramatic, I'd like to introduce a very short 5-minute video, which I think underscores the importance of the work that we're proposing this evening.
It struck before sunrise at 6:01, February 9th, 1971. 65 people died in the magnitude 6.6 earthquake. Most of the deaths came when 2 big hospitals collapsed.
Here's your daughter, Ellen. It's okay, Dad.
It's this thermonuclear war. The building underneath us, the whole first floor, was just being pulverized.
At Allevue Hospital, nurse Jim Hazard was on the 2nd floor of the psychiatric wing when the first floor disappeared beneath him.
I felt the sensation of falling like in a fast elevator.
3 people died in Allevue.
In the ICUs, the people that died were on ventilators.
Nearby at the huge Veterans Hospital, the casualties were much worse.
Burying nearly 100 patients and members of the staff.
By the time the last survivor was pulled from the mountains of hospital rubble, 45 people were dead.
It's just something that never leaves you.
Jim Hazard looks at this devastation and sees lives that were lost. Earthquake experts look at the rubble and see how lives can be saved.
The lesson from the 1971 San Fernando earthquake is that there are types of buildings that were commonly built in the 50s and 60s that perform very badly in earthquakes.
USGS senior scientist Lucy Jones.
It's the collapse of SPC-1 buildings that are going to give us our largest number of casualties when the earthquake actually happens.
She's speaking of SPC-1, a building classification with an ominous meaning. These are buildings that are considered hazardous and at risk of collapse or significant loss of life in the event of an earthquake. The state outlawed their construction in the wake of the devastating San Fernando quake, but existing buildings were allowed to stand. 39 years have now passed since we learned that painful lesson that hospitals can become tombs if they're not constructed properly. So what has been done about it? We wanted to find out. So we combed through hundreds of pages of documents, researched laws and building codes, and you'll be surprised at what we found. Case in point, Glendale Memorial Hospital, originally built in the early 1940s. State experts tell us it's made out of non-ductile concrete, like the Veterans Hospital that collapsed nearly 40 years ago. Then there's Ventura County Medical Center. It too is constructed with non-ductile concrete. And this is just the beginning. Other hospitals considered to be at risk of collapse or significant loss of life include Memorial Hospital of Gardena, Centinela Hospital in Inglewood, Alhambra Hospital, and Citrus Valley Medical Center in Covina. In fact, there are so many hospitals on the list, there are too many for us to show them to you one by one. Now, in a moment, we will show you how to locate each and every one of them. But first, prepare yourself for a shock, because you are about to see a map that shows every hospital in Southern California at risk of collapse in an earthquake. And as you can see, there is likely one very close to your front door. Every one of those white H's is a hospital considered by the state to be at risk of collapse or significant loss of life in an earthquake. And most are sitting on top of the most severe earthquake faults in the state. And what's the likelihood of a big quake?
The chance that we get one large enough to bring down an SPC1 building near the event is essentially certain in our lifetimes.
How could we be in this predicament more than 39 years after the lessons learned from the San Fernando quake? Actually, the state legislature passed a law back in the mid-90s requiring all hospitals to retrofit or rebuild by 2008. But many hospitals said they just couldn't afford it and said, give us an extension or we'll simply close our doors for good. Hospitals now have until 2013 and beyond.
Money's the problem here.
Jim Lott represents the Hospital Association of Southern California.
There are many hospitals that don't have the ability to do it now, didn't have the ability to do it in the last 14 years, and probably won't have the ability to do it in the coming 10 years.
Don't you owe it to these people, these patients, to at least give them buildings that won't collapse on them in an earthquake?
Well, now, first of all, you're making the assumption that these hospitals are dangerous as they stand right now. We have earthquakes every day in Los Angeles. Hospitals are not falling down.
I think we need an immediate investigation by the Attorney General.
Consumer watchdog Jamie Court keeps an eye on the finances of the healthcare industry.
They're clearly turning a profit if you look at their annual filings. A 6% profit in the billions of dollars every year means you got to be able to put hundreds of millions of dollars away for retrofitting.
Even many nurses who work in these hospitals have no idea about the seismic danger. Star Montez is a nurse at Citrus Valley Hospital.
So you didn't even know about this?
I didn't even know.
Or your colleagues at the hospital?
No.
Is this the healthcare industry's best kept secret? I think it's the healthcare industry's best kept nightmare.
For survivors like Jim Hazard, who lived through the San Fernando earthquake, it's personal.
It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Where are the people going to go that are injured?
Thank you for your indulgence.
It struck before sunrise at 6:01, February 9th, 1971. 65 people died in the...
Apologize for that. While some of the information is, there is more current information currently in terms of the hospitals that are actually have a plan to comply, I think the message is very chilling. And why do I share it with you tonight? Well, because I think we would all agree that our hospital, Los Robles Hospital, Thousand Oaks Hospital, must stand and it must be available for care. Secondly, because while there are numerous other hospitals without an executable plan, HCA and Los Robles are committed but need your approval in order to move forward. As you've heard, there will be phasing that is required in order for us to minimize the disruption to our patients. 155 beds in our SPC1 building will be replaced with 217 private inpatient beds, and a parking structure, of course, will be required. The original building will be used for hospital staff office space, continued operation of outpatient services, ambulatory surgery, and radiology. Will also provide meeting space available to the community, and of course, all hospitals need storage. But we understand that we desire to be a good partner in our community. Almost 50% of our employees and 50% of our physicians live and work in Thousand Oaks and the surrounding area. So we understand that we must be a good partner. Los Robles is willing to work with the City of Thousand Oaks, and you've heard about our commitment to the master plan for the entire block to address future land use, parking, vehicular and pedestrian circulation improvements, and landscaping and enhancements. We appreciate the community's overwhelming support of the hospital, and as a good neighbor, we have conducted over 8 neighborhood meetings with the goal of trying to learn and receive feedback and concerns from these meetings and incorporating them where possible into our design. You've heard about the parking structure and its visibility. I won't belabor it. I think that the plan has done a very, very good job to try to address the concerns of the community, to screen the parking garage to the best of our possible ability. And I'll mention here, although it also applies to the north lot, that we intend, if wherever possible, to work with our landscape architects, and to the extent that we can plant trees upon the beginning of the project so that we allow time for them to mature before the buildings are actually erected, then we're going to seek to do that. There was a question, I think, as to the neighborhood visibility from the new tower. We will be adding 13 transplanted Canary Island pines, 8 new 36-inch box canary pines, and 21 new 24-inch Canary Island pines, all of which are in addition to what is currently there. And as I mentioned, as many of those as we can plant early to give time for maturation, we will choose to do so. In addition, we heard concerns from the neighbors regarding lighting and noise, and so we intend to modify the parking lot lights to reduce light at night. We intend to reduce the amount of light that is coming out of our stairwells, which is the light that some of our residents are complaining about. We're also going to engage an engineer to look at sound attenuation ideas to mitigate from our existing air handlers. I talked already about some of our landscaping changes. We're also going to notify the neighbors prior to construction and grading. Okay, I'll wind up quickly. Let me just say that Los Robles Hospital, of course, is the preferred hospital of Thousand Oaks and the neighboring area. And as a hospital, we are a major employer, employing more than 1,500 employees and contributing $126 million in salaries and benefits. We also pay $2.2 million in taxes and contribute $30.5 million in charity care. We believe this project is absolutely vital in order to make sure that Los Robles Hospital, our community's hospital, can not only stand during an earthquake, but also is equipped to meet the needs of a growing and aging population. We would very much appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Questions? Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Evening, Mr. Engel.
Good evening.
I have one question. Is it likely that HCA would give you the go-ahead to accomplish this in one phase?
Is it likely? That would be difficult for me to speculate. There are a number of factors that would go into committing that amount of capital initially. We have every intention of executing the plan in a timely fashion, and hence we're looking at ways in which we can shorten the construction horizon.
Okay, I'll tell you what my concern is when I see in the EIR and other areas of the material we have here, construction activities are termed to be intermittent and temporary in nature, but they are so within an 8-year period. So if that can be really minimized, it minimizes the effect of the water torture. So I'm just curious if you would pursue with HCA the possibility of going in one phase, and if you got the okay to do so, could you work with the state to get the necessary approvals on schedule, or are they a major stumbling block to this?
My name is Russ Triplett. I'm with Perkins & Will, the architect, and I think I can answer that question. The construction documents are currently in the state for plan review because of the deadlines that you just heard about. It is possible to submit the full build-out. I would say, though, I think the challenge would be that would be outside of the norm for the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development to approve and integrate that at this point because of the nature of the reviews. And the hard deadline is to submit or to obtain approval, as Greg earlier indicated, by January 1st of next year. And within the context of working with the state, that's actually not possible. A project of this size will typically take between 16 months to 2 years to get approved through the OSHPD. And so to add the 2 floors within the context of one project would actually probably take about a year if we initiated right now.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for that answer. Appreciate it. That's it.
Could I just get some clarification on that last statement, I think, just for all three of us? Because I think that phasing is going to be an issue. If I heard you correctly, that the current proposal for the new wing for 2 floors, that would take approximately 2 years to get through the permitting process?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you added the 2 more floors to 4, that would take an additional year?
Well, because we're already in the plan check process, so we'd have to go back to the OSHPD and start over effectively.
Okay, so the plan, and I think the staff report identifies this, but I'm not sure it's clear to the public, is you are planning on building 2 floors for sure first, and then coming back and adding 4. You're not going to build all 4 now, period.
Yeah, the current plan is the current plan. Right. When we started the process was a little over 2 years ago. So at that point, we had some flexibility, frankly. Where we are now, we have a lot less flexibility, and with the looming deadlines.
Is there any possibility that through the phasing of this, that 1 year approval process or review process gets now extended into 2 years?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
All right. The addition of the 2 floors 3 and 4 in the new wing, you estimate that it'll be about a year when you decide you're going to do that.
It would be a year if we went back to OSHPD and we told them we'd like to add these floors, which the building has been designed for. Right. Then they would have to reanalyze the building as a 4-story building, even though it's been designed that way. They haven't plan checked it that way. So that we would have to extend. They'd have to, in essence, start the review of that element anew.
And that would take about a year?
About a year. If we started from scratch in the future to add on the 2 floors, that process is about 18 months or so, because it's a separate plan check effort. So in other words, it's integrated into the existing, about a year more. As a separate effort, about a year and a half.
So just so we're clear, if you tonight decided, you know what, we're going to build all 4 floors. We haven't broken ground yet. We're doing plan checks, but when we bring the construction crews in, we're building 4. How would that work as far as the permitting process go? Setting aside financing and those other issues.
We go back to OSHPD. We'd advise them of this, that we have to build all 4 floors, and we would have to start. For one thing, they would have to agree to integrate that addition into the plan check process, which is an open question whether they would or they wouldn't. Assuming they would, that we would then prepare the construction documents for plan review. That'd probably take about 4 months, 5 months, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then we submit them for plan review in back check, if you will, because it'd be within the context of the current project. And they would review it, and we'd go back and forth as you do. And so that process would probably take about a year.
Okay, and you're building the addition of the 4th floor first, correct?
Yeah, the 4th floor expansion is actually with OSHPD. It's a separate project. And that project actually, except for your approval, actually is approved by OSHPD.
Right. I'm just trying to get a sense, I'm not quite sure where the council's going to go on this and how the public hearing transpires, that in terms of construction schedule, is it reasonable that you could actually have the approvals from the state for the new wing, floors 1 through 4, by the time you're actually ready to build, given the fact that you're actually starting with the existing new wing?
No. Well, if I understand your question correctly, by the time we're ready to start the expansion, the new wing, would the approvals be available? And the answer is no. They wouldn't. They would go beyond that.
By how much?
Oh, that's a...
So you're saying you're going to start the construction of the new wing within a year?
Yeah, we have to start construction by January of 2011 on the vertical expansion, and we have to finish by January 1st, 2013. Per state law, that's our mandate. Under the scenario you just described, we'd probably have approval and be able to start construction of the 4-story building, which is actually the most critical element in compliance. In our discussion with OSHPD, they actually don't consider the 4th floor expansion relative to the Senate Bill 1953 compliance. So it actually doesn't count.
Essential services on the 4th floor,
so,
right? Okay.
Yeah, so we actually have to start physical construction of some element of the 2-story or 4-story expansion by January 1st.
2011.
What we have to build to meet that requirement, we don't have to be building the whole thing, but we can have to be building something under that project to qualify.
Okay.
So we have to, that's our start date.
All right, we may be exploring this issue more, but I don't want to prolong it more now. Okay, thanks very much. I'm sorry. Yeah, Councilmember Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Mr. Engel, thank you. And I just wanted to comment that you really didn't need to show that earthquake movie to me. I did have a number of comments from residents saying, well, the state's not going to enforce the earthquake retrofit by, they're not going to require it by 2013 anyway. I think it's completely irresponsible not to do it as soon as possible if you're financially able. And just that comment. So a couple of questions that residents have asked, and I don't know if they've gotten really good answers about this. Why did you not retrofit the old hospital?
We applied in 2008, and the building did not qualify for retrofit. So we are not able to do so because of its category.
Okay, and then because of what residents, especially on Sidley, they are going to be experiencing a pretty high intensity there. Why did you not decide to pursue building in a second location?
Well, because in order to, you're talking about creating a new hospital in an alternative location?
Or a second location.
Or a second location. Because, first of all, it would have been very difficult to do so in the timeframes that we've been given. Secondly, you couldn't build just the incremental bed change that we would need. You'd have to essentially construct a new hospital with all of the supportive services that are required of a hospital. And that would create massive duplication, would create a need for additional manpower, which frankly we do not have in the community, nor do I think we could recruit it. I don't think we'd get support from the provider community, the medical staff, to staff an additional emergency department, additional hospital, notwithstanding the incremental dollars, the capital outlay, which could be double or even triple what the cost is, which is projected in this project.
Okay, and then we see that there are 60 additional beds. If you had 30 additional beds, you could lower one level of the parking structure. How did you end up with the 60 number as what was going to be the future need of the community?
That's based on our planning and our current projections and the best information that we have at present in terms of how we could potentially meet the growth and the aging population and increased health demand. Because beds are expensive, we're not projecting that we would build any more than we might reasonably need. And at somewhere greater than 30 is what we feel we need in order to replace our existing bed capacity and create the efficiency that we need in order to move patients throughout the specialty areas.
Okay, and you know that it's been a big issue for us, this general plan idea, after we turned down the Turcat project. And I think that the staff has come up with a pretty reasonable idea, making it a condition and doing the traffic study after you've finished, I think, 2 phases. One of the things that I want to, emphasize again is to look at things like the light on Lynn Road. I mean, it's obviously not all the warrants might be met, but we really want to make sure if this is approved tonight that this campus doesn't have a whole bunch of unintended consequences with the parking structure down the hill and the density of the hospital, and also things like that right-hand turn lane out of the first driveway. I think it will prevent a lot of accidents, but we really need to look at that after it's been in place for a while and see if you have too many people that end up in Lindmere having to make U-turns, and that's not a great situation either. So hopefully everybody, you've already assured me that we've already heard it tonight that you're going to be looking at this master plan. And so we will expect, hopefully, that all the property owners will work together on it.
Well, we very much agree. We support the right-hand turn lane off of Medical Office Drive. We also agree that and have accepted the required condition of an additional traffic study, and we would be willing, of course, to pay our proportional cost of new singling on Lynn Road should it be required. We completely agree that our campus and also the other owners' properties are interdependent with a shared goal of meeting public need and creating a safe and efficient environment for our patients and visitors. So the hospital is solidly behind that, and we'll do everything in our power to mitigate any concerns the neighbors might have.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Engel.
Any other questions? Mr. Engel, you'll have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Not right now.
At a later time, right. Unless you want to use them now, you want to rebut yourself. Okay, we're going to move to the speaker cards. A couple of requests. Again, we have 66 cards and counting. And so I'm going to call 3 cards. As I call your name, we have a seat up here, the reserve seat, and I refer to that as the on-deck circle. So when you hear your name, please move down, and so when the speaker before you is finished, you can just rotate right up to the podium. I would just call to your attention the lights, which are there. Each speaker has 2 minutes. I'm going to do my best not to interrupt you, but I'm also going to ask you to try to be judicious and conform to the lights. They give you the warning of when your time has expired. When the red light is on, you should be concluding your comments. Okay, with that, and I'll do my best to get everybody's name right. We'll start with Jerry Robbins, followed by Diane McKay, followed by Jer Robings. And as the speakers come up, if you could give your just name and city of residence for the record, please, that would be great. Mr. Robbins, good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead and pull the mic down so we can hear you.
All right. Let me find my papers. Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Jerry Robbins. I am a resident of Thousand Oaks. First, some general quick comments.
Then pull the mic down.
Let me try this. Okay, sorry. All right, we'll start again. My name is Jerry Robbins, and I am a resident of Thousand Oaks. Some general comments first. 8 years ago, HCA came to the City Council with a proposed development to add a new wing of hospital and a large-scale parking structure. HCA knew about SB 1953 since 1994. Why did HCA not address this issue back in 2003 with their expansion plans? Most of us thought that was the reason for that expansion at that time. 2, HCA purchased Westlake Hospital and promptly shut it down. Westlake Hospital had over 100 beds, more than enough capacity to handle any future growth in the Cayo Valley. 3, why won't HCA consider retrofitting the existing buildings? The only response we've gotten from them is generally it's too expensive. We know that nearly 800 hospitals that are not compliant, many of them I assume will have to do retrofitting. HCA is willing to spend $250 million to build this new wing and parking structure, but they won't consider the retrofitting. 4, HCA has not really done a lot of opportunity with meeting with the residents. Only when the Planning Commission advised them to did they actually start soliciting our input, but these meetings were not to get our input, but to sell the project and tell us how great their expansion would be. Last, HCA is on a 13-acre lot, and HCA is adding nearly 500,000 square feet. HCA cleverly came up with the idea to make this a new institutional zone. What is the point of having zoning laws? Clearly our zoning laws don't seem to apply to HCA. What I'd like the City Council to consider is 3 things. For what I'd like to ask for is like 3 months to review the following things. I'd like to have HCA develop and complete a master plan for the 13-acre site. I think we're all very tired of seeing this piecemeal approach to HCA is taking. We need to see a 25-year projection so the City Council can view the whole picture. The next thing is there is a Senate Bill 289 that's currently on the Senate floor that may actually delay the expensive proposition of seismic upgrades to either 2020 or 2030. That would have no reason then to rush this approval process. The last thing I'd like to say real fast is that if you do approve the project tonight, would you consider reducing the scope of the project? One thing the residents might consider is having 2 floors on the hospital wing, and then maybe consider drastically reducing the parking structure, something like 2 stories below grade or 1 above. That would certainly help out the residents who live along Jans, Campbell, and Oberlin Avenue. Thank you.
Mr. Robbins, thanks very much.
Okay.
Diane McKay, followed by Jer Robings, followed by former Mayor and Councilmember Larry Horner. Good evening, Ms. McKay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Fox, council members, city staff. I'm Diane McKay. I live on Lynmere Drive in Thousand Oaks. I use Lynn Road and the Jans-Lynn intersection several times daily. I am landlocked in that neighborhood with no alternative. However, I am in favor of the expansion and willing to deal with whatever inconvenience I may face to have a really good hospital near my home. It has always been a plus to me. I've had kids in nearby schools for 20 years and counting. And I'm glad those schools are close to a hospital and don't feel threatened that the students will be imperiled by any extra vehicle traffic on Lynn Road or any of the other statements that have been made throughout the day. But more immediate, and I think desperately important, is the investment in the community that will bring jobs in a stuttering economic recovery. I read all weekend in the papers that we need business investment, job creation for the economy to get better. This is both. There are lots of trade workers that are or underemployed that I assume could work on construction and then spend money, consumer spending, and isn't that what we need to recover? We want jobs, we want a better economy, but what? Not this flavor? Is the hospital construction that has, it isn't the hospital construction that has depressed housing values, it's the economy, and only improving the economy will bring back our home values throughout the community, including those by the hospital. I'm not pro-developer, as some often get labeled. I'm in favor of improvement of infrastructure for public services, whether it's school facilities or classrooms, the gyms, the stadiums. Thank you very much. These are all improvements that make me happy living in the Conejo Valley. I'm happy to have a level 2 trauma center near my home. It makes me feel safer. This is a required investment per state law, and even if it does get postponed, I don't think this is for greed. I don't want to be having surgery in a hospital when an earthquake hits. I don't think anyone does. We do have an aging population that will need those beds, and lucky us if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Jerry Robings, followed by Larry Horner. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, my name is Jerry Robings, resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm here to strongly support the improvements for CMH. For Los Robles. I was thinking of the Ventura Hospital. But there are just a few points that I wanted to make. The new hospital is without question needed. The retrofit of the original building is not feasible. We need the beds, and we can't continue to use that building for bedding. So we need the new buildings without question. The other hospitals around the county have seen the same problem, the retrofitting being unfeasible. They built new facilities in Simi Valley. They're getting ready to build a new hospital in Ventura to replace the 8-story community memorial hospital. And Thousand Oaks is in the same boat. On a personal note, I would only mention that the need for beds is critical. Last year, I had a family member admitted to Los Robles ER and ICU unit, and had there not been the available beds, that family member would have been probably transported to Oxnard. And under that situation, taking patients 20 miles away would really be a distressing situation. I've watched Los Robles Hospital grow through my 38 years here in Thousand Oaks, and I take comfort in knowing that the hospital is here, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Robings. Former Mayor Larry Horner, followed by Jim Alexander.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Larry Horner, Thousand Oaks. In reviewing the proposed plan for the hospital, I see it boiled down to two things. One is safety and the other is need. As far as safety is concerned, you're locked in. You have a mandate by the state and you have to comply with it. Otherwise, you will not have a full service medical surgical facility, and that is unacceptable. As far as need is concerned, in 1968, our population in this city was under 50,000 with an age of under 30. We had a senior citizen population around 3,000. We have a senior citizen population now of about 15,000, so 2.5 times. So when you look at it all up and the need that is going to be facing us now and in the years ahead, we have an opportunity here to become a little more competent in terms of the service and needs with additional beds and the like. So, quite frankly, with this opportunity and the money that the parent organization of Los Robles Hospital is going to provide, we need to take full advantage of it. We've done other things in this community, like projects of shopping centers and malls, Civic Arts Plaza, and all those kind of things. We can do this one, and we can do it well with the conditions that you've imposed on the hospital. So let's support this project and move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. Jim Alexander, followed by Louis Custodia.
Point out, Mr. Glazier has 6 people that asked to take their speaker assignments, so he could have 10 minutes.
I got that noted.
Okay.
All right.
I don't think that this is about how good Los Robles Hospital has been and will be. I think this is more about the construction and the toll that it'll take. And I'd like to say, why did HCA in their proposal not render to the surrounding neighborhood a noise mitigation fund? This fund could be used by homeowners to more fully reduce the noise in and around their homes created by traffic, helicopters, and sirens. Why does HCA think that a few small trees next to the parking structure will immediately prevent the ugly sight of that structure and the associated vehicle lights? Their proposed setback from the curb is not enough to fully accomplish their goal. The reason they are not doing that is because they want to push the city of Thousand Oaks to their limits, coupled with the fact that they just do not care about their neighbors. If they did, and this was the last expansion, they would have allowed an additional 90 feet of the 2.4 acres of the setback for more mature trees and privacy walls. Why did HCA neglect to provide a home valuation study for the surrounding neighborhood? Probably because it was not legally required. But was it the morally correct thing to do? In the Ventura County Star newspaper on Sunday, Mr. Greg Engel, the CEO of Los Robles, told the public, and I quote, "During the last 2 months and on 7 separate occasions, we have reached out to our neighbors at our informational community forums." He goes on to say, "For the purpose of incorporating many suggestions." I would like Mr. Engel to tell us what suggestions he incorporated and by what neighbor was it suggested. I believe you will find Mr. Engel's list is very short. Why? Because the neighbors were not involved with the plan in the beginning. This alone represents the poorest attempt at good project management. All good project managers observe the cardinal rule of involving their potential users. HCA did not do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Louis Custodia, followed by Lisa Rank. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, members of the City Council, members of the City staff. My name is Louis Custodia. I live on Sidley Street. I've been there for the last 37 years. In 2002, HCA received approval to expand Los Robles Hospital in order to meet seismic requirements and alleviate overcrowding. This expansion was completed in 2007 and doubled the size of the hospital. Mr. Jim Sherman, then the hospital CEO, proclaimed, "This is now the hospital the community has long deserved." He said, "It is the Four Seasons of hospitals." In 2007, as reported in the publication Westlake Revelations, hospital officials were again making the case that new construction was needed to meet seismic standards. The construction, they said, would take 3 years to complete, maybe 2, weather permitting. Under the proposal now before the council, the project is expected to take 8 years to complete. How did it grow so dramatically? From the documentation presented, it has grown from merely meeting seismic standards to that and adding 60 beds. It seems clear that HCA is obviously bent on constructing a UCLA-type facility and destroying a neighborhood in the process. HCA has never really been above board with the community about their total intentions. They have incrementally added to the hospital facility. While completing one phase, they were already planning the next phase without disclosing the total scope of their plans to the residents affected. It has been piecemeal revelation, and how could we ever trust that this would end? Before any construction is undertaken, there must be a firm master plan outlining the totality of what is being contemplated beforehand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Lisa Rank, followed by Judy Casey. Do we have a staff member help Ms. Rank? The overhead? Okay, great. Go ahead and stand by. We're going to wait for your projector to get squared away.
Okay.
All right.
Hopefully this will come up soon. HCA needs to meet seismic requirements, but really wants an expansion. HCA staff and paid consultants are trying now to convince you that you need to pass it all and pass it now. The community is not against Los Robles meeting the life-saving needs of the populace. This neighborhood is itself trying to save aspects of our community and literally the lives of those who travel by foot or car around the roads near the hospital, such as my children. What we request are the following from you, the city. Wait to vote on the project until September in order to accurately establish the true deadlines as will be defined in SB 284 that I gather the State Senate is going to vote on next month. New wings have been constructed at this site approximately every 5 years since 1983. Stop and first require a master plan that covers at least a couple of decades. Agree to meet the seismic requirements by approving the building of a 2-story new wing and a parking garage that includes the at-ground level and 2 levels below. The city has been silent with its responsibilities. Commit to implement safety measurements before construction begins. Protect our children and pedestrians by installing flashing crosswalk lights on Jan's Road. Require plan alterations to mitigate privacy, lighting, noise, and aesthetics. And I realize they're adding more trees, but what's the mature height of the canary pines? 65 feet, the height of the building? These trees are 30 to 40 years old in this picture. The new ones are going to catch up in 5 years? We are here because of seismic requirements. HCA is here to expand its facility and profits. Don't be fooled. Develop a master plan now before it's too late and the damage is done. Approve construction for what is necessary to meet seismic requirements. Let's protect the lives of those in our community by putting safety measures in first. Let's restore and preserve our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Judy Casey, followed by Steve Birch. Good evening, Ms. Casey.
Good evening. Thank you for this time. I can come from experience just from being at the hospital or a family member, and I can't say enough wonderful things par excellence from the top of the hospital to the bottom. From the emergency room, which has gone down to literally about 4 minutes that you have to wait, and recently we had to use it. Used to be several hours. I speak to a brother who's out of state who cannot get over how wonderful things are working out here, and especially at Los Robles. It's customer service from the admitting, from the front desk, from security, from the valet, from the parking lot. Anybody you turn to is there, and you have a choice. You can go to whatever hospital you choose. And I choose Los Robles, and I live in Simi Valley, and I still come out here. I used to be in Thousand Oaks, but that's where I want to come. We're lucky to have them. We're lucky to have the staff and the people that care so very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Steve Birch, followed by Robert Fitch. Mr. Birch? He's not here. Okay. Robert Fitch, followed by Rick Horay. You're Mr. Fitch?
Yes, I'm Mr. Fitch.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, council members, staff, and ladies and gentlemen in attendance. My name is Robert Fitch. I've lived for 42 years on Columbia Road, and I am very thankful that the history of the Thousand Oaks City Council has been one of responsibility in meeting the past and present needs of our community as it has grown and has developed, that we have the amenities we have today. And I think the bottom line in this whole issue is that we have to look at what is for the greater good, welfare, and health of this community. And in the past, those community changes, especially at the Los Robles campus, have been instrumental in many people having their lives saved. Last September, I had extensive heart surgery, and I'm eternally thankful for the state-of-the-art cardiac care unit, excellent surgeons, nursing staff, and ancillary staff that took care of me, that enables me to stand here today. So we are a community, and a community cares for one another. We need to look out for the needs of all of our citizens. And so I urge you tonight to join those past city councils in doing the responsible thing. And God forbid that anyone in this community would ever be needing medical care and find that our hospital was lacking. So I ask you to do the right thing, approve this. I urge you to do it. Change happens, and we just all have to learn to adjust to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch. Rick, I don't know if it's Hope or Horay. Hoare, okay. And followed by Joseph Kirby. I think that's upside down. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rick Hoare, and I live at Unsidley Street. Tonight I'm going to speak to you about three important issues: seismic requirements, expansion, and planning, of which I feel are all crucial for your decision tonight. But first I want to make it clear from the beginning that I don't think anybody in the community has any issue with making our hospital safer. But one doesn't have to look any further than the chart right here to see that how many extensions and adjustments have been made to the original seismic requirements. The reality is SB 1953 in its original format was and is unreasonable in its assumptions, thus the extensions. As for other hospitals in the state and how they were faring, one would only need to review the RAND report, as in front of you, or you will see, to see that half of the hospitals, as stated below, will not comply. And what's absolutely quiet is about what HCA is doing anything about delays for the community and the opportunity to postpone this for the sake of the community. And I'm referring to SB 289 that is ready to be heard on the Senate floor on or before August 31st. The context of the bill is to extend the deadline requirements for any hospital operating in good faith and or facing financial and or local government issues, what's before us, as well as to address the potential non-compliance and closure of any facility, with the emphasis in extending the rebuild requirements to 2020. As for a must close, every indication is that's not going to happen. There's many hospitals that will be in non-compliance. Point two, and where I want to make my strongest point, is in regards to the expansion. HCA is creating what I call an artificial emergency surrounding seismic requirements. The reality is the hospital built one wing for seismic requirements. They're coming back for a second wing for a deadline. In light of today's article in the Ventura County Star, with the medical complex, including urgent Medicare, Wouldn't you agree that an expansion granted to HCA should be part of a bigger plan? My third and final point is you're heading down a slippery slope. You're getting ready to make concessions of landscape, zoning, and codes that are setting precedents that jeopardizes literally the very landscape of the city and of this city. Thousand Oaks was built on a plan, so should the hospital infrastructure. In closing, today you're going to hear many passionate and reasonable grounds why not to approve this project. But please, please do not approve this project as it exists on seismic deadlines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hort. Joseph Kirby, followed by Dr. Lauren LaBelle. Good evening, Mr. Kirby.
Good evening. Before I start, I'd like to say this meeting is not about the quality of Los Robles Hospital. It's not about the dedication of this staff. It's about zoning in this city. Good evening. My name is Joe Kirby, and I live at 187 West Jans. I would like to speak about traffic. No, traffic is what's found in here. Traffic is about LOIs, LOSs, and urban arterials. I want to talk about public safety. I would like to talk about public safety. Public safety should be the council's focus, not traffic reports. I want to talk about my safety, my family's safety, and my neighbor's safety. I can't speak to every one of these 72 accidents. I can only speak to the ones that I've witnessed and seen.
Okay.
What if this had been a child and not a sign? This is the accident. That accident happened last month. This accident was our May accident. It looks like a war zone. The driver was uninsured, so the homeowner has to pick up the tab. This is my house. I call it collateral damage. I suffered about $1,000 worth of damage to my home. The woman could have come into my front bedroom. Again, uninsured motorist. This is a comparison chart of accidents at Young Avenue and Jans Road versus a comparable intersection, Young Avenue and Las Flores Road. There's 4 times as many accidents at that intersection as there are just right up the street in a very similar intersection. The accident factors are, the majority of these accidents involve hospital personnel or hospital patrons. The second major factor is speed. People go way too fast up around the hospital. And the third major factor is visibility. Visibility and speed is kind of a bad combination. I'm sure you'd agree. My recommendation is, in the immortal words of Robert Frost, good fences make good neighbors. I think we should keep HCA out of our yards. We should block the entrance on Jans Road. We should block Medical Center Drive. We should leave the ambulance entrance open and further restrict parking on Jans Road. And I think, in conclusion, we really need to back off this project, reevaluate, and create a new plan.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Lauren LaBelle, followed by Chuck Kunsel.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I have been on staff at Los Robles for going on 29 years. I'm a neurologist. I've also been a surveyor for the state for the Joint Commission, and I have reviewed probably about 50 hospitals around the state, and I'm very well aware of the seismic problem. The point being is that if we have an earthquake tomorrow, you want Los Robles standing. And whether this passes legislation or not next month, next week, the point is that an earthquake is still an issue. The other point I want to make is that some of us older doctors are not going to be practicing forevermore here. And young, enthusiastic, well-trained doctors are going to want to come to a first-rate, up-to-date hospital. It's imperative that we stay current and a leader in patient health and well-being. The building is essential. As a physician, it's an essential item in our work. The work I do, I need equipment, and part of my equipment is the hospital. And that's the same equipment for most of the doctors. The other thing is that I have been here long enough to see that we are almost always at full capacity. Our population is growing. We need the beds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. LaBelle. Chuck Kunsel, followed by, and this is the gentleman that's going to speak for 6 individuals. So this individual will have 10 minutes. Looks like Mark Glazer. Mr. Kutzel, good evening.
Yeah, hi, Andy. It's deja vu all over again. I haven't been up here in a long time. This doesn't really affect me. But I want to say I'm honored to know my neighbors that are really seriously affected by this, and makes me feel good that I live here in Thousand Oaks. I'm going to act as a cheerleader here. A lot of these folks have done a lot of work on this, and I just hope that this isn't deja vu all over again. I've heard rumors. I don't want to antagonize anybody. I've heard rumors that this is a done deal. And if that's the case, I'm sorry. I hope it's not. This whole thing needs to go back to the drawing board. It's clear. What you were talking about, they need to close up the timing for this. This goes on and on and on. Now, we're not opposed to the retrofit. Los Robles Hospital is fantastic. I told Engel that the other day. My two beautiful grandchildren were born there. So I got to say, this really, if you take this all into consideration, you got to reconsider. This has to go back. There has to be a plan. HCA doesn't have a plan. It's just piecemeal, as somebody said, and I just think this is a residential area. It wasn't meant to hold a medical monolith like they're talking about. It's a NIMBY issue, yes, and NIMBY issues are very important. So I want to thank you. I want to thank HCA for having a great hospital, but we like it like it is. And the whole retrofit bit, I think, is a scare tactic. Let's face it. They have to deal with that and not the expansion. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Mark Glazer. Mr. Glazer will have 10 minutes, followed by Ken Saul, Dr. Ken Saul. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Before I begin my formal remarks, I just wanted to comment on that video that the applicant played. Earlier. I was, it was frightening images to see the earthquake damage, and I hope I'm not the only one who had this impression watching it. If we're spending all this money in retrofitting and we're allowing the existing structure to remain in its place, are we not looking for a scenario where the existing structure is going to fall down on all the new construction one day if we really have an earthquake and need it? It just struck me that maybe we're looking at this problem wrong. But who am I to challenge HCA? But let me start off by saying, we come here tonight simply because we love the city, and we're grateful to call Thousand Oaks our home. It is in this sense of love that makes us want to fight against the ill-conceived project. We oppose this project because it threatens the core reasons why we love to live here. Council members, at the outset, let's be clear. In the matter before you this evening, the issue is not whether HCA is a quality hospital, nor is it whether HCA provides a vital service to our community. We're not here to denigrate HCA. I think we can all agree HCA provides excellent care. But like some physicians that we've all come to know from one time or another, a professional could exhibit quality professional care, yet lack what we call a bedside manner. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the administration of HCA has failed to exhibit a good bedside manner in its relationship with the hundreds of homeowners that live near the hospital. HCA has in fact created an atmosphere of distrust as to its true motives and intentions. How did we get to this point at which we find ourselves tonight, where HCA pleads for the approval of the expansion by threatening closure of the hospital should they be denied? Why do we find ourselves in this 11th hour situation? HCA will have you believe that they're victims of the state seismic safety regulations. But let's explore the facts a little closer. SB 1953 was enacted in 1994. It's clear that HCA knew that they had to do something with this building 15 years ago. Why not come before us? Why not come before you at that time and say, look, we know down the road we're going to have to do something. Let's get the community involved. Let's get the Planning Commission involved. Let's get together and put a hospital in there that fits into this community. Maybe it won't be in the existing location. But I fear that with the delay that we've had for the last 15 years and now come here tonight with a gun to our head and say we have to have this thing done now, we've lost some of the options because of HCA's economic model. It just didn't fit. And they give us pieces of information at a time, piecemeal. And the neighbors never get the whole picture of what HCA's true intentions are. But unfortunately, HCA didn't come forward. And by not doing so, I'm afraid that some of the opportunities to explore options such as alternative locations may have been squandered. HCA's history of hiding the ball continued at the time of the last expansion project in 2002. Why didn't they come forward at that time and reveal their long-term planning need? They were aware of the seismic requirements breathing down their back at that time, and I recall the main argument was about what to do with that fourth story. The council agreed at that time they could build the 3 stories and come back at a later time. Imagine the shock and dismay of the residents when we learned that not only does HCA want that 4th floor now, but they want an entire 4-story structure built in front of the existing structure, which is even closer to the residential neighborhood, along with a multi-parking structure to boot. HCA's secret ops continued up to the time of the current project was announced. I imagine that their sophisticated detailed plans that were presented tonight must have been proposed a long time ago. But again, no attempts were made to have a dialogue with the residents during the planning phase. Why wasn't the community at the table when HCA took it upon themselves to seek an expansion of more than 50% of their existing space? The only community forums were held that were done recently, and it was only after an afterthought because some comments were made at the Planning Commission. We attended some of those hearings. They were nothing but a rehash of the presentation of what the plan was going to be. HCA did nothing to incorporate the neighbors' concerns. So why did they wait till after the Planning Commission? The time to come before the community was before these plans went into effect, before staff here had the opportunity to do the EIR. I'm sad to say, too, that our city planning staff did not do a good job of keeping the residents informed. Notice of the proposed project was sent to only those residents living within 500 feet of the project. As you'll note from the petitions that were circulated, comments of the residents and comments to the EIR, the impact of this project extends far beyond 500 feet. Given the significant impact that this massive project will have on the area's air quality, traffic, safety, noise, and visual blight, the notice seems clearly inadequate and likely to give rise to a due process violation, as noted by the state Supreme Court in the case of Horn versus County of Ventura. Therefore, you must consider the consequences of your actions tonight, for they could likely result in the expenditure of already scarce public resources that will be spent on defending litigation. We resent the fact that HCA comes before you tonight with a gun to our head. The project is too massive and its repercussions too significant to warrant glib approval in a rushed atmosphere. Council members, don't be swayed by HCA's threats of closure. Based on our research, we are confident that no hospital in this state will close next January should the project not be approved. The current economic climate in California, coupled with significant costs associated with seismic compliance, has caused our legislature to realize that the deadlines set forth in seismic safety statutes are unrealistic and the consequences too harsh. I would assume that this council wants to avoid the scenario of hastily approving a project only to find later that the state has enacted yet another extension, perhaps another 20 or 30 years from now. Once you have agreed to this tortured zoning scheme, you will be hard-pressed to deny developers in the future when they come before you and ask to fit their projects into sensitive areas. You are setting the city on a dangerous course away from the well-thought-out general plan and contrary to the spirit of Measure E. Aside from the fact that there is no need to rush into this important decision, you should also consider whose interests you're protecting. HCA's economic model, and we heard them say this at these community forums, it's to market themselves out to the neighboring communities, not just Thousand Oaks, but Agora Hills, Ventura, Simi Valley. We spend our money in Thousand Oaks. We voted for you to protect our interests. We bought our homes in Thousand Oaks. We spend our money. We pay our taxes in Thousand Oaks. Now, you may have bought into HCA's marketing plan, and you may take pride in housing a hospital here that reaches out into the entire region. You may think of us here tonight as just a few NIMBYs trying to stop the inevitable, but please do not place HCA's economic interests before the interests of the residents of this city. I need not remind you that you have been elected by the people of this city to protect our interests. We need your protection. HCA, the multi-million-dollar corporation from Tennessee, can fend for themselves. At the Planning Commission hearing, we heard some insightful comments regarding the need to establish a master plan. HCA property and the adjacent property owners would work together with respect to future development. Such a master plan concept would obligate the property owners to consider the issues of traffic, noise, pollution, and safety, the very issues we feel threaten our neighborhood. While the idea of a master plan is laudable, it makes no sense to approve the project and then later consider a master plan. That's the proverbial placing the cart before the horse. The irrational and haphazard approach to planning is best typified by the recent news that the county plans to build medical clinics at the Borders bookstore site on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Apparently, our city was kept in the dark about what the county and Larry Jans were up to. Perhaps you can begin to feel the residents' frustrations of being left out of the loop during the planning phase of this project. I'm sure the city wanted to be at the table of this issue at Borders bookstore. More importantly, we need to know to what extent the county's plan will impact HCA's current needs to expand. This council should insist on developing a master plan prior to approving the project. Then both the council and the residents will be informed of the long-term plans, and we can all make intelligent decisions and plan developments together. Let me just wind up. It's a crucial issue and one that cries out for further consideration and provides solid reason to take action. Note for not to take action this evening. Okay. We call upon you to take a courageous course tonight and turn this project down. As I mentioned earlier, we look to you folks for leadership and protection of our lifestyle, safety, and property values. Of course, we need a hospital in our community, but let the residents and our elected leaders dictate what kind of hospital that fits into our community, and not HCA, to whom we are nothing more than a brief entry on their balance sheet. The Hospital Corporation of America will continue to thrive with or without this project's approval. Do the right thing tonight. Prevent this neighborhood from being placed on life support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glazer. Ken Saul, followed by Judy Hillis.
Thank you very much. I'm Ken Saul. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'm on staff. I'm a local pediatrician at Los Robles Hospital. And while I sympathize with the comments that were made by the residents, I think you have to look at the bigger picture for Thousand Oaks patients. I have no agenda except what's best for my patients and the patients of Thousand Oaks. And we have to look at the greater good. And it is so important that we have a vital hospital here at Los Robles, because when the hospital is full, we have to send our patients elsewhere to be taken care of by strangers. In Los Robles, we are a community hospital. We take care of our own. We take care of our own patients. And we have a top-notch emergency room. We have top-notch specialists that we can call in for consultation. We do not want our patients to be sent into the city, taken care of by strangers, or to be sent into a teaching hospital where they're taken care of by doctors in training who know often very little, who have resident requirements that require them to pass the baton to other residents who know very little. And I think it's important that we keep our hospital strong to be the best it can be in this community. And I think that is, in spite of all the comments made, the overriding thing. We do not want our patients to be in an unsafe building, and we need Los Robles to be the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saul. Judy Hillis, followed by Dr. David Solomon. Good evening, Ms. Hillis.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Fox
Very good.
and council members. My name is Judith Mann Hillis. I live in Thousand Oaks. I moved here in 1968, and over the past 40-plus years have managed many of the medical buildings on the Los Robles Hospital campus. And I'm still working with some of them. Not all of them. With every development or improvement or change, there's always temporary inconveniences for someone. However, the overall improvements and the end results usually seem to make our inconveniences worthwhile. I remember when there was no open heart doctors or program at Los Robles. A few months ago, one of my neighbors had chest pain, dialed 911, and within 30 minutes had been to the hospital, had stents in place, and is back home and doing well. That's today's medicine. I remember when there was no neonatal unit, and premature babies had to be transferred either to UCLA or Ventura. Now we have a full-blown neonatal unit and specialist physicians supporting it. Radiology in 1968 was probably just x-rays. Then it went to CAT scans in the 70s, MRIs in the 80s, and now we have interventional radiology with a 24-hour capability to interpret any diagnostic imaging. Each of these services were made possible for our community due to newer technology, more physicians, and a larger and better workplace. This time, the hospital doesn't have a real choice. California State Senate Bill 1953 does require what they have to do by March of 1973 to meet the requirements, by March 20,213, or be closed to inpatient care. Our wonderful Conejo Valley continues to grow along with our aging population, and we have seen many change, all of which presented inconveniences to either ourselves, our neighbors, or our loved ones. I personally am thankful to be part of this community, and also thankful for our hospital and their parent company that can make this state-of-the-art facility available to each and every one of us, young and old. I encourage you to support the project.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. David Solomon, followed by, looks like Cindy Eliason. Good evening, sir.
Thank you. I am one of the new constituents of the hospital. I am a resident at University Village, Thousand Oaks, a community of 500 elderly citizens, and we have an average age of 83. We have a great many people with varying degrees of disability. I became a geriatrician in my years at UCLA about 25 years ago, and have had a lot of experience with the casualties, the difficulties, and the disabilities that older people have. The hospital is absolutely essential to us. It's just a mile down the street, surrounded by a very useful medical office community, and it does a great job. It cannot function without additional beds, and so the gun that's put to the head of the city council is much broader than just the need to comply with a state law by 2013. It is an issue that must be addressed. There is a new community just northwest of us, an assisted living building that's being constructed. There will be literally hundreds more, I think, older people in the Thousand Oaks community, and they need a hospital that has adequate beds.
Thank you very much, sir. Cindy Eliason, followed by Blaine Shull. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Siri Eliason, and I'm a resident at the University Village, and I have lived there in 3 years. Before moving into the village, I lived in San Francisco. And besides the wonderful services we have at the village, I also appreciate very much living in Thousand Oaks with everything that I have learned that it offers. I have lived a very active and healthy life, but nevertheless, I have in the past 3 years had 3 major surgeries. One in San Francisco before moving here, and 2 at the Los Robles Hospital and Medical Center. I think that we have to realize that as we age, we do need more medical care. My surgeries were all successful, and my stay at Los Robles was very satisfactory. And I must say that how fortunate we all are that we will have a larger and above all a safer hospital in our midst in a few years. It should give us all peace of mind to know that we will always be in good hands and only minutes away from this hospital when a medical problem occurs. Also, which you heard before, an excellent hospital will attract excellent surgeons and physicians. Sooner or later, we are all going to need them. That is a fact of life. So I'm very much in favor of this planned expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Blaine Shull, followed by Jean Marie Cull. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. And thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for your patience and stamina, I guess, at evenings like this. I am one of the residents, one of the 500 that Dave Solomon was talking about, that have moved into Thousand Oaks in the last 3 years, attracted by many things, but one of which is the medical capability available to us. We are a senior community, a very senior community, so we need those facilities. Obviously, I am supporting the request made of you to upgrade the hospital and expand it. We have hopes that it will become such an attractive medical community that will attract even more specialists out so we can keep more right here close at hand. Proximity is fundamental to us, and the need for care is fundamental also. We have now several hundred new Thousand Oaks happy residents. We'd like your help in keeping them healthy and happy. So please support what's to be done for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jean Marie Cull, followed by John Truding. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Fox and members of the council. I live in the Westlake Village portion of Thousand Oaks, and Los Robles is my family hospital. My husband's heart problems were quickly and successfully treated there, so I particularly appreciate the convenience of a medical center which provides excellent, state-of-the-art care close to home. I understand that the requirements of such a hospital entail expansion and attention to the needs of both staff and visitors, and that additional parking is a necessity. Previous designs have been implemented with care and sensitivity, and there is good reason to believe that the requested expansion plans will be done with similar care. Please consider approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. John Schruding, followed by Michael Marvin. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. As a resident of the city of Thousand Oaks and a healthcare professional for over 30 years, I know firsthand the splendid healthcare delivery system provided by Los Robles Hospital. In 2006, I had emergency open heart surgery at Los Robles, where I was given 1 hour to get over to the hospital, lest I could go into congestive heart failure and die. And thanks to the excellent staff, the medical equipment, and facilities, there wasn't any need to be transported to the Valley or Los Angeles for the required emergency medical services. We need to retain that excellence. Development of new technology and equipment can require additional hospital space and additional parking. I personally commend Los Robles for responding to these challenges with what I consider to be a professional and community-sensitive approach. Because our community needs to continue to have a state-of-the-art healthcare facility, please strongly consider voting yes on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rosemary Herrick, followed by David Pollock. You don't look like a Rosemary.
No, I'm Michael Marvin.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Marvin, okay. You look like a Michael Marvin to me, though.
There we go. Fellow residents, including our council members and staff here, I really hesitated coming here tonight to speak. I'll be honest, I didn't really think that there was much that I could say that was really going to change what I think the outcome will be. And that's a tough thing to say. However, having just dragged my daughter's hot foot through Washington, D.C., if I didn't speak my piece, then I don't think I really taught him a good lesson. I don't think anybody here that is questioning this proposal really is, and you've heard it again, but HCA does provide a quality hospital. We have a great hospital. We like having a great hospital. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. I live just past 500 feet from that hospital, and I've used it with my daughters, and I'm happy as can be. So that said, you know, one of the things that I thought about tonight when I was printing out the agenda, and I saw it, and I said, you know, the mission statement, extraordinary service to the citizens we serve is our purpose and product. And I guess the question here is this solution that we have, is it the best solution? Is this plan the best plan? Is it the best place? Is it the site modification, the modified site plan that might be a little bit better, maybe to the south of the existing new wing? I'm just not certain, but I know that in terms of what I would expect for extraordinary service, is this the best answer? Or is this kind of like the City Hall parking structure answer? Not, you know, there might be a better way. I think the master plan is something we need to look at. I think that that we do have to try to do this the right way, because we really don't get a second chance when we do this. We pull that trigger and we're done. So I can't support the proposal as it stands. I do support the expansion eventually, but I think it has to be done the right way. Thank you.
Rosemary Herrick, followed by David Pollock. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Herbrecht. I have been a Hendricks Avenue resident for 36 years. I am also a longtime volunteer at Los Robles Hospital, which is within walking distance of my house. My mom lived with me for the last 12 years of her life. During that time, she developed a bleeding ulcer and had to be taken to the emergency room at Los Robles Hospital. Even though she was a Kaiser member, she was able to stay at Los Robles for the 5 days, the full time of her hospital stay. What a blessing. I, for one, I'll go on. I feel that the new wing and parking structure is a much-needed asset to our community. I hope you will approve the expansion. I think it's well-needed. I think it's something that we could be proud of, the state-of-the-art, which we have right now, but I think it would just be an added asset to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. David Pollock, followed by, looks like Kerry Nelson or Kenny Nelson, I'm not sure. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Fox and council members and staff. My name is David Pollock. I'm a council member from the city of Moore Park, just over the hill. And this is not the type of project we would typically deal with. In fact, I had no idea you had so much fun in the evening. But I did want to attest to the regional importance of the hospital. We're not large enough in Moore Park to economically justify a hospital, certainly not one of the caliber that we have here at Los Robles. Therefore, we somewhat take it for granted that Los Robles is here for us in Moore Park. Personally, Los Robles is where my daughter was born, and in 2005, Los Robles saved the life of my son, who was in a terrible automobile accident. So I probably more than many appreciate the difficulty, the issues you have to weigh here, but I do hope that you are able to find a way to allow the hospital to continue growing with the demands of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pollock. Appreciate you coming down. Is it Kenny Nelson, Kerry Nelson? Kerry Nelson. Got that one. And Artis Nelson. Good evening, Ms. Nelson.
Hi, I'd like to first hand you guys these petitions that we've been working on. Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff, and audience. My name is Kerry Nelson, and I live on the corner of Young and Prentice in Thousand Oaks. I've lived in Thousand Oaks for over 48 years. We've worked on these petitions for only 2 weeks because a few of the neighbors got together to talk about what we can do with regards to the area. We felt that this was a way to inform the people who will be affected in our area by the expansion that HCA has planned. HCA, again, has not been a good neighbor by informing the people of their upcoming plans. I feel that they've been entitled to do whatever they want because they're the hospital in the area. 8 out of 10 homes that we've gone to had no clue what HCA had planned for this project. Some people even thought that the project was done after the last edition. I want you to look over some of those. Those are your constituents, the people who voted you all in office, who trust you to make the right decisions that will not only affect them today, but the tomorrows too. We're very concerned about the traffic, the increased noise around our homes and the main streets, the noise generated by the increased ambulances, helicopters, and everyday noise in general, including pre- and post-construction. Property devaluation hasn't really been talked about. We'd like to see a valuation impact report for the surrounding areas. The proposed plan was explained as an 8-year project. 8 years is a very long time, as you guys have talked about. I am not against the hospital. I'm not against the size of this. I'm just against the size of this project. This is too big for a residential area. We want to see the master plan that you guys have been talked about before anything gets done, and we'd like to see if you guys can build a model for most people to see, because sometimes people, when you see computer-generated pictures, it doesn't really give you the full effect. We'd like to lower maybe the floor requirement. And the other question I have at the end here is, what are the plans for the old hospital besides storage and office buildings? I feel like that's going to be another phase that we're not discussing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Artis Nelson, followed by Judy Fergus.
My name is Artis Nelson, and we are the original owners of our home on the corner of Sidley and Young, one of 4 houses on our street since 1963. And there was no hospital there. It was only a gentle slope. We could even see Jantz Road from our backyard. And by the way, it takes 30 years for those trees to get that big. Now, we are not afraid of progress. the extension of homes from Sidley to Lynn, the building of Wildwood, Parkside, or Lynmere. We did not complain when they built a community hospital in our backyard. And by the way, we were told it would be a low-profile building set back on, off Jance and Lynn, and Young. All of this has greatly affected our area with extra traffic and noise, as you can imagine. We are not against progress when they built the intensive care unit, or the CCC unit, or the enlargement of the emergency room, or the parking garage. Now, I'm going to tell you that HCA is not a good neighbor in many ways. Usually a good neighbor will ask his neighbors before he plans, the planning begins, if they would object or have input on the project that will affect them. We were told, this is the plan, what are your questions? Without having a model, people cannot visualize how much damage the project does to our neighborhood. I know computer renderings and drawings can be manipulated. HCA is expanding the building closer to the lot line, and I know that none of you would like to have in your backyard a 25-foot jacked up hill with a 64-foot building on top of it, looking down on you in your yard. We feel we've been lied to. Why didn't they build the operating rooms, radiology, maternity, and other services in the 200,000 square foot hospital when they were constructing it? HCA knew that the old hospital didn't meet the seismic requirements. Do you understand what you are doing to our neighborhood? I thought the city council was here to protect their constituents from big corporations like this. If you can put a 4-story building in a residential area, there is no place safe in Thousand Oaks. HCA has had 10 years to plan this project, and we've only had a few weeks to evaluate and understand it. What's the rush? What's next? Is this going to look like UCLA building on building, or Cedars, or St. Vincent surrounds in a few years? Is this going to be a city within a city? Do you know?
We need you to wind it up, ma'am.
What is your master plan? Think carefully before you vote, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob Roach, followed by Judy Fergus. 1 second. A lot of cards here.
I'm Judy Fergus.
Okay, very good. Hi, Ms. Fergus.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. As the Resident Service Director of University Village, a residential community serving over 500 elder residents, I am pleased to address you this evening in support of Los Robles Hospital Replacement Hospital. And I'd like to explain why. The healthcare needs of our residents cannot be taken lightly. It is imperative that our residential community, all of which are seniors, have immediate access to the state-of-art health care in a clean, modern building that is earthquake safe. We cannot chance referring our residents to a hospital with subpar facilities. Los Robles Hospital has been an exemplary hospital for all of our community. It is important that the hospital, we want the future of Los Robles to keep pace with state seismic safety requirements and the latest healthcare technology. I encourage you strongly to please approve this project this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bob Roach, followed by Scott Polzen. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I, too, am in favor of this planned expansion. After all that's been said this evening, I'll basically just say on a personal note, exactly 4 months ago today, my son had a slip and fall accident in the wash between the elementary school in Wildwood and the park that's across the street. He fell 15 feet and landed on his head. He was taken to Los Robles Hospital, and he survived, and today he's actually doing very well, although the prognosis was not great. He has survived and is doing very, very well today. My concern is, based on what's happening with the expansion of the hospital, if some of these things are not approved or gone forward, if he had had to go to a different location, he would not have made it. So my plea is for you to approve this expansion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Scott Polson, followed by Cheryl Lawanda. Good evening, Mr. Polson.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and the Council. My name is Scott Polzing, and I'm the Executive Director at University Village, Thousand Oaks. And as some of our residents had mentioned earlier, we have about 500 seniors residing at University Village, which is a continuing care retirement community. Also, we have Oakview at University Village, which has about 100 seniors, which reside in an assisted living community and skilled nursing facility. These residents, the majority of the 600 residents that have moved into these communities, came to Thousand Oaks outside of the area. They moved here not only for the amenities that University Village offers, but the amenities of the city. And first and foremost, they looked at what type of health care is provided in the city. And they chose Thousand Oaks because of Los Robles, and they chose University because of Los Robles. So I'm here today to support this project. You know, we have 600 residents that use this facility, and we'll be using it in the future. And it's in their best interest to continue with the expansion and provide the health care facilities that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cheryl Lawanda, followed by Ken Fidrick.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Cheryl Lawanda. I'm here this evening representing Hospice of the Caneo. A hospital is an integral part of the community. It is one of the landmarks that speaks to the quality of life enjoyed by those living in the service area. It is a place that speaks to life itself. It's where lives begin, where lives are improved, sustained, and extended. As our busy lives move along, it is reassuring to know that the hospital is there, even for those who may never need it. As the cycle of life reaches its conclusion, a hospital can also provide a place of comfort. It is in that final phase where Hospice of Caneo has forged strong relationships with Los Robles. In partnership with their professionals, our programs help patients and their families work through transitions encountered at the end of life. We are grateful for their strong presence in our community, and we acknowledge their demonstrated commitment to treating each patient with more than just modern medical technology. We appreciate the added special kind of caring provided with Hospice of the Caneo for patients and their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ken Fiddick, followed by Bruce Derbyshire. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, fellow Thousand Oaks residents, concerned citizens. My name is Ken Fiddick. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 24 years. Okay? I live about a half a mile from the hospital in an area called Lynbrook. Some of you may know where that's located. I'm at that street corner of Jan's and Lynn Road every day, several times a day. I know that area extremely, extremely well after 24 years. I voted in the initial term of each of you sitting council members and each of your re-elections and have enthusiastically supported each of you. I trust your judgment in the past, your good stewardship for this community, and I hope I can count on that going forward. With that said, there is an issue with this project. We need the hospital. We need the seismic improvements. I don't think most community members are opposed to that. The profile is too high. There's no need for 4 floors, period. Unacceptable to go above 3 levels. There's no need for a parking structure of 6 levels. If you look at the parking structure at the Oaks Mall, it's very unsightly, and that's on the 101 corridor. This community does not need an expansion of a hospital complex in a totally surrounded residential area. I hope that's very clear. The staff, the planning commission, the hospital people could come up with a better plan if they really wanted to. $241 million, Mr. Engel. $241 million. You can come up with a better plan than this, a lower profile, a wider footprint, and not encroach on the community. I think that's clear. I think the council members can come up with a win-win for the community. Now, we are talking about an election year. All politics is local, as I think the city council knows. Real estate is also local. Okay, this project will affect real estate values of hundreds, if not thousands, of the community. Yes, you'll get property tax dollars or sales tax and business tax dollars from this project. I understand that. That's good for the city. But it's also good to have the property owners, the residents, the registered voters supporting this. And as a registered voter, as a local community member, as an active member of this community and other supporting community activities and volunteer work, I implore you to do the right thing. Each one of you. I want to continue to support your re-election, whether it's this year or in the future. And I hope I can continue to count on your good trust, do the smart thing, do a win-win, keep the hospital, keep the improvements, but change the profile and change the plan before it's too late. Thank you.
All right. Bruce Derby, was that Mr. Derbyshire? You're
Derbyshire.
I'm moved by that speech.
Well, I hope I can.
You might want to think about running for office. That was a good stump speech there, I got to say. Okay, Mr. Derbyshire, followed by Francis Prinz.
Hi, my name is Bruce Derbyshire. I've lived in the Canal Valley in Thousand Oaks since 1967. I continue to live here in Dos Vientos. I don't live near this facility, but I don't want this giant medical center. Last October, my wife was critically injured in a fall, an accident. Los Robles saved her life. I spent a week there. I know the facility. I went on the website for Los Robles. They speak about the addition. They say it's 90 private rooms. In addition, a new lobby, admitting area, private consultation areas, expanded department. All of that can be put in the old hospital. We don't need 90 new private rooms. Also, as I recall, I've spent a week in that hospital walking around. There's an awful lot of non-health going on, seminars. They have 2 conference rooms in the new building. It's empty most of the time. When it's not, when it's in use, that's when all the parking is taken. That is not the normal hospital, but I'm sure that's part of their business operation. That can be integrated into the old hospital. Do not approve this monstrosity.
Okay, Francis Prinz, and then we're going to go back to a speaker card. The gentleman wasn't here, Steve Birch. And this is former mayor and council member and community elder, Francis Prinz.
Thank you very much. Mayor Fox, council members, and staff. Our family moved to Thousand Oaks, like a lot of the other people in this audience, a long time ago in 1968. 6 months before Los Robles Hospital was actually opened, and we didn't settle here because of the proximity to a medical facility. Like most of the people that lived in Thousand Oaks at that time, the greatest part of the population, we were young, we had young children, and we had no health issues of any note. Los Robles Hospital over the years has grown to be a first-class medical facility with many quality physicians utilizing their campus, as well as some wonderful ancillary facilities. And over the years, our family, like so many of the families in Thousand Oaks, has used that emergency room and used the hospital itself. Thousand Oaks has changed from a community of mostly young families to those like myself, part of the single fastest growing part of the population. It's not possible to convey to you the peace of mind in knowing that such a medical facility is within minutes, anywhere in the Conejo Valley, that when it is needed, not only will it be there for the person in need of its services, but also for the families and loved ones who want to visit and be close. I don't want Los Robles Hospital to be a community hospital. I want it to be the best hospital and the best facility it can be, with the best ancillary facilities and attracting quality physicians and staff. And I think that the project that you have before you this evening will provide for that. I drive by Los Robles on a daily basis and live about 1.5 miles from it. One can look at the manner in which it has grown to be a predictor of how this new addition will move forward. It has mandated obligations which cannot be altered in order for it to maintain its quality of service. And I urge you to balance well the needs of those in your community who are most vulnerable with the quality of the development that you have overseen thus far. I just wanted to say that I really agree with one of the earlier speakers who said that we elected you and we voted for you to protect our interests. The problem, of course, is that there are differing and competing interests. And I think that, on balance, this evening, they tip heavily in favor of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Steve Birch. Steve.
Just a point of order. If I want to show some pictures, I put them here. Will it be on the screen?
All right, and then before you get going there, Mr. Birch, just so everybody kind of knows, we are going to take a break at 10 o'clock. We made good progress. We're going to take a break at 10 o'clock. You're up, sir.
Thank you. If you take a look at what happens in a neighborhood that has uncontrolled growth, you can see that the residential areas of the neighborhood become medical additions to the medical center. Right there, this is the Ventura Memorial Hospital there. This is right there next to it, and you can see what happens to the houses, folks. That's your future house right there. Here is a dentist office. It's right down the street. It's a house. It's now a dentist office. There it is, right down the street from the medical center, not right away, not next to it, but right down the street. So this is what your future is if in the neighborhood. This is what happens sometimes when you have uncontrolled growth. Now, I'm in favor of the hospital. I'm in favor of what is needed for retrofitting to get the requirements for the state. I'm certainly in favor of what is needed there, but what is not needed is a regional medical center. And once, no place in Thousand Oaks is going to be safe from the developer's shovel. Once we get this idea that at any time, anybody who pays enough money can come and get the zoning changed from their place. So for these reasons, and lastly, we need, if there is going to be a build out that needs to be happening, it needs to happen with a great plan. I'm sorry, I can't remember the words that I wanted to say. I came in here late. But it needs to happen in context of a general plan, a master plan. I think that's the word that I wanted. A master plan, thank you. So that the stakeholders can get involved and we can do this in a way that won't make us look like the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
All right. We're gonna stand in recess, and then we'll reconvene the hearing. Probably 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I have trouble seeing near and far. I have some pictures I want to put up there. I had a whole speech plan, but I'm going to nix it and just speak from my cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. I'm going to cut to the chase. Okay. Nobody's really spoken about a privacy issue here, and I live on Sidley Street behind this hospital, and also to the fact that they're a good neighbor. I allowed Los Robles Hospital to cut down 13 mature pine trees in my backyard so they could have a flight path, and they promised to replace those trees. And when I went back to them and said, hey, you got to replace the trees because I've got 13 stumps in my backyard, they told me I didn't have it in writing. And that's what a good neighbor Los Robles was to me. Anyway, these are pictures. I don't know if it's upside down. They're saying there's little to no impact and that it won't be a sightly thing because they're going to plant all these trees. That's what they said at the last expansion, and this is what it really looks like. It's very intrusive. The lights shine through my bedroom windows into my children's bedrooms. I can't open my windows, and you want to put 94 more to look into my backyard and raise that 2 more stories to look right into my backyard. What I want to say is I hold this city council responsible because they allowed this site to get out of hand. It's in the center of a neighborhood where it never should have been. It was built as a community hospital. It should stay one. I'm not arguing the quality. You've got great doctors there. Dr. Saul, Dr. Solomon are really esteemed physicians. That's great, and they're looking at it from their point of view. You are going to destroy an entire neighborhood and devalue these houses that are 6 bedrooms, 3 stories. There aren't old people living in these houses, okay? And to say this is an aging community, the average age of citizens in Thousand Oaks is 37. Not as old as the 600 people that live in that old folks' home. Because if I listen to them, then you're going to need a lot more beds because everybody's dying. But the point is, the problem is, and Los Robles, I heard them stand up here and say they couldn't build on the Westlake site. Then why did they buy it? Why did they buy it and shut it down? If you couldn't build on it, why did you buy it?
Jerry Curry, followed by Brian Rank.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. My name is Jerry R. Curie. I live in Thousand Oaks. I've actually lived here since 1964. I actually spent about 28 years as the laboratory director at Los Robles Hospital. I'm currently working with Hospital Association of Southern California. I also sit on the Southwest Regional Trauma Coordinating Committee, which is one of 6 regional trauma coordinating committees in the state of California. So I'd like to make a few comments in support of this project. First of all, you may be aware that about half the hospitals in the state of California are operating at negative net margins currently. And there are a lot of communities in the state who would be very envious of the problem we have here in Thousand Oaks, where we have an ownership company that's willing to invest $245 million in expanding and creating a first-class hospital for the community. The other things that I would like to mention is that there are ancillary services that are included in the old SPC-1 rated building that need to be moved into a seismically safe facility. And these ancillary services are tied to the trauma designation that Los Robles has recently received. I would hate to see, as a resident, the community go backwards in terms of its trauma capability, and for the East County to lose its only level 2 designated trauma center because the support services of radiology, laboratory, surgery can't be placed in seismically safe surroundings. So I would urge you to look at the big picture. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and support this project to build out Los Robles Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brian Rank, followed by Felipe Kissling.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. Good evening, Council. There's a lot of things to say, but with only 2 minutes, I've really had to cut down a lot of the stuff that I thought it was important, and I'm just going to focus on the EIR report. Before the last addition to the hospital, HCA said that they would not light up the hospital with direct lighting and that the lighting would match the original hospital. The overflow from the parking lot lights light up the north side of the hospital much more than the east side of the original hospital. And you can clearly see this from the top picture. It's the east side of the hospital, and then the north side is the new addition. So they have clearly not done what they said that they were going to do. The glare from these lights can clearly be seen from inside many of the residential bedrooms that are right below them on Sidley Street. The glare and the lights from the hospital are more than what the EIR states as less than significant. At another meeting, I asked the plans, the HCA, what they were going to do with the old original building, and they said that they could not guarantee that they would not demo it and rebuild it. The aesthetics part of the EIR part is only conducted on West Sidley Street. This does not consider Siesta, Whitworth, Urton, or Flores. These streets create a theater setting that look directly at the hospital. Most of these homes in this area will be affected by the loss of the mountain views. The ridgelines and scenic vistas will be replaced by direct view of the hospital. The EIR misclassified this as less than significant. The two-story building, Phase A2, meets the seismic requirements. The four-story building meets the HCA's unknown long-term plans. Los Robles Hospital has very dedicated, hardworking employees. Los Robles Hospital is an excellent hospital. I have trusted them, and I will continue to trust them. HCA cannot be trusted. They do not have a master plan in place right now. I urge you to make sure that you have a master plan before you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rank. Council member from Westlake Village, Philippa Kessling. Your Honor, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. I do have to say right up front, though, that what I say tonight is not the official position of the city. Unfortunately, our schedules did not allow us to get together and discuss this. But it would be my sense that they would agree, the city of Westlake Village, to support the expansion and the retrofit of the hospital. After all, there is a history here of Los Robles Hospital in Westlake Village and indeed our greater community. They are a good neighbor, and importantly, as has been brought out by council members from other areas, this is our Conejo Valley Hospital. When you read the environmental impact report before us, you keep reading how certain actions undertaken by this project would not be injurious or offensive to the public health, or not detrimental to the public interest. Let's look at the reverse of that. What would happen if we did not go ahead with this retrofit and expansion? Would it be injurious or detrimental to the public interest? The answer to me is conclusively yes. We are a growing and an aging population, and luckily for all of us here in this room, because of this council and your neighboring cities, we've limited the growth, but we still are growing and our needs change. Would you want your kids or your grandkids in a hospital that is not seismically safe? Same for intensive care. Of course not. We, the greater Conejo Valley, are fortunate to have HCA Los Robles not only offering to complete the seismic retrofits, but to go beyond that. And isn't this what we want for our community, a commitment for the best? There are, of course, always setbacks and concerns with any major project such as this. And I have no doubt that with this seated council, staff, and the Planning Commission will work out and mitigate those problems. I just have to quickly say I was really impressed by the thoroughness of the parking requirements study done by staff, comparing 140 other hospitals. That's amazing. So let's not take the risky step of delaying this construction and see if the state lets the hospital off the hook. Instead, let's keep to our goals: safety for our residents, diversifying and strengthening business base of the community, and supporting what we need to do to maintain a healthy community and healthy residents as our top priorities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Dr. Michael Edelstein, followed by Diana Doffler. Oh, okay. Did Michael Edelstein leave? Okay, thank you. Diana left? All right. Nick Kidway. Followed by Karen Martin. Good evening, Mr. Kidway.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Nick Kidway, resident of Newbury Park. First of all, I'd like to say that I agree with Mr. Engel's comment about the consent calendar. It was a great joke, and I look forward to him coming next week and speaking with me on the consent calendar. That will make a great team, I think. I supported Los Robles Hospital expansion in 2007 despite concerns by the neighbors, and I was hoping that those concerns would be mitigated. There were 7 community meetings, but I submitted a card after people in the who spoke at the Planning Commission were never invited. In fact, to really reach out to the community, since this is, I mean, the council member from Westlake just spoke also. They should have advertised in the newspaper and had a big meeting. But the thing is, it's putting the cart before the horse. If TOTV will help me, we've been talking about the Westlake Hospital, but a picture tells 1,000 words. TOTV, if you can go to the overhead, that's Los Robles Hospital, and it's all boarded up. There's the boarding up, and the brown thing on the left, it says HR department. So that was the HR for the Westlake. That's a little bit clearer. I mean, this is a hospital waiting to be opened. That's a different shot. Lobby and rehab. I guess some others could use the rehab too. And that's a pretty gross picture. That's some of the leftover stuff and all that. It's pretty ugly. I feel really insulted when some of the folks say that we are against progress, or I'll put Dr. Glancy on the sidewalk when he gets a heart attack, if God forbid. All we are saying is have a reasonable approach. We are counting on 2 council members to make a difference tonight. Let's hope that you will rise up to the challenge. Thank you.
Karen Martin, followed by Joyce Nenny. Good evening, Ms. Martin.
Dr. Martin.
Dr. Martin.
I'm invested in this community. Been here since 1984. I live on the corner of Lynn and Jan's. I'm appalled that there has been no sound testing done on my corner. You have a noise element study that's supposed to be updated every 10 years. It was last updated in 2000. I did my own little test. It's 100 at street level, decibel level, with those motorcycles screaming by. It's 80 in my backyard. You stop my conversations. Who are you protecting? I'm a medical person. I went to Greg Engel. I asked for numbers. I asked him, show me I have need for this hospital. Don't have to. We're a private corporation. I believe they went public. I think we should have those numbers now. I ask you people to listen to these people. Things are coming to a head out there. You're building the heck out of this community, and there's something funny going on. And I ask you, who are you protecting? We've made some bad decisions in this town. We've got a problem with the lakes. I think we all need to sit back here and look at what we're doing. My boss is out there in brass or bronze or whatever it is. If you ever decide to get rid of that statue, I'd like it. It means a lot to me. This community means a lot to me. This is bullshit. Again, this is bullshit. I'm sorry. I'll go now.
Joyce Ninny, followed by Carol Freeman.
Hi, my name is Joyce Denny. I live in Thousand Oaks. I'm here to encourage you to vote yes on the Los Robles expansion project. I've had the wonderful opportunity to live in this community about a mile away from Los Robles and have had the privilege to work at Los Robles for the past 32 years. In that time, I've seen many changes, but the basic focus of all those changes and expansions is to provide quality health care services to our community. Los Robles provides basically all the services that are needed. From a personal experience, my father has had health issues with cancer and heart disease. All of his diagnostic exams, treatments, have been able to be done right here in his community. In fact, for one of his procedures, the physician offered to do it in a hospital in the San Fernando Valley so it could be done sooner. And my father refused because he wanted to be at his hospital, where his family could easily be with him. Like my father, many people in Thousand Oaks are aging and appreciate having a full-service hospital close to their residence, so they do not have to travel to other areas for good health care. Building this new wing is important so we can continue to provide the health care services that are needed in our community. The new wing will allow us to expand the services we currently have. With the seismic restrictions, it is possible that we would need to eliminate or at least restrict the use of the original building. This would negatively impact many of our services. Los Robles has provided quality health care to our community for over 40 years. In those 40 years, Thousand Oaks has grown and changed, and Los Robles has needed to do the same to keep up with the new technology and services that the people of this community have the privilege to enjoy. I urge you to vote yes on this project, allowing Los Robles, our Thousand Oaks Hospital, to continue to grow with our community and provide quality health care services in our own area. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Carol Friedman, followed by Susan Siegel. Ms. Friedman, good evening.
Good evening. I'm Carol Freeman, a longtime resident of Thousand Oaks, a charter employee, actually, of Los Robles Hospital, left there several years ago, and now a former hospital administrator. I know what hospitals are up against as we face this SB 1953. You're in a real conundrum. This community is in a real conundrum. If we'd have known what we knew now in 1965, perhaps the hospital wouldn't have been placed in the middle of a residential area. But it was. It is. It can't be moved, not in the time it would take for us to be able to do what we now have to do. I have great empathy for the neighbors. I have very good friends who live on Sidley. The video made it clear, however, the hospital must expand, the hospital must be replaced. We must have a hospital that will withstand a seismic episode in our community. The state may extend the timing on seismic qualifications, but an earthquake won't. And I don't want to be in the community when we have no health care or medical care available for those emergency times. I ask you please to balance the rights of the few with the well-being of the many, and do your best to mitigate it, but you must decide to approve this request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Susan Siegel, followed by Carla Schneider. Ms. Siegel? All right. Carla Schneider, followed by Press Hamilton. Ms. Schneider, good evening.
I am an RN, and I have over 20 years of experience, so I truly understand the need for health care. I also live near the hospital. I am deeply saddened by the inevitable expansion. I know it's going to go through. There's nothing I can do about it, The trauma center and the expansion are being pushed down our throats, and it's a very bitter pill for us to swallow. When I moved here, I had no way of knowing that the community hospital would soon become another UCLA. You've heard it all before, I won't go into it. The traffic, the safety issues, the fact that my cars were broken into a couple weeks ago, the fact that the hospital's becoming a trauma center and we're going to have gunshot wounds and all kinds of different people in our neighborhood. This affects my property values. And it is, in this economy, I don't think I need to say any more. I have spent thousands of dollars on my backyard as a result of groundwater displacement. Please humor me for a second. Place yourself, after this council meeting, going home and wanting to enjoy a glass of wine, or sitting in your backyard wanting to have a barbecue and have people over. All of a sudden, you're enjoying yourself, listening to music, just enjoying the beauty and the peace of the weekend and relaxing, and then it starts. The helicopters flying overhead, the ambulances blaring, the cars racing up the street, a vent noise so loud you can't even hear your own radio in your backyard. And now we get to add construction. Please tell me how I can sell my house in the next 6 to 8 years with all of this going on. We all know about how important Los Robles is. I have used it, and we all agreed that it's a great hospital. The only question I have is, would you approve this if it was happening in your backyard?
Thank you, ma'am. Press Hamilton, followed by Patricia Jones. Good evening, Mr. Hamilton.
My name's Press Hamilton. I've lived in Thousand Oaks since 1992. I'm retired from the City of San Jose Fire Department after 25 years. And I think I'm so very fortunate to live in Thousand Oaks, Westlake. Such a well-planned community. This I attribute to the council people, the council persons, both City of Thousand Oaks and Westlake. I've been active in numerous groups here in the area. My Homeowners Association, a golf group, and I'm currently a member of the Westlakers here in Westlake. For the past 10 years, I worked for Los Robles Hospital in a non-medical position. I worked at Los Robles during the past construction projects. And I have seen Los Robles transformed into a more updated facility and believe the new additions will carry the hospital well into the future for our surrounding communities. A second parking structure for the employees will decrease the impact for the visitors and patients in the existing structure. The new second wing that is earthquake sound will only be a plus for the future patients, visitors, employees to Los Robles Hospital. And not forgetting that this expansion is mandated by the state under Senate Bill 1953. I am here to recommend a unanimous vote for the approval of the proposed construction for Los Robles Hospital Medical Center by this council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Patricia Jones, followed by George Jones. Good evening.
Good evening. Patricia Jones, City of Thousand Oaks, honorable council members and city staff. I've been a resident of this great city of Thousand Oaks for 28 years and also have served on the board of trustees for the hospital for the last 7 years. In my opinion, this issue is really a no-brainer. We have no choice but to approve the resolution regarding Los Robles Hospital to include adding that 4th floor to the recently completed 3-story wing, construct a new 4-story wing, and the multi-story parking structure at the northeast corner. The hospital is required by law to meet seismic requirements, and yet the old hospital does not even qualify for seismic retrofitting. We really have no choice but to move forward with the project, and time is of the essence to start construction by January 2011, or we face closing the existing old building, which handles nearly 100% of the hospital operations, including the maternity department, pediatrics, the operating room, and recovery rooms. Please approve the hospital expansion program for the 125-plus residents of Thousand Oaks who depend on it on a moment's notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. George Jones, followed by Suzanne Tuckett. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Andy.
and city council members, and city attorney and staff. My name is George Jones. I live in Thousand Oaks. I'm in favor of this resolution wholeheartedly. We should continue to have the best possible hospital facilities in our city. I moved to this city in 1979 as a South Pacific Regional Manager with General Motors. GM selected this city because they predicted it would become one of the best cities in the United States. They were right. I love the city for the services and quality of life it provides. Thanks for to all of the city councils over those years for making good decisions. You have a history of making good decisions, and I know you'll continue to. There's something we need to think about. Starting next year in this country, 10,000 people a day will turn 65. Thousand Oaks needs to keep up with this need and this growth. We must act now. I own and operate an in-home care service for seniors. Thank God for Los Robles Hospital. I have witnessed on several occasions the exceptional care given to my seniors by Los Robles Hospital. I spent many hours in the emergency room, and I know these people know what they're doing. Our seniors know of their good fortune for having the resources close to them. I am totally in favor of Los Robles being allowed to expand this excellent services and provide the best possible care in keeping up with the growing needs of our country, our city, and the times, and taking care of our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Suzanne Duckett, followed by Joan Young.
Suzanne Duckett, Thousand Oaks. I don't think that you need to approve this project tonight. This certainly can continue. The hospital has already started this process of the seismic issue. So this is just a continuation of what has been started already. So I don't see a deadline. With the last improvement that went on, before I get going on that, the gentleman with the red shirt got it. The hospital's asking for six stories, 6 floors. They already have 3. All they need is 3 more. So allow them the 3 that they have already and just let them build another building of 3 stories. That makes 6, which is what they've asked for. Then, this hospital does not have a plan beyond 10 years. Now that's ridiculous. There are other places that they could look into purchasing, like Baxter, the Baxter property on the freeway. That'd be a wonderful site because it's directly across the street from another campus that this hospital owns. That's perfect for geriatrics. So we need to hold this hospital to a higher standard. Now, the emergency room issue, it was already expanded. Just a little over a year ago, my husband was in congestive heart failure, and his ambulance was diverted. We were told that we could go to Simi Valley or Camarillo, and I said no. We will go into Woodland Hills to Kaiser. I didn't know he was that unstable, where he got good care, I might add, wonderful care. But the whole issue is that I asked those ambulance drivers, how many times do these ambulances get diverted? They said a lot from Los Robles. And that was after the emergency room was already expanded. Now only 4 months, now only 4 months because they're going to get this trauma, have they updated their care in that emergency room. Now that is obscene. I went back to the hospital into that emergency room when my husband was a little bit more stable, and I went around and I asked all those people, it was packed, I asked all those people how long they had been sitting there, and they said for hours. So we need to hold this hospital to a higher standard and follow this hospital along the way to make sure that people are going to get good care with a good facility.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right. Joan Young, followed by Joel Balbine. Good evening.
Good evening. It is still evening. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Fox, council members and staff, quality health care is one of the major cornerstones of a quality community. When people are looking to relocate to an area, quality health care is a top priority, along with schools, safety, environment, and infrastructure. We could not be more fortunate to have HCA replace a 42-year-old facility now used as a hospital with a brand-new facility which will enable our medical professionals to better serve their clients with modern state-of-the-art technology and a modern state-of-the-art facility. I guess it would be like trying to rebuild a computer at home that's 42 years old. You just have to start all over again. Today, technology is uppermost in delivery of quality services. Our family has recently needed health care, and I must say there is a huge difference in a new facility versus an old facility. 5 generations of our family have used Los Robles Hospital, many for happy reasons and some for not so happy reasons. We have had 2 generations of birth here, and I must say that the neonatal facility recently saved the life of our youngest great-grandchild. For HCA to request approval to replace a facility with a new one is indeed a boom to everyone. And when do you do it? It's when you have the money. When and if anyone should ever need health care, you will be very grateful that we have a modern, up-to-date facility. Just as my family has changed, so have the needs of the community. And today, health care is one of the most significant attributes in a community. There is no adequate way to factor the economic short and long-term benefit to our community, but I know that this new project will certainly provide primary, secondary, and tertiary jobs and construction way into the future. It will provide an economic stimulus to this community at a time when it is needed most. I have been driving back and forth 30, 60 miles every day for some time because of an illness in our family. And I want to tell you, it is with all my heart and hope that you will support this very important decision tonight and make sure that we have the best you can provide to the citizens, all the citizens of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Joel Albine. Joel here? Okay. Tula Calavos. Tula's here. Followed by George. All right. Take your time. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Tula Calavos. I spent 2 days trying to make this speech, and at the end I was thinking it's useless, and I was going to come up here and just be funny, but I'm going to read my speech. For 38 years, I have devoted a considerable part of my life maintaining and improving the conditions of this near model city, and I was rewarded with an amazing environment and a very harmonious life. I value myself, and I'm insulted when someone decides to destroy my project by stepping violently on it. The whole western part of Thousand Oaks will be affected by the cumulative traffic, noise, and pollution. Children, schools, churches, and old people living in old people's homes in the vicinity will be exposed to these health hazards. To those that came up here explaining to us the worth of a hospital, I have to tell you again, as the great-granddaughter of a doctor, the grandniece of a renowned surgeon and a member of the Greek Academy, who together with my grandfather, an MD, established the Pulmonary Disease Hospital, which is still operating today, as 4 more generations of doctors followed, with 7 new doctors in the newest generation. Yes, I have every right to voice to you my views about what's happening with this hospital. The government has labeled healthcare as a health industry. Thus, we can start thinking of a hospital as a health factory for profit. HCA has displayed the worst type of disrespect to the quality of life of the residents affected by this expansion. They kept us informed to a minimum. They railroaded the project all the way to this hearing. I have never seen a more orchestrated operation before, It is our homes and our quality of life that are being attacked. This massive expansion is inappropriate for the existing property, which lies in the middle of a very residential area. If a bigger hospital is needed, they should develop it on a site closer to the freeway. With easier, please let me finish. I spent 2 days on this damn thing. For all directions and with room for future expansion, they have been expanding continuously almost every 5 years since 1983. A master plan is needed to follow the orchestrated construction. HCA uses the deadline for seismic compliance as a threat. When the RAND Corporation reports that for 38% of the California hospitals, they are going to give an extension. HCA blames the increase of the aging community for an expansion. Thousand Oaks is not a retirement center. I'm getting older. I came here 29 years old, and I'm not so young anymore. But if you go to the grocery stores, you'll see babies all over the place. Westlake is a retirement place, but they do not want a general hospital. It is not coincidental that the ex-mayor of Westlake, Chris Caraway, is the chief lobbyist and spokesperson of HCA. They deny flatly that the project will cause Lynn Road to become a 6-lane. Of course it won't be a 6-lane from them, but it will be precipitated from the weight they will put on that street. Please, that's my ending thing, revise the project to a minimum expansion, requiring them to retrofit as ordered by the state, or grant us a continuance to give us time to examine the facts and protect our properties and our quality of life. Tonight, the project should not be considered without providing, if you pass it, a traffic light is lit at Lotus and Lynn.
Thank you, Ms. Kalobos.
You forgot Lotus. You have to remember it.
All right. George Kalobos, followed by Priscilla Weld. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Fox, and the rest of you, and especially the staff. I worked very hard this last week to understand this. And I feel sorry for you that you understand it. Very sorry. There are mistakes here, and we are paying you and you to find them. The problem with water in Sidley is true. The geologist, Mr. Sabalier, and I have given copies of this to you, from Geobase, and Miss Prentice, or Mr. Prentice, from Frugo, they were very careful not to declare that problem as non-existent. They specified the wording, the technical wording. I'm proud of them. It was very careful. I'd like to read you what Mr. Sabalier has written to Mr. Brian Seeley, the design director of HCA in Tennessee. It says that groundwater conditions may be altered. This is why they say, yes, right now we don't have groundwater, but it can be. Can be altered because meteorological variations and rains and seasonal and even other things. It does exist. And so the parking place exists. The parking place problem. They claim that they are only the six level parking garage. We don't know how many parking spaces are there, but in the plans, I was able to measure for 3 plans that they have, 317. If we say the rest are about the same, which is not true, it's more, then it is over what
need you to
they have
conclude.
in the book.
Thank you, sir.
They have to resolve it. I'm sorry I did not save you some time from my wife that took all the time. But this is not worth.
All right. Priscilla Weld.
It's better to do a good job.
Followed by Jill Lederer.
Good evening. I've lived in several cities, the Boston area of which I'm a native, New York City, and San Francisco. My career background includes practicing as a certified court reporter in California and experience in the world of journalism. After I was widowed the second time, one of my two daughters encouraged me to move from the ice and snow of Massachusetts to the balmy climate of Southern California, where she lives. I visited her in Thousand Oaks long enough to be thrilled to find that in December I could open the door to summer weather. I checked out scores of houses until I found exactly what I wanted, a small house in the lovely, peaceful residential area of North Lynn Ranch, close to my daughter's home. I was lucky also to find my neighbors very friendly and thoughtful. When I learned the Hospital Corporation of America was going to continue retrofitting Los Robles Hospital against earthquake damage, it sounded like an excellent plan. But then the axe fell. No, they were not simply making the hospital safer, they were making it larger, much larger. Never mind whether the residents wanted or needed a mega medical center right in the middle of their neighborhood with a garage housing over 1,000 vehicles, pollution of the environment not only during the years of building, but lasting noise pollution and increased traffic, news stories packed onto the existing building, and in general the wrecking of the place where I thought I had found peace and beauty. I have to wonder why the Hospital Corporation of America does not seem to concern itself with the strong possibility that our property values that have already taken a large hit from the recession may very well take another. Not only would we have to endure several years of big-scale building, but later on, noise pollution caused by more ambulance sirens, the roaring racket of increased helicopter trips, and further risk of vehicle accidents. I really love where I live and the residential area I thought I was buying into. Now I feel desolate to realize that after all, my two daughters will inherit a house in an area where peace and charm are long gone.
Thank you, ma'am. Jill Lederer, followed by Mark Emanuel. Good evening, Ms. Lederer.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Fox, council members, and city staff. My name is Jill Lederer. I reside in Moore Park, and I'm President CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to offer the support of Chairman of the Board, Pete Turpel, and the 30-member Board of Directors of the Chamber to the project before you proposed by Los Robles Hospital and Medical Center. Though no remodel or expansion can be without impact, we are confident that the city and the hospital will follow their long history of mitigating any inconvenience to their neighbors in the most strategic and sensitive of ways. It is not in dispute that a hospital, more than any business, must remain cutting edge and ever improving. If it doesn't grow to serve our community, it endangers us all. As with any business, they also must remain legally compliant. The fact that this hospital has tremendous economic impact on our community is also undeniable. It is the fourth largest employer in the Greater Conejo Valley, right behind Amgen and the Conejo Valley Unified School District. It is a dynamic time for any business to be growing, enhancing services, and offering opportunities. It is not a time to retrench or stand still, particularly in the case of a medical facility. We would not want that for our schools, and we don't recommend it for our hospital. On behalf of the Board of Directors, staff, and 1,400 members of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, thank you for considering our endorsement of this project and for all you do for our community. Good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Lederer. Mark Emanuel, followed by Kathleen Kopp. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Mark Emanuel. I live on 167 Siesta, and I am one of those homeowners whose backyard view is the heliport, and those lights don't do the justice in that photo. It's worse than that. My daughters need blackout curtains in order, and I live more than probably 1,000 feet from the hospital right now. So the premise of the lighting situation that was promised years ago certainly has not been remedied to date. But I'll read mine here as quickly as I can. I don't believe it's too long here. Let's be clear. I don't believe the people here are against the hospital seismic standards or even against the expansion to meet the needs of the community. We are, however, against the wholesale changing of the zoning variances in place. The intelligent members of the hospital board and staff can find a variety of other solutions that do not require these zoning changes. We chose to live in this community and pay the housing prices because of the strict vision that Thousand Oaks has and the building restrictions already in place. Community members can't add a second story to their home if they reside in one story. They can't add a bedroom to their house without adding garage bay, and they can't remove an oak tree without special permission. So the zoning residential neighborhood around this, we should not change those rules. I and my family bought in this area knowing the zoning was secure in the fact and they would not have large structures with lights zooming out over their properties. This is not the Civic Arts Plaza or the mall located in commercial zones that butt up against the freeway. The hospital is located in a residential community, and altering the zoning opens a slippery slope and Pandora's box and sets a precedent that we do not need in our community. As a constituents of this community who elected you to represent us, please do not allow the zoning changes to be accomplished, but require HCA to meet their needs within the zoning constraints of the area. The current plan is unlikely to meet our community's needs for the next 20 to 30 year horizon. I urge the council to pursue alternative design solutions and generate a long-term master plan to meet the needs of the community before subjecting my family and neighbors to this inadequate proposal being forced upon us tonight without the due diligence of the council and the community at large. Thank you.
Kathleen Cope, followed by Judy Fergus. Good evening, ma'am.
My name is Kathleen Kapp.
Okay.
And I live next to the hospital for 34 years, just past the 500-foot whatever to notify us. So I was never notified until neighbors told me about it. And when I moved here 34 years ago, it was a small hospital, non-intrusive. Now it has grown, and it's like putting a size 20 shoe into a size 6 shoe. It doesn't fit anymore. It's too big. This is the draft, and as I see some other people have it, as you know what's in it, I don't even hardly have to even look into it to know that all of this means that this hospital expansion plan is way too big for the neighborhood. Further study shows that the changes must be made, changes must be made to the general plan, which includes the zone change from commercial to institutional. There's also 2 ordinance amendments and 4 resolutions. And this is all done so that it can fit into that size 6 shoe. I see no reason for this. I agree with the seismic changes that are probably in the retrofit that's needed, but I don't think we need an expansion. I lived through the last 2 years of construction, and that was enough. The pounding and banging can be heard all day. Now it will be even longer. Let's take another example. It's like taking a blood test. Do you want to go to the blood and have your blood taken? No, but it's quick. It gets over and it only hurts a little bit. But would you want that test to go on for a day, a week? Well, we're going to have to do this for 8 years. Is that a little inconvenience? How can you mitigate 8 years of construction? This hospital is in the wrong location. I ask each of you one important question. If this hospital were to be built in your backyard, in all conscience, would you want this to happen to you? I don't think so. I'm asking you to vote no.
Judy Fergus, followed by Scott Polzin. Judy Fergus, Scott Polzin. Sari Eliason. Dr. Paul Finkel. You're up, Doc. Ralph Meyer is next. Dr. Finkel, good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff. My name is Dr. Paul Finkel. I'm a practicing internist and nephrologist at Los Robles Hospital. I've been on the staff there since 1974. I've lived in this community since 1974. I've raised my children in this community. And at one time or another, various members of my family, including myself, have been members of the hospital on the wrong side of the bed. I care very deeply about the quality of medical care in our community and the availability of safe medical care in our community. I'd like to make 3 points, some of which have been addressed, and I'm just going to gloss over. The first is, it's clear that the population in the last 36 years since I've been here has grown very significantly. The number of beds today available in the hospital is essentially unchanged compared to the available beds when I started practice 36 years ago. As a consequence, the census is generally very high, and in the last few years we've had recurring problems of diversion of patients. Secondly, as the graphic video showed earlier today, whether there was a state-mandated earthquake revision that we'd have to do for seismic compliance, or perhaps an optional one, or whatever it may be voted on in the next month, it's completely irresponsible to subject our patients, family members, staff at the hospital to a seismically unsafe structure when the possibility of creating a safe seismic environment is available. HCA has provided a potential of $250 million. No monies are being asked from our taxpayers in our community. Finally, if we could go back in a time capsule, and I'll be done in just 20 seconds if I may, if we could go back in a time capsule to the 1960s, I suspect that many of the same types of concerns that we've had from our local neighbors and friends who've expressed themselves tonight would have been heard at that occasion. But yet, the city council at that occasion was able to look ahead to the future, to the anticipated needs of what the community would require from a medical point of view. We, sitting in this room today, and our friends and neighbors who are not here, have been the beneficiaries of that foresight 20, 30, and 40 years ago. We today need to look not just at what our local community needs are, but the anticipated future. We have 165,000 people in our greater community who fortunately are not here tonight to give their 2 minutes, I'm happy to say. But if they were, I suspect the vast majority would urge you to display the same degree of courage, foresight, dedication, and sensitivity to the anticipated future medical needs of our community. I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finkel. Ralph Meyer, followed by Hannah Grossman. Dr. Hannah Grossman.
Aloha. About 3.5 months ago, I opened a newspaper and started reading an article. And the more I read, the angrier I got. And then I realized it was an April 1 fool joke. But it looks like it's come about. Now, I'm standing here looking at you, and I have a feeling that you already have your mind made up. We've had little notice about this whole thing. I moved here in 1968, in tow with a spouse and 4 children. Obviously, I was a little bit younger, but they're now a little bit older than I was when I moved here. 3 of those children live in this city. I've been in the hospital at least a dozen times for some extended time. My children have been in the hospital, St. John's, St. Joseph's, Los Robles. We have a beautiful hospital, new surgical hospital on the south side of 101. I realize it's small, but they do a great job. However, I'm wondering what's the rush? We got a kind of a funny little environmental impact study here. It doesn't cover all the details. I think it's incomplete. 500 feet for some large building, that's not enough distance. You should go at least 1,500 feet. By the way, that's the size of the aerobatic box the FAA requires. Why can't we take it one step at a time? Why do we have to have this vote today? Can't you just look at this another month? Look how many citizens here have been here to complain. Yes, we're here, we're not being paid, we're concerned, we live in this city, we're not paid, we're not from out of state, we're not from out of this town. What's the rush? That's what I'm wondering about. We saw a great propaganda movie. By God, the building's falling on people. But our people are going to work and live in the administration of this building that's existing from 1968, and it's not going to be repaired. I don't understand that. To me, that's the first thing that should be done. The next thing that should be done would be go ahead and build that big parking lot, because when I drive in there to see a friend, I can't find a spot. I drive home and walk back to the hospital. I don't understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Hannah Grossman, followed by Pat Muela. Dr. Grossman, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak. I wanted to first and foremost say I live across the street in Westlake from a fire station, and every time I hear the sirens, I think, thank God someone's going out to save someone and to help someone. So I have my own experiences, and I would also tell you, as an aging baby boomer and someone who works in both surgery and labor and delivery, I have more than adequate opportunity to see what would potentially happen if we had a natural disaster at our hospital. As chief of staff, a medical staff that has over 500 doctors, I have to tell you that my job in a disaster would be to coordinate the care with all the physicians who would come from the community and try and volunteer. I pray that I will never have that job, but we can't guarantee the future, and we really need to be prepared. I would also tell you, for the 25 years I've been at this hospital, as opposed to the 1 week one of our gentlemen mentioned earlier, in 25 years I've been in many of the conference rooms many times. We use every last room, we use every last closet, we use every part of this hospital. We need more beds. We have begged for years and years and years. We've always been behind the 8 ball. We've always needed more beds and more care so we wouldn't be on diversion and we wouldn't have issues. The idea now that we finally have a parent corporation that will come in and spend this amount of money and absolutely be forward thinking is huge. And we need to, instead of denying, we need to say thank you and absolutely embrace it. It's not about property, it's about saving lives, and it's about all the services we have at our hospital now, from our cardiovascular services to our stroke services to our trauma. I assure you, if any one of you or any one of your family were in need of medical care, you would be so thrilled to come to my emergency room, and you would not wait hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Grossman. Looks like Pat Muela. David Mueller. Followed by David Walter. Okay, Pat. All right, great. Pat Mueller, followed by David Mueller. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Pat Mueller of Thousand Oaks, and we do appreciate the hospital, but we do not need to expand this much. All the earthquake info has been known since the 70s, and work could have been going forward on the Westlake Hospital. Waiting till the 11th hour is a forced tactic. With the new structure of 2007, we were then told it was too expensive. Not that it couldn't be done, like we were told tonight. So this is two different things. And also,
There was no mention of several more structures. The inference was that the building was going to take care of any problems. I disagree and question the study that claims there is no traffic impact with mitigation. Mitigation has turned out to be a whitewash word for things that can't and won't be fixed. There will be nearly twice as many cars, and common sense tells you there will be a traffic impact. And there is the recent new structure and the 4+1 stories and the parking structure and all the people that have to fill it, and this will hugely impact the traffic. Otherwise, why another parking structure for 659 cars and 337 beds? This will not just fill Jansen Lynn, but many cars will take neighborhood streets, Sidley, Young, and many others, and bypass this to bypass this traffic jam. Now add this to traffic from St. Pascal, Lorena, and the workers' shuttle going from the soccer, and you have way too many. Just want to say, people bought with the zone promise of 3 stories only, and this will be unsightly, literally, and it will be a promise broken to our city and the hundreds of people surrounding the hospital.
Thank you, ma'am. David Mueller, followed by David Walter.
Good evening, David Mueller, Thousand Oaks. Let me first say I love Los Robles, and I'll be happy to show you my defibrillator if you'd like to see it. However, I don't like this current project. I think it's way too much for the location that it's at. The original plan did not have the parking structure at Lynn and Jans Road. It was to be 2 stories of parking and 2 stories of building when we met with Jim Sherman a few years ago. This parking structure seems oddly familiar to me to the parking structure that we turned down at the city council meeting when the medical building people wanted to expand over there. I have a lot of fear that we've got somewhere in this massive report. I read there was $500,000 in traffic mitigation fees. Why setback waivers? Why height waivers when the Muni code is 35 feet and need to rezone it to 78 feet 6 inches? A traffic deficiency plan. Mr. Angle said that he wanted to dispel the rumors that Lynn Road would increase to 6 lanes. However, the traffic deficiency plan here in the book says northbound Lynn Road currently has 1 left turn lane, 1 through / right lane, and no bike lane. The proposed modify the median to 1 left turn lane, 2 through lanes, 5-foot bike lane, and right turn lane. Now, how are you going to get that in there and still have a median in there and keep this to a nice parkway that it's always been? We love the hospital. However, I think alternate locations should be had. I'm really concerned if this is approved, then the doctors are going to come back for their medical buildings and they're going to want to add. Then ultimately the hospital is going to want to add again, so we're going to end up with a bunch of 12-story buildings in the residential area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. David Walter, and it looks like the last speaker card is Katrina Height. Good evening, sir.
Hi, I'm Dave Walter. I'm with Coldwell Banker. I'm also a neighbor of the facility. I am the #1 real estate agent for selling Thousand Oaks for the Board of Realtors, #1 real estate agent for representing the sellers of the Conejo Valley for the Board of Realtors, top 15 Coldwell Banker agents of Southern California, and ranked in the top 35 for Coldwell Banker in the United States. I will share with you that this project does cause substantial devaluation of the property values of the homeowners in the neighborhood. This loss is up to 10% of the current house values. Now, the homeowners there should not have to absorb the cost of this devaluation. It should really be done by HCA, the hospital. There's no confusion here. HCA, they're not doing this expansion as a goodwill gesture for the community. They're doing this as a business decision. This is about money. It's about profit. I understand that. We all do. But the fact is that as a good business decision, this should be not done at the expense of the good neighbors. So with this, the hospital should cut checks out to each of the neighbors affected by this and provide them with just compensation. In addition, the hospital should definitely do a greater job as far as visual impact on the neighborhood. There's no doubt that trees have been cut down, and the addition of this type of structure in the neighborhood will have tremendous negative visual appeal to the surrounding area, and they can definitely do a much better job on that. And finally, I don't see a reason why you cannot table your vote until September, when there's that final decision made about the possible extension of the required retrofits. And then you can, of course, make your final decision on this. If nothing else, this addition, the extra wing, if it has to be done, could be done in one time, not done in multi-stages. And during this project for as many years, if we can cut this down, will at least be one small benefit to this community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katerina Haidt. I'm a resident at Urton Street. And what I wanted to say has pretty much been said in 10 different ways this evening. But first of all, thank you, Dave Walters, because what we're all basically concerned about is the value of our homes. You're taking money out of our pockets. That's the number one bottom line for most of us living in that neighborhood. You're also putting a regional hospital in my backyard. That is not acceptable. That's not what we signed up for when we moved in there. The zoning laws prevent it. And are you truly going to change that after the fact, not considering the values of our homes in our neighborhood? What we're looking at really is a seismically unstable hospital that is now going to hold the administration building. I'm assuming, Mr. Engel, that's where your office is going to be, right? I don't understand how the administrators are not as important as the sick people seeking hospitalization or treatment at the hospital. Now they're going to put a fourth floor on top of an unstable building, or am I misunderstanding that? It doesn't make any sense to me. And you're adding another building, another parking garage in a neighborhood where this should not be allowed. We were told that trees grow in 5 years. Please know that I grew up in Sweden, where the country is covered 70% by forest. Pine trees don't grow in 5 years. Every single Swede will know that. It grows in 30 years. If you put it in a pot or you plant it when it's 12, 15 feet tall, it's still going to take a good 20 years before our neighborhood even remotely looks like what it does today. We are very upset about this plan, and I'm here to ask for your vote today, just like you did when you canvassed my neighborhood asking for my vote. I'm asking for your vote today. I oppose this very, very strongly, and I request that you vote in our favor, the neighbors in this community. Thank you.
All right, that completes the speaker cards. And let me just thank everybody for the most part, a fairly pleasant public hearing. I recognize that I said at the outset there's some strong feelings on all sides of this matter. And so I think we got through the public hearing, 60-plus cards reasonably well. We'll go back to staff. Mr. Prescott, if you could just briefly, we heard a number of points, but just hit on the points without being repetitive if you could. And then we'll go to the applicant for rebuttal after questions from council.
Okay, I'd like to address some of the comments that were made. One of the themes in the comments I heard was the perceived inadequacy of the public notice and also the outreach by the hospital at the early stages of the project. And basically, the city's notification consisted really of 4 separate notices that went out about the project. The earliest one would have been a notice of application. and that would have been filed. They're sent sometime, usually they're sent shortly after the project is filed with our office, letting people know that a project application has been filed and they can come to the office and look at the plans. When the draft EIR was released in about 4 months ago, I believe, another notice went out. The Planning Commission hearing was also the subject of a public notice, and this hearing was subject of a public notice. In each case, the notice was sent to people who own property within 500 feet of the subject property, and that would be either the parking structure site or the hospital expansion site. And in addition, the notice is mailed to all homeowners associations within 1 mile of the exterior boundaries of the site, so that covered quite a bit of distance. And in addition, the signs are placed on the property and notices placed in the newspaper. So those are the outreach that was done in relationship to this particular project. The public outreach is a responsibility and something that we advise all applicants, and particularly this applicant and other applicants for large project, to begin that early and often. Our pre-application meetings with the applicant and later meetings began as long as 2008, and so those recommendations have been made to the applicant since that point in time. There were some substantive comments, I believe, related to some of the environmental matters, and I'm going to let Mr. Burgess and some of the other experts respond to those comments.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. I think one of the things I'd first like to discuss is the misconceptions that are sometimes associated with our way of analyzing viewshed impacts. In terms of environmental, our environmental study of viewshed impacts, we look at whether the project is going to result in silhouetting on ridge lines, whether it's going to block views of distant ridge lines from core areas of the city, and whether it's going to impact designated scenic highways. And this project does not trip any of those thresholds, so that is why we considered it would not have a significant viewshed impact. In actuality, it's going to be something people are going to be able to see, and the EIR clearly points that out. In regard to noise impacts, I think Dr. Martin had the initiative to actually do her own noise study, and she got some very high figures. In actuality, the figures we have for the area are about 70 decibels as the background noise in that area. At the 70 decibel range, we consider, our noise element considers a 0.5 decibel increase to be a significant impact. This project results in a 0.2 decibel increase, so it does not trip that threshold. And Joe Parr with Rincon Consultants, who actually did the noise study, is here tonight if you'd like to discuss that further. And I think that's all I have to say at this point. There may be some traffic issues that I believe Public Works may want to discuss.
Well, I think the other issues, maybe John Ennis could come up to talk about the trees and the growth rates and what's expected there. And then I think there were some drainage issues.
There were some drainage issues,
yeah.
Yes.
Good evening. Yes, several questions have come up about the trees, how quickly they grow, what size are they going to be installed, that sort of thing. There, overall, on the trees, there will be a minor reduction in the total number of trees when this project is finished, the way it's proposed right now. That, looking at the amount of reduced landscape by the amount of increased paving is really quite miraculous. What we have, I'll give you some statistics of trees that will be occurring. Around the parking structure, we have 22 transplants and then 22 additional trees. And these are not all pine trees. For some reason, there's been a focus on the pine trees, but these are total number of trees. In conjunction with the fourth floor expansion, we have 35 transplants. and we have a total of 45 new trees. That's including the trees that we had just asked them to add after the Planning Commission meeting. So, and then you know all the statistics on the oak trees. So the numbers, the quantities are very similar. And what we tried to do with this, since the construction is impacting existing trees, is we looked at those and said, okay, which ones of these trees are good transplants? Unfortunately, the Canary Island pine is a good transplant tree, so that's predominantly what is being transplanted, and is being used predominantly in two locations, the north side of the parking structure, and then also along the north parking lot for that expansion. And we had the applicant through the process make some adjustments to their parking lot layout directly north of the parking structure so that we could accommodate a few more of those trees in that area, that being the most sensitive area. And then, as you know from the Planning Commission, we had an additional 15 smaller pine trees that will be scattered through that area as northerly as possible, both north and south of the existing sound wall that's there, again to infill any gaps that are currently there. This will provide a good mix of trees. Most of the screening being provided immediately by the existing trees that you can see in the view sheds, but then putting the larger transplants as well as we can locate them in those areas, and then the younger trees, which will ultimately grow up and replace those. Now, there's been questions about how soon will this happen, and the initial question that I was answering when council had asked the question, we were actually looking at the view sheds from Lynn Road, and we said, well, how much growth does that show? And that was a 5-year period. On that view shed, actually most of that screening is in conjunction with the existing trees, and the screening of the parking structure is quite good from the street level, as you see in the view sheds. In fact, you kind of have to look closely to even see the difference between the existing growth and the new growth. The other thing that doesn't quite show up on any of those view shed drawings is that it doesn't show the existing trees getting larger. Again, they're really the backbone of the screening. So when the question is, how long is it going to take the pine trees to screen those buildings? Well, it depends on which ones you're talking about. The transplants, which are basically 45 feet tall, will immediately provide some buffering for those buildings. And the applicant has stated tonight that they are willing to get some of this planting in these existing areas in the beginning to minimize the impact. And of course, we love for applicants to make statements at public hearings because we hold them to that. The new trees, of course, are not going to reach those heights in 5 years. That's absolutely correct. More like a 20-year period to reach those heights that we're seeing now. So, if that answers your questions on the trees, great. If you have any other questions, I'd be glad to provide some additional information.
Okay, we also have the gentleman, Mr. Chevalier, if he could come forward to discuss some of the drainage concerns, I believe it was.
Good evening. The groundwater was measured.
You need to speak right into it. No, it's on.
The groundwater level was measured at during various periods, during several investigations throughout the years. And basically, it was encountered, it's a perch water level sitting above the bedrock, and it is encountered well below the level below which we will be excavating. Furthermore, we researched the wells in that area, and those wells also indicate that the groundwater level will be well below below levels at which we will be excavating.
And then I believe we have Mr. Scott Schell with ATE Traffic Engineers, the city's traffic engineering consultant. I believe there are a few points that he wanted to address.
Good evening. Still morning or evening? I think we could still get it with evening. Apologize for the suit and tie. I didn't get the memo on Hawaiian shirt night, so I'll try better next time. There were just a couple of traffic notes that I made during the presentation and talked with Ms. Baden. There was one comment about whether the city was looking at installing any additional crossing lights or flashing lights on Jans Road. And the city does have a program to install flashing beacons at the school crossing at Jans and Marlowe. I think that's scheduled for this summer. There was a question about accidents on Jans Road. The traffic study did a detailed look at the accident history on Jan roads for a 4-year period. Our analysis found that the most of the accidents were focused at the existing medical office driveway. And I think you remember through the traffic study, the recommendation there to solve that issue was to restrict left turns out. There was also a question about the deficiency plan that had been identified in the EIR for the intersection at Lynn and Jans. The plan does call for using the existing crosshatched area out there, as well as modifying the median to provide an additional northbound right turn lane. So I think the question was, would the median stay? There would have to be some modifications to that median to implement the additional lane. So those are the 3 points that I had sort of jotted down. I'm here to answer any other questions you may have.
Okay, I think that's it, and we're open for questions.
All right, very good. Questions from the council. We'll start with Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. I just wanted you to clarify one thing that about the master plan, Mr. Prescott. We can't require a master plan because there are too many different property owners. Is that correct? Because we have a lot of, I mean, it was, of course, my intention over the last couple of years since the Turcat hearing that we try to require a master plan, and a lot of the residents think it's a good idea, but are we able to actually require it ahead of time?
Well, I think the concept of the master plan really was to find out from the individual property owners what their long-term projects what projects they might envision. And it came up in the context of the Turcat project, which was really a very, very substantial office project that required zoning changes of its own. And that was with the backdrop being the hospital had just finished the 2007 wing, and people knew that there would be a future project coming from the hospital, but they hadn't fully formulated that or presented it to the city. So that was one of the concerns. How do we know what is all going to be going there? And that's important for planning for traffic flow, for planning for parking, and for planning for what I perceive as internal deficiencies relating to pedestrian circulation and even perhaps overall landscaping within that superblock. So that was the concept, and I think what we want to do is to work with all of the property owners. I think we have a good idea now with the hospital plans, and I think it would be appropriate for Mr. Engel to address during rebuttal what is there out there beyond this particular project. if anything. But the purpose of gathering all that information would then be to determine what kind of traffic improvements might be needed, whether the property can accommodate the needs of future of the existing property owners.
But we can't, I guess what I was trying to clarify, we can't compel all the different property owners to come together and discuss what the future uses of their property are going to be. So we can't necessarily compel anybody to agree to a master plan.
That's correct. And what we can do is invite them, and I have made contact with some of the property owners and found they've at least designated people to talk to. Some of the property owners I've talked to say, we don't have any future plans. I mean, we've had our building here for years. It's owned by a partnership of doctors, and everybody's happy. And the other thing to keep in mind is that the existing zoning out there really doesn't facilitate any additional development of additional office space right now. So with the Turcap project, there was a zoning change involved that had to come before the Planning Commission and had to come before the City Council. So I'm not anticipating that we would see the other property owners, the owners of the medical office buildings, being able to say, yes, I want to come forward with another 50,000 square feet, and I can do it with the existing zoning. So I think that gives us there's kind of a baseline now that we have, and I think it is important to find out from all the others what their future plans are and see if there is a way to get them to work together to solve some of the existing deficiencies in that area, mainly the pedestrian circulation.
I think maybe I'm still not making myself completely clear. I understand that part, and I think the hospital is going to work in good faith with all the other property owners, all that. But a lot of residents ask before we do anything to put a master plan in, and what I have been told by staff in the hospital and everybody is that we cannot compel anybody to do that before we let this go through.
That's correct.
Thank you.
No questions? All right. My questions are going to be for Mr. Engel. So, Mr. Engel, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. Good evening,
Mayor.
sir. Good morning now. Well, no, it's still evening.
Oh, it's still evening? God, I feel much better. Well, first, let me again thank you for your time and attention, and many, many hours have gone into this. In fact, many years of preparation have gone into this, and I'd just like to dispel one myth, I think, and that is that we created this crisis. That yes, it is finally here for us to take action on, but this has been a deadline that has been looming for many years, and that we have begun work on back in 2003 with the first phase and the construction of the 2007 tower, and now the second phase, which is essentially the work that is before you. So this is a deadline that is soon approaching, and that we would like to be compliant with. Whether or not there is an eventual delay, I don't think any of us could possibly speculate on that. But the responsible thing for us to do is to plan for the replacement of that building, which we intend to do. Let me also say that in addition to Mr. Prescott's comments relative to the city's notification process throughout, we also intended to in a good faith effort, we are knowledgeable that the project sign has been on the corner of Los Robles Drive and Jan's Road now for more than 12 months. We also sent letters to all of the residents within the 500 feet of the project. We also expanded that list to include Lynn Brook and Lynn Mere. We also sent a notice to the Homeowners Association in our own neighborhood. We also advertised in the Star. We advertised in the Acorn. And there was a number of other communications that went out to try to reach out to our neighborhood. Clearly, we did not touch everybody, and I don't know why that is, but I know that we conducted 2 sessions prior to the City Planning Commission hearing. We also conducted 6 additional sessions immediately following. I personally attended 7 out of 8. We structured the evening such that my remarks would be 15 to 20 minutes. minutes, and then we opened the entire time to questions and answers. Most of the meetings were longer than 2 or 2.5 hours. We stayed until the last person had been exhausted by their questions. So we did everything we felt we could do to begin to solicit input and feedback. And from that, we did develop a list of changes to mitigate neighbors' concerns that are either now have become conditions or just commitments that we are making. And I'm going to read these quickly. I don't want to run out of time, but additional landscaping to screen the garage, additional landscaping to screen the north tower addition, modifying the parking lot light fixtures to reduce light at night, to reduce light coming out of our building and out of the stairwell into the neighborhood. We're going to plant landscaping as soon as is feasible so that they can mature as timely as possible. We are engaging an engineer in order to mitigate any of the sound, potentially some sound attenuation of our existing air handlers. And of course, we're in full support of the right turn only prohibition on Medical Office Drive. We would also support, should the parking demand studies require it, a signaling change on Lynn Road and our proportional responsibility. And most importantly, what we've heard before and what we again have heard tonight is that there's a very, very real interest in shrinking the construction horizon for this project. Our staff and our planners and our architects have already been working on shaving a minimum of 18 months off the project. And I'd also like to remind folks that of the 72 months of construction that's currently projected, 38 months of that is interior to the project. So we'll not necessarily subject the neighbors to the sights and sounds of heavy construction. I'd also like to just touch briefly on, clearly we are a for-profit company. It is important that we produce a margin in order that we can continually reinvest and provide state-of-the-art technology, equipment, modernize the facilities, and hire the best and the brightest people. However, this project is not about profit necessarily. Yes, we believe that it is making an investment which long-term will make a difference for Los Robles Hospital. But remember, only 60 of the beds are incremental, are new. The remaining beds that we're proposing are replacement beds. So that does not factor into any kind of a return on investment analysis. Clearly, the number of beds that we would like for it to be fully incremental, of course, because that would generate new revenue. I'd also like to say that most of our bed units are already occupied between 80 and 90%. You heard testimony tonight that sometimes we divert patients or we have excessive hold hours in the emergency department. 12 months ago, it was a significant problem. Our staff has worked tirelessly to mitigate that to the best of our ability. But the practical reality is we back up in the emergency department because we don't always have the beds that we need available to our patients. Again, we're only enjoying an expansion in the 3rd and 4th floor of the new addition. That is some years off even now, based upon the phasing of the project. And so we feel it is absolutely essential to meet present-day need, let alone future need for the project. So the last thing I will say in wrapping up is that I really appreciate the neighbors. I have empathy for the neighbors. I thank them for their support of Los Robles Hospital and for the recognition that it is a quality institution. This is a dynamic and a changing industry. Every day there is something new from the state, something new from the feds. We anticipate healthcare reform. If we are going to continue to be a state-of-the-art facility, we can't be static. We must change. And our community demands it. Our patients demand it. And I think that that's what this vote is about tonight, is that we would look forward and we would meet the needs of our growing community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Questions? Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Engel, refresh my memory, if you would, please, whether or not the consideration to tear down the remaining 1968 building and put the new four-story wing there I realize it wouldn't give you the office nor storage space that you were looking for, but is that a no project decision, or was it a consideration there?
Well, I'm going to ask my architect to help me with that, but I can tell you that there's one real consideration, and that would be the logistics of abandoning all of those services for the time that it would take to construct a replacement. And we would essentially cease to function as a full-service hospital if we were to do that. So even if it were desirable, I don't believe it would be feasible.
Yeah, Greg said it best. It's actually not feasible. To be a hospital, you have to have, there's 8 basic services you must have to maintain the license of a hospital. The bulk of those services currently reside in the 1966 building. So if you were to remove those, tear the building down, you actually would lose the license on the hospital, and actually you would in fact lose the license on the existing compliant buildings, including the 2007 building, and therefore you would have to start over with the state. It's actually, that's the simple answer to your question. It's absolutely not feasible.
Thanks. That certainly answered the question. That's it.
Mr. Irwin, any questions?
Just, I was looking through some more of the material from the residents. Have you already, have you looked at all the pictures of the lighting of the parking structure and the buildings and what the residents on Sidley are seeing?
I have, yes,
Oh,
I have
okay.
seen those.
And so are you working toward dealing with those issues?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
That's part of what I alluded to earlier in terms of modifying the lighting fixtures so that we could create, or we could mitigate that light to the best of our ability.
Okay, so you got the folder with the pictures?
Absolutely, I did, yes. I think that was presented at the City Planning Commission as well, or some portion of that. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, a couple questions. First, it was brought up that just for disclosure, any future plans for the old existing hospital once, assuming it gets approved, that the new wing is built?
The plan that we have at present, based upon what we know to be the regulation, is for it to be utilized as I've described to you, which is storage and office space and classroom.
Okay, let me be a little more direct.
Okay.
God willing, some of us may still be around 4 or 5 years from now.
Okay.
It would not be your expectation you'll be back in front of this council for a special use permit or some revised plan for yet another building.
We have no such plan, no such plan. Can I promise you that we will, that again, things won't change in the future? I mean, I can't give you that guarantee. We have no such plan to come before you with that.
All right. Well,
the only thing I would add, and I think the architect would tell you, and as a planner, you're always looking forward on your campus and trying to develop options in case certain events would unfold. And clearly, at this point, the only possible alternative for Los Robles to add any additional beds would be to demolish and build in place, as Mr. Glancy pointed out previously. So that would be a future alternative. We have no plans, and nor do our projections indicate when that would be required.
That would be a very disappointing circumstance. I'm just going to be very direct with you, with all due respect, because it's a big company. It's been stated here publicly they're putting a lot of investment in. That would be very disappointing that you would then put the council and the community through yet another one of those simply because somebody, not you, somebody's deciding to, in fact, piecemeal this thing along the way. It's a fair question. The public has asked the question. The council's asking the question. And that would be a disappointing circumstance. If, in fact, that was the plan, or possibility, it needs to be stated. Well, I'm not saying it's going to have an impact necessarily on how I would evaluate this proposal tonight. I just think it needs to be put on the record as that's a possibility.
Before Greg was around, it was actually at the time that they were just opening up the new 2007 wing, and with and I don't think this is really a big secret, but with PricewaterhouseCoopers and other leadership in the healthcare planning industry, we visited all the HCA hospitals in California, including Los Robles, and we looked at the long-term projections and did extensive study at that time, and this project is a result of that. There was no need at that time, as we projected out, to do anything else beyond this project. as Greg said, and I say as a healthcare planner, you always want to have an empty chair in healthcare on campuses. You always need a place to grow and move and shift as demand changes over time. In this case, after this fourth story building is built, there is no empty chair on this campus anymore, and that would be the only option. But I can tell you, at that time, there were no projections.
And just to kind of carry that thought further, the seismic issues would have been addressed.
That was part of the plan. That was the purpose of our planning.
Assuming, the seismic issues would all been addressed, so there would be no need for that issue. You would have a 60-bed capacity, greater than what you're at. All your essential services would be there. So I'm just, I just want to have that discussion that coming back down the road with, we'd now like this. One, I don't know that it's feasible, but I'll get to that in a second when I make comments about what is enough beds for a hospital. I don't know that I'm an expert on that. I think you're the expert on that. So we'll get to that in a moment. But just for the record, as it stands right now, absolutely no plans, no foreseeable plans to demo that and then rebuild yet another wing.
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, fair enough.
No plans.
Okay. A smaller matter, unless you're Mrs. Glazer, and Greg, you'd be the right guy to answer this question. If the hospital did their due diligence and it was determined that Ms. Glazer actually did cut down a bunch of pine trees in her backyard, would you have some opposition to us putting a condition in that those would be replaced if, in fact, that's what the hospital promised?
If we can determine that the hospital made that promise, then I absolutely would want to make good on that.
Okay.
My understanding is this was a number of years ago and was with prior owners of the company. So
okay.
Obviously, I can't speak to that. I have no history, but if it can be determined that we indeed incurred that obligation, we'll make good.
Yeah, somebody had 10 stumps of pine trees in their backyard. Would that be good enough evidence for you that why would somebody do that?
Sure. That'd be good enough for me.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm going out on a limb.
I like it. I like it. Okay. Okay, very good. I'll put that one away. I didn't mean to stump you with that question.
Ooh, very nice. Your bark is worth your bite.
Exactly. Okay, and then the other issue is the construction schedule.
Yes.
One of the issues that I think the council can mitigate, again, assuming this thing goes forward, is how long the surrounding residents endure a protracted construction schedule. And I'm inclined, and I don't want to do this absent your input, I'm inclined to say that if you're going to build, you build it all at once. And that means if we move forward tonight, you're going to build 4 stories, not 2. What does that do? Can you live with that?
Within the context, I'll answer that question from my perspective. Within the context of the current schedule and the current mandates, we will not be able to hit the deadlines. For background, for the council and everyone's information, the project was designed to have the flexibility to go either way.
Right.
And this is, I would call it an evolving issue in that the decision had to be made at a certain point on which way to go, and it was made, and it wasn't made that long ago, but as time has gone on, the window for that as an opportunity and still meet the deadline has closed.
Deadline for what?
The deadline to be compliant by 2013.
That's for the other 2 floors. My understanding is your seismic requirements are met with the 4th floor and the 2 floors.
But if we built the full 4-story wing, we'd have to go back to OSHPD, and that's the killer. 6 months ago, it wouldn't have been. And in fact, HCA wanted the ability to make that decision at I'll say the last responsible moment, to make that decision as late as possible. Well, again, that time is now passed.
Okay.
So if that was a condition, then the result of that would be we wouldn't be able to build all 4 stories within the construction schedule and be done by 2013. That's the issue.
I get that, but you could be done by probably 2014, because just in some basic, if you could just let me...
It'd be after the mandate.
Right.
I wouldn't speculate on when it would be, but it'd be after.
Right. Well, I think where I'm leading to is that you could start construction of the first and second floor of the new wing, okay, and before those were completed, you would be going through the approval process, and you could start construction of floors 3 and 4, and that would actually shorten the construction schedule by 4 years for sure.
Well, they wouldn't let us occupy the floors with the ongoing construction of the building. In other words, they wouldn't. Just like we're going to find out, as been some folks have talked about, the adding the 4th floor into the existing building, that you have to rip the roof off, and so you make the space below unoccupiable. Now, in our case, the 3rd floor is not built out currently.
Now, that is a new twist, though. So now what you're telling me is that if you wanted to put the 3rd and 4th floor on, you couldn't occupy the 1st and 2nd.
No, you couldn't occupy the 2nd.
So you can't occupy the 2nd floor?
For certain periods of time. So within the context of a single project, what would happen is you would be, I think what you're proposing is you'd be moving along on the 1st and 2nd floor, and then you'd come in and start to add the other 2 floors after they were approved during the process. And what I'm saying is that we have to be, let me put it this way, the deadline is not to build a new building by January 1st, 2013. The deadline is to move out of the old building. We would not be able to move out. The building wouldn't be ready, and it wouldn't be ready. It would, like you said, as you said, it'd be ready in 2014. So even because the upper floors wouldn't be, or 2015 or whatever it would be, the upper floors, the building wouldn't be able to receive the patients. That's the issue, because it would still be under construction. And I don't see them allowing that. And the services that we have to move into those spaces are services we have to maintain.
I understand that.
Yeah, we can't lose them. So, though in an addition, they would build half, and they'd build another half, and which is what we're going to do on the 4th floor. As an example, we're going to build a piece and then another piece, et cetera. So we don't impact the existing patient care, or minimize the impact, I should say.
I think I'm following all that. I don't know that I'm understanding exactly. Like I said, I think it's maybe it's not new information for you. I don't think that it is. It is for me, because we're just dealing with this issue tonight. With respect to the potential of reducing the construction window up to 4 years from 2018 to 2014 versus maybe not exactly meeting, and I'm taking your word, I have no reason not to, the seismic requirements for all 4 floors in order to move some of those and occupy some of those floors. I think that needs to get reconciled on your guys' end. You're asking the residents to endure a lot, and I recognize we have the greater community, and I'll make my comments later on because, in case you're wondering, I'm leaning towards, if you're here opposing it, I see this expansion as happening. But where we can mitigate it reasonably, that's where we need some partnership.
And that's what I was intending to say in my comments, was that we intend to do that, and where we can shave construction time off the project, we want to do that, but without a condition that requires us to build the new addition all at once, because that essentially then requires us to take it back to the state, and then we fail to meet our deadline. So if I can accomplish the same thing, which is taking 18 months to 2 years off of the total project duration, and remember, half of that time again is right. Construction inside the walls. So if I can shave that time without the condition to build 4 floors at once, then are we not accomplishing the same thing, I guess, is my goal.
Yeah, 18 months isn't 4 years, though.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that 4 years is, I'd have to kind of walk through that.
Well, I'm just going by the staff report.
I don't see it shortening for 4 years just by building that out as a single phase, so to speak. I could see maybe shortening it by 18 months to 2 years.
And so we're clear, I think the construction that the residents are concerned most about is the heavy construction, exactly what you just talked about, Mr. Engel, the outside construction, what you do on the inside while not, totally remove of construction impacts, the noise and some of those issues I think are a lot less of a concern.
But when we talk about an 8-year project, which was what was originally described as, of course, we're proposing that it be much shorter than that, and then half of that time, of course, is inside the walls. So I'm just trying to make sure we're talking apples still.
Did you have another staff person that wanted to? I do have to ask that follow-up question. How are you occupying the first and second floor when you're eventually going to build the third and fourth floor? You told me you couldn't do that.
I'm saying you can't occupy the space directly underneath the construction.
Okay, so how are you going to occupy
while they're flying, what's called flying steel, where they're putting steel above.
All right, but you're not going to build the second or third floor until later on. You're planning on occupying
third and fourth.
Third floor.
Yeah.
You plan on occupying the first and second as part of your movement?
Correct. Okay. That work will be phased.
Okay. How are you going to?
Because we won't have a time deadline except for overall construction schedule, and so we'll phase that in. In other words, I guess the way to think about it is you bleed across the space. You put steel up in one end, and then you move the patients out of there for a month or 2 weeks or whatever it takes to put the steel up, and then you move along until you shuffle your patients around. But in the case of, you can't do that in one project, one 4-story building, because I don't have occupancy yet. I have no patients over there. I can't move them in. They won't allow it. I'm saying as a healthcare architect whose my first OSHPD job was in 1984, OSHPD will not allow occupancy of the building under construction of that nature. They won't get the clearances. You won't have the systems in place. They won't allow it. Adding on to a building, I just completed a 4-story addition just like this at Bakersfield Memorial Hospital, completed about a year ago. Okay, we worked that through, and we were able to get occupancy and build the building and still maintain some level of services below. So it's tough, but to do it all in one project, that's the challenge. And I haven't studied this, so this is kind of off the top of my head.
Well, then how do you think I feel?
What we've planned the project to be is a phase, which is not unusual for hospitals. It's actually very typical. You plan for the future to be vertically.
I understand that, and let me just say up front, I don't intend to be argumentative. I really don't. I just need to have an understanding based on the information that you're telling the council. As I understand it, you're going to build a 4th floor on the existing new wing of the 3rd floor. You're going to build 2 floors in a new wing. All right. You're going to occupy those. You're going to take people out of the old hospital, put them in the new hospital, both the 4th floor and the 1st and 2nd. The critical services, surgery and some of those other issues, I'm assuming they're going to go on the 1st and 2nd floor because most of them do. All right.
They go on the lower floors.
Lower floors. Okay. So they're going to be occupied, operating, all the cool things that we're looking for in the community. And then some point down the road, you're going to put in a 3rd and 4th floor. Where are those services going? You told me, if I could just finish, you told me you couldn't build 3rd and 4th with 1st and 2nd occupied. So where is those services on the 2nd floor going?
Okay, if I gave you that impression, I'm sorry. You cannot build on top of an occupied space with steel. So on that 2nd floor is mainly beds. If I recall, there's NICU, there's other things. So there will be temporary accommodations for those patient beds. Those come offline. But if I take those offline, I don't lose my license. I can still operate. I have a few less beds for a few months, but I still operate. So that's what the plan is. That's how the building was designed. On the 2nd floor, the floor just below the steel, but the floors below that, no, there's no issue.
They'd be displaced on a temporary basis. They'd be displaced on a temporary basis, and then you would gradually work your way horizontally through the third floor, through the third and fourth floor, until you were complete.
With the steel.
Correct, with the steel.
But if that was in the context of a four-story building, that will delay the construction of the upper portions, which will impact the lower portions, and I won't get occupancy of the lower portions when I need to. I won't be able to move out of that old building. That's the problem.
All right, I think I understand. All right. Any other questions? Okay, very good. Okay, we'll close the public hearing, and floor is open for council discussion and or a motion. Dr. Clancy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just to kind of get things rolling, just some comments. I think there's a great deal of frustration that 45 years ago, there wasn't a hospital zone created and a specific plan generated that would control everything that we're trying to control here. It didn't happen. And we're trying to do it in a piece of property surrounded by residential, and it's awkward to say the best. But that's the way it is. There's also some frustration that at this point we can't mandate a master plan be generated that will help mitigate some of the issues and address the issues that people have been concerned about. Best we can hope for is that we get cooperation with the various owners, the hospital and the city, to work together. But I'm sure there'll be points that don't please everybody. I was on the Planning Commission when this 07 project came through, and at that time there was a request for the fourth floor. It was the decision of the Planning Commission, recommendation of the Planning Commission, to lop off the fourth floor and grant the first three floors. It was at that time acknowledged that the other building was had to be seismically refitted at a later date. So this isn't brand new stuff. This fourth floor completion on a three-story building isn't out of the blue. This is from a long time ago. It's just that it's being addressed at this point. We've heard people disagree with the EIR, the adequacy of the EIR, conclusions in certain aspects. This is certainly a universal occasion. I have never heard a hearing involving an EIR where people say, boy, that's a beautiful EIR, it's complete and it's accurate in all respects. When you are one of the people who is affected by a conclusion drawn by the EIR, it's only natural that you not trust its completeness quite as much as others would. There's been some discussion about the inconvenience of hearing helicopters fly in at all hours or ambulances pulling in. It is a fact of life, and rather than, it's easy for me to say because I don't have helicopters landing on my house, but it does signify that someone is coming into a facility to save their life potentially, or they're being flown out to another facility to again better save their life or treat them medically. When the ambulance rolls in, it's bringing yours or my son, wife, daughter, whatever, to the hospital for treatment. And I wouldn't want to deny them. It's just part of what we do as human beings. We don't deny medical treatment, life-saving measures being delivered to someone. We've got a very, very aging demographic. Someone said the average age in Thousand Oaks was 37. Well, it sure makes me feel old. But my guess is I know we're getting more gray-haired people in this town. With those gray-haired people, we're getting more medical demands. And as being a recipient of some of that stuff, I have to tell you, I want the very best, highest quality, most technically advanced, medically advanced services that I can find. If this means it's a UCLA-type facility, so be it. I'd be proud to have a UCLA-type facility in my neighborhood or backyard. It's also necessary, I really would, it's also necessary to have a very, very medically competitive facility to attract the hot young docs. And that's really what you want. You want the people that really top of their class type of people to come and work in your community. That elevates the level of treatment, and it also really helps the community at large. What we're really talking about is public safety. Public safety in that we provide the highest medical care available to our citizens. We're improving quality of life. If someone is sick, they don't have to go down to Cedars to be treated. They don't have to go somewhere into LA. They can be treated here in TO. And personally, that's what I'd like to see. We need to make the right decisions. We need to make the right decisions considering 128,000 residents in Thousand Oaks. We have to consider what's best for the community at large. We can't deny it. So, Mr. Pro Tem, those are my comments to start with.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clancy. Ms. Irwin, some comments?
Yes, I do have some comments. Carol Robinson is here from Senior Concerns, and she mentioned something that I really agree with, that this hospital was placed in the wrong place very many years ago, and I really feel bad for the residents of Sidley. And like Carol, I have a lot of friends in that neighborhood, so this is not an easy decision. I kind of felt bad that a lot of the residents had to, they felt compelled to say that they thought that Los Robles was, they didn't think there was anything wrong with the services they were providing. They loved it. And we all know that. I mean, your frustration here is that your quality of life is going to be very negatively affected if this expansion goes on. And unlike Dr. Glancy, I would not want it to happen in my backyard, honestly. But, I'm repeating a little bit what he says. We have to balance this with the reality that we have to do a seismic retrofit, and I'm just really opposed to pushing any deadlines or playing with that at all, because it is just, as I mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, it's completely irresponsible. It has to be done. It should have been done years ago. Most hospitals in the state should have done it years ago. So then the final question is, do we really need an expansion? And I think for the residents of Sidley and for Young and those neighborhoods, the answer is probably no, but I have to make decisions on what is best for the community as a whole. And in that case, I think the answer is yes, we do need an expansion. We need the hospital to be ready for the changing demographics of Thousand Oaks. We need to make sure that our family members are never diverted because there aren't enough beds. We need to make sure that we have cutting-edge health care, and we can't expect to attract top talent without a top-notch facility. So I am going to move to approve the staff recommendations.
Ms. Irwin moves the staff recommendation. Did you want to work your way down through that?
Yeah, and I do want to say one thing for the residents. I think what you were working on to try and limit the time frame, I think it would be really important that the hospital continues to move in that direction and minimize the impact on the affected residents. So I will move recommendation 1, certify the environmental impact report. 2, read an ordinance only. Further reading be waived. If no objection, introduce ordinance to approve municipal code amendment to revise parking standards. Read ordinance in title only. Further reading be waived. If no objection, introduce ordinance to approve zone change from CO to PL for the 2.14 acres of land at the northeast corner of Jans and Lynn. Number 4, adopt resolution to approve a general plan amendment amending land use element from commercial to institutional for 2.14 acres of land at the corner of Jans and Lynn. Number 5, adopt a resolution to approve the SUP major modification to allow expansion of Los Robles Hospital building, including a 4th floor to the recently completed 3-story wing and construction of a new 4-story wing at Jans Road. Number 6, adopt resolution to approve the development permit to allow construction of multi-story parking structure, and adopt resolution to approve the oak tree permit to allow removal of 2 oak trees and encroachment into the protective zone of 3 additional oak trees.
Could I ask staff, I didn't catch it in the conditioning, when the parking structure is built, are we prohibiting parking on Jans Road adjacent to the hospital?
Parking on Jans Road is not counted as part of the hospital parking requirement. Jans Road is a public street, so that would be, I think, up to the city to decide whether to allow parking there or not.
I want to go back and revisit that. You know, we don't have to do it tonight, but I know that's been an ongoing issue. A lot of the employees park there. We're going to build them a parking structure, so I know that's caused issues in the past. So we need to go back and look at that. Did you complete your motions? Just at the, I think because the importance of this project, each council member probably should comment, and there is some redundancy. I certainly agree with both Tom and Jackie that I think if we were planning the community today, the likelihood that Los Robles would be placed there is probably not very great. And by the same token, the administrators and the people that work at Los Robles, with the exception of maybe a few doctors, they weren't around. So I mean, it's in. I guess we can blame Francis Prince, who was here earlier, because I hope Francis is in bed and not watching. But the reality is it started as a community hospital. A number of things in this community over the years, we have former Mayor Horner here, started out as community things, but they have grown and they evolved. I was making some notes here during the hearing. Cal Lutheran is a different place today than it was in the 1960s and 70s. The Thousand Oaks Mall just went through a huge renovation. This City Hall facility did not exist. And even on maybe a smaller scale, the high school football stadiums and tracks, state of the art. They were not the same as they were in the 60s and 70s. So the major infrastructure facilities of this community, they have evolved, they have improved, and clearly, the hospital is one of them. I think the public speakers did a great job of articulating the many reasons why this is an important expansion, whether it be to attract the best doctors that come out of medical school, the job base that a number of people brought about. But at the core of it, it is a public safety issue. It's a public health issue. Regardless of what the state says, if our doctors and our nurses and our patients are in a building that is unsafe in the event of an earthquake, we know it's not if, when it happens, that would be reckless and that would be irresponsible on the part of this council and Los Robles not to do what they could to mitigate that. And then secondly, from a public safety standpoint, it is the trauma center for the area. If you need a trauma surgeon, there is no substitute for that. And Los Robles is a place where if you have a serious medical trauma, we're very fortunate that we have those facilities here in our community. With respect to the size of the expansion, a lot of comments from residents in the community. I think Mr. Irwin did a good job of talking about it. If you live close, your perspective may be we don't need the expansion. At the end, as Mr. Engel pointed out, they're only expanding by 60 beds. From my perspective, that doesn't seem unreasonable. And I think the council has to defer to the experts, which is the people that run hospitals, on what expansion should look like. And if it seems to be as I say, within the chalk lines of the playing field, and it seems reasonable to me, given the fact that you're now a trauma center, those folks generally go to an ICU bed. Eventually, they go to a regular bed. And so that expansion seems to make sense. So I recognize that the location, many of the things we heard tonight, I really can't take exception with. I think there will be impacts. We are relying on the hospital to be a good neighbor as best they can. I think the example that Cal Lutheran has set with their campus master plan and some of the impacts that they mitigated is a very good thing to look at. And I would suggest and have a lot of confidence that the hospital will be the exact same good neighbor. So I'm certainly going to support the motion. The last final comment is there was a lot of discussion about compacting that construction time. I think that is a very big deal from every member of this council, even though it's just three of us that are making the vote, and would encourage the hospital to do whatever they can to minimize certainly the exterior construction impacts that are going to occur when this project moves forward. Final comments.
Thank you again. I would like to just say that I realize completely that the residents in Thousand Oaks that are really picking up the tab on this project are those that live in the immediate vicinity. They've gone through years and years of intermittent and temporary construction noise, and they're going to be going through it again. So those are the ones that I really have a great deal of sympathy for. And that's a very lamentable situation, but I'll certainly support the motion.
Also, Ms. Irwin, let me just put into the record the public statement cards. We had 29 for the project, 14 against. Add that into the record as well. Any final comments? All right. If there's no further comments, vote please.
The motion carries 3-0, and I'm just going to read the title of the ordinances. Ordinance amending the Municipal Code, Section 9-4.2402B1, to amend the parking requirement for hospitals, MCA 2009-70079, and an ordinance amending the code relating to official zoning map and changing zoning classification of property located at northeast corner of Lynn and Jans Road, zone change 2008-70301, applicant Los Robles Hospital and Medical Center.
And the vote was?
3-0.
All right, that is approved. All right, that concludes that public hearing. All right, Ms. Lawrence, we need to go back to the lighting and landscape assessment.
Yes. The results for the ballots cast are as follows. Yes in the amount of $48.12. No in the amount of $60.15. Therefore, the ballots are not in favor of the assessment and annexation, and Mr. Spurgeon will explain the needed action.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. This is the first time in 10 years that I've been doing this landscape district where an annexation has failed. And this was in response to a petition where 14 of the 22 affected parcels signed the petition, and it turns out that not all of them turned in their ballots. So what we need to do is we still need to approve the various resolutions, but with revisions to reflect the results of the ballots. So a motion would be in order to approve items 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7 with resolutions in the engineer's report to be revised to reflect the ballot results.
All right, thank you, Mr. Spurgeon. A motion is in order to approve recommendations 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7 as revised and reflected in the ballots. Do I hear a motion? For the mic, for the record, please.
I move that.
Okay, Ms. Irwin moves recommendations 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Discussion on the motion? Vote, please.
Motion carries 3-0.
All right, that is approved. All right, we move to item number 9, department reports. We have none. Redevelopment, we have none. Council issues, item 12, follow-ups for the city manager. Mr. Minnick.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, no follow-up. The next council meeting will be next Tuesday, July 20th. We do not have any public hearing items on the agenda. At this time, we have 2, possibly 3 department reports. One will be an update on the stormwater quality management permit from Mr. Watkins, and then an update on the wastewater treatment plant energy recovery system project. That's it by way of city manager comments. Thank you.
All right. No closed session. That brings us to adjournment. We have no special adjournment for this evening. All right. That will conclude the business for tonight's council meeting. We will adjourn to our regular meeting, which is Tuesday, July 20th, 2010. Have a good evening.